Chapter 1751. Please, this way, my lord. The young demon's voice trembled faintly as he gestured for Sakaar to follow. His posture was low, spine slightly bent, and his steps were short and cautious, every motion radiating submission and reverence. Even his tail curled downward, a silent expression of fear and loyalty. This humble procession lasted for several long minutes. The sound of their echoing footsteps accompanied them through the narrow tunnels until they reached a sealed chamber. In front of its small, rounded door stood another demon, one whose presence made Sakaar's expression change slightly. He recognized him instantly. Why are you standing here alone? Sakaar's voice, calm yet heavy, cut through the stillness of the corridor. The demon before him was none other than the same one Sakaar had once ordered to protect the woman and the cub before departing. My king, you have returned, the demon said, falling to one knee so swiftly that dust scattered beneath him. My liege, no one has shown any interest in this chamber for a long time. I alone have been sufficient to guard it. Were it not for your direct command, I would have left my post as well. Sakaar tilted his head slightly toward the small door, his sharp gaze narrowing. Then, in a surprisingly gentle motion, he patted the two demons on their shoulders in turn. Step aside. He bent forward, lowering his massive frame to fit through the narrow opening, a passage meant only for mothers and their cubs, and entered. Once inside, he straightened slowly, his form filling the cramped space as he looked around with visible confusion and a faint frown. It was a traditional nursery chamber, a confined, womb-like place, its floor layered with the sacred dust of ground bones. The air was thick, warm, and nearly absent of movement. The darkness clung to every surface, swallowing what little light leaked in through the cracks. Such nursery and birthing rooms were always built this way. The suffocating stillness, the faint scent of decay, all of it was deliberate. This was the natural cradle for demon offspring, meant to mimic the ancient depths from which their kind had first emerged. The oppressive atmosphere comforted the newborns, surrounding them with the same lifeless warmth they felt within the void before birth. Once they gained strength, they would crawl through the small exit that served as the doorway, wander through the inner tunnels of the city, and eventually, when old enough, be granted their first tubular armor and ascend to the surface above, the true world of the demon race. But now, in this silent chamber, there was only one living creature aside from Sakaar, or, perhaps, something almost living. Even with Sakaar's powerful spiritual senses that could feel the pulse of souls hidden beneath mountains, it took him several seconds to detect the faint, fading rhythm of life. Whatever it was, it hovered at the brink of death. That being, that thing, lay at the center of the narrow chamber, placed upon a rough table molded from dry clay. Its chest rose and fell so faintly it was difficult to tell whether it breathed at all. Sakaar stepped closer, his heavy boots crunching softly against the bone-dust floor, and leaned over to examine it more carefully. The creature's size was similar to that of an ordinary demon cub shortly after birth, about a meter tall, but beyond that, everything about it was wrong. Terribly, impossibly wrong. Its body was white, pure, pale white. The skin was smooth and soft, devoid of the hardened scales that defined all demon flesh. Beneath that skin, a network of red and violet veins pulsed faintly, running from its toes to the crown of its head. Those veins gleamed with an eerie shimmer, strangely reminiscent of the crimson armor worn by demons of the royal ranks. Even more disturbing, the creature lacked the typical spiraled horns of its kin. Instead, a single, short horn protruded from the center of its forehead, small, incomplete, yet radiating an inexplicable energy. Its face was unlike any demon's. It was not a hollow visage with only a gaping jaw filled with fangs. Instead, it had a mouth, a small, proportionate one. Above it rested a tiny nose, and below the horn, a single large eye stared faintly, dull yet somehow aware. Its hands and feet were the most shocking of all. The fingers were straight, divided, and tipped with soft flesh rather than claws or hooves. They looked fragile, human-like even, something that should never exist among demonkind. What in the world? Sakaar murmured, his tone low and almost reverent as he examined the cub's body. Every detail defied the very foundation of demon biology. Even the stench, that suffocating, plague-like odor known as the Red Plague, was entirely absent. The air around it was clean. Sakaar's brow furrowed. His spiritual aura flared slightly. Then, with sudden urgency, he turned toward the door and called out in a commanding tone that shook the chamber. Guard, come here now. At once, my king. The guard, who had stood vigil for countless months, burst inside without hesitation, fear etched across his face as his eyes darted toward the strange creature on the table. What is this? Sakaar's voice rumbled like thunder as he extended a hand toward the cub. What am I looking at? My liege, we don't know either. The guard stumbled backward as if the words themselves had shoved him, his voice cracking with a mix of fear and exhaustion. The female remained in labor for 3 whole days, screaming day and night without pause. She begged and begged us to finish her off, but we refused because of your orders to protect her and the fetus. He hurried on, words tumbling out as he tried to explain everything at once. After those 3 full days, the mother died. The instant she died, that creature split her belly and emerged by itself, as if it had been waiting for that exact moment. Its emergence became the spectacle of the entire city. When it came out of its mother's womb, it did not cry and search for blood the way newborns usually do. Instead, it began to leap and play beside its mother's corpse, rolling on the ground, climbing the low walls, exploring the thin slice of the world exposed to it as if it were curious rather than hungry. Crowds from the tunnels gathered. Many of the females and several guards wanted to slay it because it was so malformed, but I obeyed your command and sheltered it, my liege. I did exactly as you ordered. Please, do not unleash your wrath upon me. The guard took another hurried step back, visibly trembling. That's not what I'm asking. Sakaar's hand cut through the air in a sharp, impatient gesture. Why is the cub now so weak and close to death? Why is it nothing but skin and bone? Why did you not feed it properly from the start? His voice rose, reverberating against the low ceiling. Must I come here and do everything myself? Ha! The guard flinched, stunned for a heartbeat, then frantically waved his hands as if to ward off accusation. My liege, it is not my fault, please, test it yourself. The cub refuses blood and flesh. We attempted to feed it more than once, but it vomits almost immediately. Shock registered across Sakar's face. He muttered under his breath, incredulous, it won't even drink blood. His tone shifted from anger to a cold curiosity as he asked aloud, so you mean it was born with intense vigor after the mother's death, but after a stretch of not eating, it decayed into this state? Yes, yes. The guard nodded quickly, eyes wide as he recounted the strange timeline. At birth, it was only a quarter of the size it later reached, yet it grew at an alarming rate for a single day until it attained this length. Then, its activity began to ebb gradually until it reached this collapsed state. We tried every measure to keep it alive, every method we knew, but it never responded. He lowered his voice and tilted his head, admitting reluctantly, honestly, my liege, everyone in the underground city is either frightened of it or openly disgusted. Since you are present, you would be performing a service for all by killing it with your own hand. The people would praise you. Shush. Sakaar brushed the air dismissively. Dispose of it, he scoffed inwardly. Is a mutated demon birthed every day? Even if that creature is doomed, we must investigate it thoroughly while there is still breath in it. He hesitated for a beat, then, as if recollection struck, turned back to the guard with renewed insistence. You said they are afraid of it. Why, precisely? In the first few days, many complained and nearly killed it on multiple occasions, the guard replied, running a hand through his mop of white-streaked hair as if trying to clear the memory. They said, he swallowed, searching for the right words. They claimed there was a malice in that single eye, an intent behind its gaze. Some said when it looked at them, they felt dizzy, as if the world were tilting and consciousness was slipping away. So we isolated it here and limited its diet to be safe. Sakaar returned to the cub and studied it for several long, silent minutes, eyes narrowing as if seeking some hidden clue in its pale skin. He nodded slowly a few times, thought working behind his stern expression. Do we have any living prisoners? Yes, my liege, tens of thousands of them, the guard answered promptly, urgency in his tone as if the numbers themselves mattered. Bring me one. Chapter 1752. Enter. Bam! The guard hurled a prisoner through the tiny hole in the thick wall, a male whose clothes hung in tatters, body painted in bruises, cuts, and dried blood. He crashed onto the filthy floor, gasping, trembling, his skin slick with sweat and grime. The guard followed him inside, the faint glow from the corridor dying as the door shut, leaving them in oppressive darkness. MMFF. The prisoner screamed through his gag, his voice cracking with terror and disbelief. The air in that chamber was thick, choking, as if alive with decay. Heat radiated from unseen vents, wrapping around him like the breath of some buried beast. The stench of rotting flesh, blood, and sweat was unbearable. It clawed at the back of his throat until he gagged. In that darkness, stripped of sound and hope, he felt he had fallen into the deepest layer of hell itself. Yet even that was mercy compared to the psychological torment that festered here. Every prisoner had seen the true faces of the Crimson Soldiers, merciless, ravenous things draped in armor and sin. They had watched their companions dragged away, heard the screams echo, smelled the blood, until they learned the truth, those taken were eaten alive. Every soul here knew why they still breathed. Two reasons kept them barely alive. The first, their blood was valuable, harvested drop by drop every few weeks. The second, they were Liv's reserves of fresh flesh for the upper ranks of the Red Plague, delicacies to be consumed whenever hunger called. The prisoner had tried to escape this fate. He had tried to stand, to fight, to crawl his way to freedom, but the iron spike embedded in his chest pulsed with suppressive energy, sealing his power, stealing every ounce of strength. My lord, the guard said at last, forcing the man onto his knees. He grabbed a fistful of the prisoner's hair, jerking his head up until his neck was fully exposed to the flickering torchlight. This one's a fine catch, peak Martial Emperor realm. Used to be an aide to a general in the Alliance army. Shall I start the carving? Or would you prefer a clean cut? Though I should warn you, when we fed the cub fresh meat before, it refused to swallow. Stop. Sakaar's voice cut through the air like thunder. He moved forward in 2 long strides, seizing the prisoner before the guard could strike. His claws curled around the man's face with frightening ease. Then, without a word, Sakaar turned, his massive frame casting a long shadow as he walked toward the shivering figure in the corner, the white cub. GGHHH. Aik, the prisoner thrashed helplessly in Sakaar's grip, his nails scraping against the beast's armored arm. The claws digging into his cheeks drew thin lines of blood that ran down to his jaw, but it was futile. Sakaar's strength was that of a mountain. A moment later, the man was lifted like a broken doll and thrown onto the pale, trembling body of the cub. Sakaar's voice came again, deep and commanding. Don't move. The prisoner gasped, trembling so hard his knees rattled. He froze instantly, not daring to breathe too loudly. Sakaar stood beside them, motionless, his sharp senses fully awakened. His soul perception expanded through the room like invisible tendrils, feeling every shift, every heartbeat. The demons had reported something strange before, that the white mutant had once tried to do something to them, an attempt to affect their minds, perhaps, but had failed and been restrained ever since. So Sakaar had decided to test it, to bring the creature a living sacrifice, and see what would happen this time. And indeed, after a full minute of silence, something began to stir. Sakaar narrowed his eyes. The cub's small nose twitched faintly, like a newborn rabbit catching the scent of fresh grass. Then came a flicker, a weak, trembling pulse of soul force rippled from its head, faint yet undeniable, aimed directly at the prisoner. Ugh! The man shuddered violently, a wave of agony striking through his skull. He shook his head once, grimacing as if pierced by an invisible blade, but the memory of Sakar's command chained him still. He didn't move, didn't dare even blink. The cub's attack waves were feeble, scattered easily like smoke in the wind, but they didn't stop. Slowly, stubbornly, the little creature gathered itself again, drawing in the thin currents of spiritual force within the air. Its trembling frame shone faintly for a moment as it tried, once more, to release another wave. Before the second wave of the cub's attack could even form, Sakar's instincts acted faster than thought. His massive, clawed hand lashed out, striking the prisoner at the base of the skull. Crack! The sound echoed through the narrow chamber like a whip, and in that single motion, the man's body went limp. The faint light of life drained from his wide, terror-filled eyes, leaving them glassy and vacant. Almost simultaneously, KSSHH, the cub's soul attack was released. This time, it wasn't deflected or dissipated. It struck the corpse head-on, surrounding it in a thin, ghost-like shimmer before piercing straight through its skull. The wave sank into the prisoner's collapsing soul domain, which had already been teetering on the edge of disintegration. Sakaar could sense it clearly through his spiritual perception. The cub's consciousness, faint, chaotic, yet hungering, extended itself toward the broken fragments of the man's soul. Piece by piece, the little creature devoured the remnants, dragging them inward as though feeding on something far deeper than flesh or blood. The process lasted nearly 10 long minutes. During that time, the prisoner's spiritual domain shattered completely, dissolving into a fog of formless essence. His initial soul fled into oblivion. And still, the cub worked in eerie silence, gathering the invisible dust of what had once been consciousness. Then came the most disturbing sight yet. Those unseen fragments began to drift toward the cub's mouth. His tiny lips parted, revealing a row of pearl-white teeth that gleamed faintly in the dimness, and the creature began to chew as though savoring a meal. Sakar's eyes widened slightly, a low growl forming in his throat, but he remained still. He needed to understand this thing before him. After a pause, he reached down, grabbed the corpse by the neck, and flung it toward the guard. "Consider this your reward," he said coldly, "for keeping the cub alive all this time. Take it and enjoy it." "Ah, thank you, my king," the guard stammered, dropping to his knees so fast his armor scraped against the bone-littered floor. Someone of his rank would never receive such a fresh, high-quality meal. Overwhelmed by joy and terror, he clutched the body tightly and stumbled out of the chamber, his trembling voice echoing down the dark tunnel. Then, silence. 10 minutes later, a change began. Sakaar stood motionless, his towering figure casting a massive shadow over the clay floor, while the cub's frail, skeletal form began to shift. At first, the change was subtle, a faint twitch in its limbs, a ripple under the skin. Then suddenly, flesh began to return. Muscle and tissue knitted together beneath its pale skin as if an unseen hand were inflating it with life. But it wasn't only the body that transformed. The air around the cub trembled faintly. Its lone heartbeat, once slow and weak, now thundered with sudden strength. Its aura, once faint, sickly, and alien, expanded in intensity, pure and untainted by the red plague. And then came the light. It started as a soft, almost invisible radiance seeping from the creature's skin, spreading across its limbs until the entire chamber was faintly illuminated. The walls, once drowned in pitch darkness, now shimmered with a ghostly silver hue. Sakaar murmured under his breath. The cub lifted one small hand, its bald head tilting curiously from side to side. With the other, it pushed itself upright and sat there, breathing slowly, as if it had just awoken from a deep dream. The room was silent save for the sound of that renewed heartbeat. Sakaar stood beside him, massive and motionless, his crimson armor glinting faintly under the dim new light. The cub then opened its single, large eye, an eye with a shimmering silver pupil that swirled softly like molten metal, a color both pure and unsettling. It studied Sakaar for several long, 10 seconds, its gaze sharp yet oddly calm, before parting its lips to speak. "Are you my father?" Sakar's expression hardened instantly. Shock coursed through him. This cub had supposedly been dying mere days after birth, its mother long dead. Who had taught it to form words? Who had given it the concept of what a father even was? "I don't know," Sakaar said finally, voice deep and cold. "Mating happens randomly among our kind. I could be your father, or not." It was the truth. Sakaar had never been one to limit his bloodline. Before meeting Lord Robin, half his den had been filled with his own spawn. "You fed me," the cub said softly, his tone quiet but unwavering. "That means you're my father." There was no warmth in his voice, just certainty. Sakaar exhaled slowly, studying the creature more closely. Its logic was primitive, yet strangely absolute. "What is my name?" the cub asked next. "Lusar," Sakaar replied after a brief pause, his tone heavy with something between curiosity and foreboding. "That's your name." He extended a massive, clawed hand. "As for whether I'm truly your father, come, we'll find out together." "All right." Lusar jumped lightly down from the rough clay table, his movements fluid despite the recent transformation. He landed beside Sakaar and grasped one of his enormous fingers with his small, pale hand. Then he tilted his head upward, his lone silver eye gleaming faintly. "Can you feed me again?" he asked, voice calm and disturbingly innocent. "This time, can you feed me one of the crimson ones?" Chapter 1753. 1 month later, Middle Sector 100. Martial Arrow truly did well this time, Peon remarked with a satisfied tone, nodding several times as he flipped through a thin crystalline tablet shimmering with recent updates. According to the latest reports from the Shadow Swords, he successfully finalized a complete diplomatic accord with the Empire of Stray Predators, the Empire of Abyssal Jellyfish, and the Empire of Exiled Peacock. All three have officially agreed to become wings under our banner. And now, he's currently in advanced talks with both the Empire of Akrat and the Empire of Green Winds as well. That's quite an accomplishment indeed, Caesar replied with calm composure, his voice steady yet faintly tinged with dry amusement. He nodded lightly while his gaze drifted toward the floating holographic map before him. Though, let's be honest, most of the hard work was done by my father. Arrow received everything served on a silver platter. Still, it's true that he managed to pull off something tangible with the negotiation. Credit where it's due. Ha! Peon leaned back lazily in his chair, stretching his legs out and propping his boots up on the polished desk in front of him. So you're saying you're jealous that your father helped him, but not you? His tone was teasing, but his smirk carried a spark of curiosity. Do you really take me for someone that's shallow? Caesar waved dismissively with a half-smile that was both sharp and composed. The strength of the empire isn't divided between us. Cradle and grave, these are just transient titles, ephemeral labels in the march of eternity. We all stand under one dominion, the true beginning empire, the name my father himself gave to our unity. Any increase in its power, no matter who achieves it, will ultimately strengthen us all. His golden eyes swept over the air briefly. Besides, he added in a quieter, almost contemplative tone, it's only natural for my father to assist him. The seed will soon ascend in that direction. Oh, you're surprisingly composed today, Peon chuckled, shaking his head. That's not like you, Caesar. Don't tell me ruling over empires for too long has actually given you some sort of wisdom? Perhaps it has. You should try helping me lead one, maybe you'll absorb a fraction of it, Caesar shot back coolly, giving Peon a brief sidelong glance before turning back toward the mountain of holographic reports on his desk. The Centennial Cradle Empire's expansion had reached a staggering pace. Battles, conquests, and integrations were unfolding across multiple fronts, each demanding massive coordination. At this stage, there were almost no reserve armies left. The relentless advance had consumed nearly every unit. The sheer volume of daily reports that flooded Caesar's command room was enough to drive even seasoned strategists to despair. Wait a moment, Caesar murmured, frowning slightly as he sifted through the data stacks. There's a new dispatch, straight from Middle Sector 99. He pulled out a sealed envelope, slightly worn at the edges, and broke its wax seal. Inside lay a folded parchment stamped with the insignia of the Grave Empire, and beside it, a small metallic data disk gleamed faintly with residual energy. Without hesitation, Caesar infused his energy into the disk. The device hummed and projected a flickering image midair. I formally invite you to attend the inauguration ceremony of the Double Centennial Grave Empire, to be held 2 weeks after you receive this message. If you intend to come as the official representative of the Centennial Cradle Empire, I'll postpone the event until you arrive. I'd really love to hear from you soon. Crack. The veins across Caesar's forehead pulsed violently, tightening until they produced a faint cracking sound. His jaw clenched. That horned bastard, he hissed under his breath, pointing furiously at the floating projection. He's doing this on purpose, he's mocking me. The holographic message replayed the moment again, showing Arrow's infuriating grin, wide, smug, and unbearably taunting, as he laughed throughout the entire recording. There was no reason for him to send such a message. Caesar commanded an entirely different sector. He wasn't required, by any law or order, to attend. Even if there had been a legitimate strategic reason, the instruction would have come directly through the shadow swords, not through a personal message drenched in mockery. Crick, crick. Caesar's teeth ground together audibly. More veins surfaced along his temples and neck as his expression twisted with barely contained fury. The image of Arrow's arrogant smile reflected in his eyes like a burning ember. To be fair, the man didn't actually say anything wrong. Why so furious? Peon said, half laughing as he tossed a small snack into the air and caught it with his mouth. By the way, are you actually planning to go? It's going to be a massive ceremony. Big names from other sectors are likely to appear. It could be a good chance to publicly strengthen ties between the two empires. If you start moving now, you might make it just in time. Caesar's glare softened slightly, but the tension in his face didn't fade. He leaned back, deep in thought. In truth, traveling from Middle Sector 99 to Middle Sector 100 normally required 3 full years of standard inter-sector navigation. However, with the use of a spatial slip pendant, the travel time could be reduced dramatically, to merely a few months, if executed perfectly. But there is a clever and rather devious trick that the Shadow Swords are known to employ when they need to deliver messages or move quickly between sectors. If one of them happens to be stationed within Middle Sector 99, like the Shadow Sword who carried the recorded message to Caesar, he can descend temporarily into Young Sector 99, then pass through a wormhole gate to Young Sector 100, and from there ascend once more into Middle Sector 100. By exploiting this indirect route, what would normally take 3 years of travel could instead be completed in just a week or 2 at most. I'm supposed to go to that thing? Caesar exploded, his tone full of incredulous outrage. He jabbed a sharp finger toward Arrow's laughing face frozen in the hologram, his expression a twisted mix of mockery and arrogance. His mischievous, taunting eyes gleamed like those of a jester preparing to tell the dirtiest, most infuriating joke in existence. Look at that grin, that smug, idiotic face. Do you actually want me to have a brain hemorrhage? Well, maybe he's a little obsessed with competition, Peon admitted, waving his hand lazily as though brushing away Caesar's anger like smoke. But honestly, he's harmless. He wouldn't dare cross the line or treat you with real disrespect. I know that, Caesar said flatly, his voice cutting through the air like a blade, but the answer remains the same, no. He waved once in dismissal, then snatched the data disk from the air and clenched his fist around it. Crack! The metal shell shattered under the pressure of his grip, fragments scattering across his desk. I'd rather build my own double centennial empire from the ground up, and then he can come crawling to my ceremony as a guest, if he dares to show his face. Yeah, that doesn't sound like rivalry at all, Peon said, nodding slowly with exaggerated seriousness, his lips pursed in obvious sarcasm. You. Caesar's head snapped toward him, his expression a storm of disbelief and irritation. Hey, you were much more tolerable when you were quiet and contemplating suicide. Go back to that version of yourself. My apologies, brother, Peon laughed heartily, raising both hands in surrender. But if I died right now, my wife would probably resurrect me just to kill me again. He swung his legs down from the table, sitting upright for the first time in hours, his tone shifting into something far more serious. Anyway, about what I actually came here to discuss, the matter of reducing the battlefronts. After the Shadow Swords had restricted several military divisions from returning to Middle Sector 100, Caesar had seized the opportunity almost instantly. He mobilized those now isolated legions to launch new offensives against every faction that had once sent reinforcements to aid Hedric. However, such a move was far from easy or safe. First, those factions hadn't deployed their entire strength to help Hedric, they had only committed partial forces, meaning they still retained considerable armies at home. Add to that their citizen populations, many of whom were battle-hardened or spiritually trained, and the resistance Caesar faced was anything but light. And for Caesar himself, who was already neck-deep in a massive and grueling war within his star field, waging battle under the pretext of defending a demonic clan, specifically Renara and the Wing of the Nine Paths, the strain was enormous. He couldn't possibly divert his full military might toward these external targets. His armies were already stretched thin, maintaining defense lines and supporting other fronts simultaneously. Worse still, most of those enemy factions he sought to subjugate were scattered across other star fields throughout the sector, far removed from his immediate range of command. Reaching them required days, sometimes weeks, of travel aboard massive warships, threading through complex astral lanes and wormway networks. And as if that weren't enough, once Caesar began his offensives, other opportunistic factions took notice of the growing turmoil. The scent of war was in the air, and none of them wanted to miss the chance to expand their own territories. In a single month, the political balance of Middle Sector 100 had begun to shift, subtly at first, but unmistakably, into the kind of chaos that only great powers could create. Chapter 1754. After the first 3 years of the war against Lord Hedric, Caesar, empowered by the intelligence flowing from the Shadow Swords, was able to launch a series of massive campaigns that swept across the entirety of the 100th mid-sector. With a strike as swift as lightning, he astonished the sector by seizing nearly 200 planets with what appeared to be almost no effort at all. Yet, despite this rapid success, Caesar never chose to directly assault the imperial capitals or annihilate any power completely. His strategy was precise and deliberate. He would seize their planets with a relatively small number of forces, fortify them thoroughly, and then move on. In his eyes, such a controlled expansion was far more valuable, and less wasteful, than a devastating total war against the core capitals themselves. However, this strategy came with its own burden. The deeper the conquest extended, the heavier the cost of maintaining control became. Every newly claimed planet required a capable garrison, for the defeated powers were always plotting to reclaim what was once theirs. The Golden Army, once vast and overwhelming, soon found itself stretched dangerously thin across hundreds of systems. There were almost no reserves left to call upon. Every veteran and every newly trained soldier alike was deployed to occupy, defend, and push further outward into the stars. By the 5th year of the war against Hedric, the century Cradle Empire had swelled to encompass an astonishing 310 planets. The sheer scale of this expansion defied logic. It was both a marvel and a warning. Finally, the rest of the sector understood what was truly happening. The neighboring powers began to unite their forces, coordinating in secrecy and haste, determined to halt Caesar's impossible momentum. Now, every faction struck with cunning opportunism. Whenever Caesar attacked one empire, the surrounding factions would also pounce upon it, knowing that his chosen target was already too weakened to defend itself. And whenever Caesar occupied a planet within a new stellar field, the nearby powers would descend upon that same planet, aware that his stretched forces would struggle to protect it fiercely. The result was chaos, a colossal war that engulfed the starfield itself. A total conflict, led by Renara with periodic intervention from Helene, who appeared like a storm when least expected. Beyond the central theater, other wars raged sporadically across the entire sector, where Caesar would conquer one planet only to lose another in a distant corner of space. After the 5th year of war, Caesar's progress began to slow dramatically. The reasons were painfully clear: dwindling fleets, exhausted soldiers, and limited weapon stockpiles. The once unstoppable tide of conquest turned into a slow crawl. From that 5th year until now, over 15 years since the war began, he managed to acquire only a handful of new worlds, bringing his total to 334 planets. That number was still remarkable in itself, and the fact that it continued to rise, however slowly, despite the overwhelming strain, spoke volumes about the enduring might of the Cradle Empire. Caesar took deep pride in this achievement, regarding it as proof of his empire's resilience and divine endurance. But pride soon gave way to urgency. When the news arrived that new wings had officially joined the doubled Grave Empire, Caesar's composure finally cracked. "No," he growled, slamming his hand against his thigh. "This is no longer enough. We must advance, faster, stronger, no matter the cost." Peon raised a brow, half amused. "I came here to discuss withdrawing our troops from one of the remote stellar fields, and you're telling me you want to expand the campaign?" He let out a deep laugh, spreading his arms wide. "Very well, my friend. My hand is on your shoulder. Tell me, how do you plan to pull this off?" He continued, his tone sharp but not without respect. Do not forget, we've already withdrawn elite units from the First Army in the Young Belt multiple times. Each time those youths fought a few wars, you dragged them here again. And do you remember the cost? We've burned through an absurd number of pearls just to teleport them here. Peon turned his gaze sideways towards Caesar. You went as far as ordering half their fleets and war gear to be relocated here, crippling the First Army's progress there for years. He then gestured firmly toward Caesar, his expression half chiding, half admiring. All this while Arrow hasn't demanded a single ship or resource from the Third Army in the Young sector. That's why they're still advancing at a decent pace. And let's not forget the demons and their second army in the same region. They recently crushed a century empire entirely. Their rate of planetary accumulation among both S and R classes is downright terrifying. I know you like being number one. You've always been that way, haven't you? Always the one racing ahead, refusing to settle for second place, obsessed with victory even when no one is watching. But tell me then, why not take into consideration the competition happening in the Young Belt? You're being crushed there, Caesar. You're still the first army marshal there as well, whether you like it or not, whether you admit it or keep pretending it doesn't matter. It had been quite some time since the true beginning empire, the Cradle Empire, and the Grave Empire had all resolved the old issue of soldier numbers. The endless recruitment programs, the genetic reformations, the battle training, all those systems were perfected long ago. If Caesar truly wanted, he could summon and recruit 1 billion soldiers without even lifting a finger, and every single one of them would still possess respectable talent and potential. The empire's name alone was enough to draw armies from the corners of the galaxies. But the true problem now lay elsewhere. The bottleneck wasn't men anymore. It was military resources, the fleets, the arsenals, the ships that carried empires across the stars. Even in the endless wars raging across the Young Belt, war fleets remained the most decisive factor of all. What happened in Jura was the most vivid example of this truth. Back then, the First Army had spread across the entire planet, locking down every continent, every ocean, enforcing total control without leaving a single rebel unchecked. And yet a single marshal from the Great Serpent Empire, commanding only a handful of warships, had unleashed devastation on a planetary scale. Their unmatched speed and overwhelming destructive power were enough to erase the majority of Jura's cities in a matter of hours. He only fell at the very end, caught in a perfectly executed military trap designed and personally overseen by Alexander himself. But by then, the damage was irreversible, and the cost unacceptable. Caesar exhaled slowly, rubbing his forehead as if the weight of dozens of sectors pressed upon it. We've gathered enough planets, more than enough, to transfer them into Nihiri's orbit. The Young Belt no longer requires our focus. It's time we divert our attention to the Middle Belt. That's where the next true expansion must begin. That's not what you used to say, Peon replied firmly, shaking his head. As long as the father hasn't spoken, don't presume to guess his will. And secondly, didn't he say himself that he plans to plant loyal followers of ours within the Young Belt even after Nihiri's ascension? It's obvious he has deeper designs for the Young sector. So why are you trying to limit that? Caesar stayed silent for several seconds. His expression tightened, his gaze unfocused. Then he dropped heavily onto the seat beside him with a faint thump, resting his forehead on the back of his hand, his voice softer. You're right. I let my excitement get ahead of me. I lost sight of father's greater interests. It's good that you're here to remind me, Peon. Always a pleasure, pal. Peon smiled broadly, the kind of confident grin that could ease tension in a war room. Then, should I begin arranging the withdrawal of our station troops from the Northern Tempest starfield? We only hold 13 planets there, but those forces could greatly reinforce us once they return. He sighed deeply before continuing. At the very least, they could relieve the mounting pressure inside our own starfield. Right now, we can't even rotate the battle units properly or grant the soldiers their rest cycles for consuming temporary affinity-boosting elixirs. The shortage of personnel has thrown every recovery plan into chaos. Of course, what he truly meant was the severe lack of black gold epic crews, the elite forces whose armor and discipline formed the very heart of the three empires' military supremacy. Even with the full might of the Imperial forges working without pause for the last 540 years, the total number of epic-grade equipment sets, the secret behind their success, remained painfully limited. If the Empire allocated 10 million low-grade epic armor sets, the soldiers wearing them were now stretched thin across more than 100 open war fronts. Every single day, countless battles erupted, and every day, large numbers of those precious armors were damaged beyond immediate repair. No, absolutely not, we're not retreating a single step. Caesar waved dismissively, his tone carrying a reckless sort of pride. We'll continue as we are. We'll simply stop pulling more equipment from the Young Belt Army's reserves. That's all. Peon frowned slightly, eyes narrowing in suspicion. What exactly are you planning to do then? Ugh, that's the problem, Caesar muttered, pressing both hands to his head as if trying to squeeze the answer out. Our profits barely balance our expenses. We've got maybe 100 million pearls left in the Imperial Treasury, no more. He suddenly snapped his fingers, an idea flickering to life. Contact Theo, see if he can spare at least 500 million pearls. We'll use them to buy several second-hand war fleets and some refurbished epic armor sets to supply the newly acquired planets. I don't think Theo has that kind of money, Peon frowned deeper, shaking his head slowly. He's practically been funding all three empires by himself for the last century. You're asking him to bleed again. Just try. Caesar barked, waving his hand sharply, but even in his tone, there was little conviction. Deep down, both men knew the truth. Even for Caesar, hope was running thin. Chapter 1755. Inside the Soul Society, the Grand Hall of Convergence. Hedrick sat at the head of a long, gleaming obsidian table that stretched deep into the chamber, one hand supporting the side of his face while his other drummed faintly against the polished surface. His posture was calm, but the silence surrounding him was heavy, almost oppressive. Before him sat 4 other figures, 2 men and 2 women, each radiating a distinct aura of power. Yet even with all their might, none dared speak first. For a long while, the 5 of them remained motionless, their eyes occasionally meeting in the dim golden light before drifting back down toward their hands, as if the very air between them demanded restraint. The echoes of the Spirit Society's energies shimmered faintly in the background, a silent hum that only emphasized how still the room had become. At last, one of the women broke the stillness. "So, the 5th sister," she said, her voice tinged with a mix of curiosity and irony. A faint smirk crossed her lips as she leaned back in her chair. "I heard you've started commanding 4 fleets now. That's quite the achievement. Congratulations." "Thank you." Helen's reply was brief, controlled, almost mechanical. Her tone carried no pride, only distance. "Oh, really?" One of the men, the 4th son, burst into laughter, his voice echoing in the hall. "Now that's something. 4 fleets, ha!" He tilted his head toward Helen, amusement glimmering in his eyes. "Tell us, Helen, how did you manage to gather that kind of strength? You didn't start using the daily marriage art that our eldest sister loves so much, did you? Ha ha. What did you just say?" The woman who spoke earlier shot up in outrage. Hillary pointed a sharp finger toward him, her tone filled with venom. "You, of all people, want to talk about how others build their strength? Don't make me laugh. Have you even managed to restore your authority as a centenary empire after drowning yourself in debt? After all those loans you begged for? Enough." The 2nd son finally spoke, his deep voice cutting through the tension like a blade. He looked between his 3 younger siblings, his gaze both weary and stern. "Can we not have a single meeting without tearing into each other? For once, can we act like what we were meant to be, kin, not rivals?" "Humph." Hillary folded her arms tightly, raising her chin with visible disdain. "Then go ahead and speak, since you seem so wise. You're the one who summoned us here, yet you've barely said a word since we entered this hall." "It wasn't actually my idea," Hadison, the 2nd son, said as he gestured toward Helen with a tilt of his head. "It was our youngest sister's request. She asked me to call for a full assembly of the 5 of us. Apparently, she's the one who has something important to say." "Me?" Helen's brows furrowed. She shook her head slightly, her tone calm but cool. "No, I have nothing to say here. I only thought the time was right for our eldest brother to speak with us directly. That's all. It's him, after all, who decides everything. The final word always rests with the eldest brother." At that, all 4 of them turned toward Hedrick. Their expressions varied, curiosity, unease, a hint of resentment, yet beneath it all, there was the same unspoken truth. They knew what he was going through. They felt the gravity of his silence, the toll of his endless campaign. Each of them had been watching his war unfold across the stars, moment by moment, year by year. Each one had waited for that inevitable day when Hedrick would call upon them for aid, the day their brother's calm mask would finally crack. Some had already prepared to answer that call, with fleets ready and armies gathered. Others, however, had quietly prepared their excuses, reasons cloaked in logic, pride, or cowardice for why they could not march to his side. But that day never came. The cosmic war had already entered its 2nd decade. Entire galaxies had been reshaped by it. Yet not once had Hedrick asked them to send even a single arrow. Hedrick finally spoke, his deep voice filling the hall. "Little sister said you all had something to say, so I came." He straightened, lifting his head from his hand, his gaze sweeping over them like a storm ready to break. "But it seems I was mistaken. I have nothing to discuss with any of you either." His tone hardened, quiet but cold. "If you have nothing meaningful to offer, then excuse me. I'll take my leave. I have more pressing matters to attend to, far more important than sitting here listening to empty words. And please, do not waste my time like this again." He rose to his feet, his projection flickering with subtle power as he prepared to depart. "Wait." Hadison called out abruptly, his voice trembling slightly as he took a step forward before Hedrick's image could vanish. "Brother, do you really not need anything from us? Isn't there something we can do to help you?" "No." The answer came instantly, sharp, final. Hedrick's expression didn't waver. Then, after a heartbeat, a faint smile curved across his lips, dry and cutting. "What's this now? Do you all wish to play the part of the father? Offer me loans, then demand repayment tenfold later." He turned his gaze across them, that small smile twisting into something colder. "He taught you well. We would never do that to you." The 2nd brother spoke hastily, his voice tinged with desperation. "Just say the word, that's all it takes. Whatever you ask, we'll do it. Speak for yourself." The 3rd sibling, Hillary, muttered under her breath, her tone sharp but low. "Don't worry," Hedrick said with a strange, humorless smile curling across his lips as his cold gaze shifted toward her. "I won't be bitten by the same serpent twice. I've learned." He leaned slightly forward, his voice lowering but filled with venom. "I once sacrificed my elite warriors, my closest companions, and half of planet Shathar, all for your sake. And what did I receive in return? A dagger in my back before the blood of my soldiers even dried. Tell me, Hillary, how exactly do you expect me to trust you again?" "First brother," Hadison interjected quickly, his tone defensive and anxious. "We never struck at you. All we did was retreat when the chance to return home presented itself. That wasn't just a chance to go back to father, it was a chance to reclaim our thrones, to restore our families, our territories. How could we ignore that?" Hedrick waved dismissively, his expression darkening. "That's your problem," he said coldly. I poured everything I had into protecting your fragile, worthless lives, and you repaid me with betrayal the very next day. I can't even bear to look at your faces." His voice dropped, heavy and bitter. "I don't know what game you're playing by coming here. Are you trying to justify why you never sent support? Or perhaps you're here to demand personal favors in exchange for false loyalty? Or maybe you just want to invent convenient lies to excuse your inaction, to maintain a thin illusion of brotherhood until the next time I have to shield you from father's wrath again." Then he chuckled softly, a sound devoid of warmth. "But guess what? I'm not interested. I don't care what you think, and I care even less about what you do." His eyes hardened. "For I have no brothers." Hadison lifted his hand carefully, trying to calm the moment. "Brother, please, put emotions aside for now," he said. "I have an offer, straight from father himself." "What if we—" "Keep your offer," Hedrick snapped. "You can choke on it for all I care." Before anyone could respond, his projection flickered and vanished with a sharp whoosh, leaving a hollow echo behind. The remaining four were silent, exchanging uneasy glances. "Ha!" Hadison finally exhaled, rubbing the space between his brows in frustration. "I should have expected this." The silence stretched again, thick and suffocating, until Hillary, as always, broke it first. She rolled her shoulders back, the golden light from the hall glinting off her bare skin. "Well," she said dryly, "I suppose the family reunion is over." "Wait." Helen suddenly raised both hands, her voice cutting through the tension. "You can't just end it like this. Aren't we going to do anything? You've all seen the recent reports, you know what's happening out there." Her tone grew sharper, more urgent. "Our first brother officially declared that he needs the aid of the behemoth of purity, Kaylee's, to repel the combined forces of the savage behemoth and the behemoth of curses that are mobilizing rapidly in Sector 102. Do you even realize what that means? Kaylee's, of all beings, stands to gain the most from his downfall. And what exactly do you expect us to do?" Harry let out a bitter laugh. "This is a war involving 3 behemoths. 3. Do you think any of us can tip the balance? All we can do is offer moral support, and it's obvious even that doesn't matter anymore. The first brother doesn't see us as siblings. He did see you as siblings when he sheltered you from father's wrath." Helen snapped, her voice rising with anger. "If it weren't for him, you wouldn't even be alive, let alone have the chance to rebuild your realms. How can you just stand there and do nothing while he's out there fighting for his life?" "It's not that we don't want to, little sister," Hadison said, his tone weary but sincere. "It's that he doesn't. I came here ready, mentally and strategically, to offer him 10 full fleets. 10. Even though I'm already at war with an alliance of 2 centennial empires that's been raging for centuries. But he refuses. He won't even let us try." "I wasn't even born during those days," Helen said quietly, her expression tightening. "But tell me, did each of you not go to him personally when father turned his blade on you and your kingdoms? Did you not beg him to protect you when no one else dared stand up to father and his elite guard? Tell me, who else will you turn to if father rises against you again?" Her eyes burned with conviction. "I say we stop waiting for him to call. I say we form a united front and march to his aid immediately. Whether he wants it or not, we'll be there when the tide turns." Chapter 1756. "I suggest we form a unified front and go to his aid immediately. Why are you speaking in the plural?" Hillary arched an eyebrow, her tone dripping with mockery. "Do you think that just because you've managed to gather 4 fleets and sew some matching uniforms for your soldiers, you've suddenly become one of us?" Helen lowered her gaze, her lips pressing together, a blend of frustration and embarrassment visible in her expression. Hillary commanded a centennial empire with 25 fully armed fleets. Harry, her twin in ambition but not temperament, ruled over 98 planets and possessed 22 fleets of his own. In comparison, Helen's achievements still looked like the fragile beginnings of a dream she hadn't yet earned the right to claim. "The first brother's ambitions far exceed his actual capabilities," Harry said with a casual wave, his tone calm but laced with disdain. "Who in their right mind tries to take control of a galaxy seed without the backing of a behemoth, or at the very least, without securing the support of his own sector? He dragged himself into a war that even our father would hesitate to join, and now we're somehow the villains in someone's story because we didn't rush to help without being asked? That's insanity." "Well," Hadison finally spoke, raising both hands as if to calm the air, "maybe Helen is still young and inexperienced, but her personal power isn't any less than either of yours, perhaps even greater." His tone grew firmer. "And besides, the first brother has every right not to trust us. This could be our chance to rebuild the trust, if we send aid on our own initiative, not because he asked for it." "Ha!" Harry slammed his palm onto the table, the sound echoing through the grand hall. "Join a cosmic war with no profit? No assurances that my fleets or my men will even return? And when they're wiped out by the savage behemoth, what do? Go crawling back to father for another loan to shatter my spine even further? Forget it. I didn't come here to listen to meaningless slogans." Whoosh! In that moment, Harry's figure dissolved into a streak of light as he left the hall. "Humph! For the first time, I actually agree with that child." Hillary stood up gracefully, her crimson cloak flowing behind her. She gave Hadison a half-amused look. "The first brother bit off more than he could chew, and now he's choking on it. As long as he's choking quietly, without calling for help, why should we drag ourselves into the storm he created?" She tilted her head with a teasing smile. "See you at the next meeting with father, Hadison. Maybe you'll be the first brother by then." Her voice dropped slightly, mocking yet smooth. "Just don't spend too much time listening to children's fantasies." She cast a final glance toward Helen before vanishing in a golden shimmer. Helen exhaled deeply, her shoulders sinking as silence filled the hall once more. "I'm still here." Hadison spoke after several long seconds, his voice soft but steady. Aren't you going to try to convince me to join you, to help our brother? It wouldn't be fair for you to act alone, Helen replied, shaking her head slowly. I know you have your own wars to fight. I've already tried everything I could for the first brother, even though I have no glorious history with him like the rest of you, but since I failed, there's nothing left for me to regret. Hadison gave a short nod. You're right. I do have my own wars, and sending fleets across half the cosmos to reach the mid-sector 101 would be madness. But, he paused, eyes narrowing slightly, I can go myself. Spending 100,000 pearls to reach the sector personally isn't a waste, not when it's for Hedrick. That would be incredible. Helen's tone brightened slightly, her brows lifting. You're the only one among us who's become a monarch after the first brother. Your presence alone could change the tide. That was precisely the reason their father's anger had flared toward Hadison in recent years. Despite possessing both the power and the roots to ascend into a millennial empire, he had chosen to remain content as the ruler of a mere centennial one. Worse, he didn't even strive to expand to 400 planets. Such restraint, whether born of wisdom or apathy, made him a tempting target for the millennial empires of his sector. They saw in him a threat waiting to awaken, and before he could truly grow, they waged proxy wars through lesser empires to keep him shackled, stalling his rise before it could begin. Helen continued quickly, Can I come with you the same way? She shook her head, as if dispelling a foolish thought. Those two don't understand. Everyone already knows the first brother is your brother. If they swarm him like this and you remain passive, everyone will see how fragile your ties are, and the next time the blow comes it will strike you instead. Her tone sharpened, the worry behind it was plain. She narrowed her lovely brows a little, measuring the room. You're fighting the centenary empires by proxy now, placing pawns in contracts where you cannot show your full hand, but if first brother falls, you will fall with him. Your enemies will throw everything they possess at you, without mercy or hesitation. She gestured toward the empty chairs with a small, bitter laugh. And our dear short-sighted fourth brother and third sister sitting comfortably today will be wiped out within a century. Do they truly believe that their meager, private efforts are what hold their rule together? It isn't their strength, it's their father's reputation, the myths of brotherhood and legacy that prop them up. And I, Helen said, looking down and speaking softer, may not yet be known for who I am in the eyes of the masses, but one day everyone will know I am the first brother's sister, that I belong to this fractured family, and then that connection will be a stain on my face just like yours. Her voice carried a mixture of defiance and fear. She was making a bargain with reality as much as with Hadison. You've grown, Helen. Hadison sighed, and the sigh contained both fondness and a weary recognition. I still remember the few times I saw you standing beside father before you chose to step away, young, with raw talent and a reckless streak, stubborn, sharp-tempered. Back then everyone expected tremendous personal prowess from you but doubted your capacity to lead men. In the end they were right about some things, but you've finally begun to show true leadership. He studied her for a long beat, as if cataloging the small changes time had carved into her. I've gone through too much in my life to believe that personal strength alone is everything. Helen tilted her head further, a small, rueful smile ghosting her lips. The line left open whether she referred to the long, bitter war with Gazin or the night she struck at Jura. Both possibilities hung in the air like distant thunder. Hadison offered a faint, resigned smile and waved a hand to break the heaviness. Enough of that, practical matters. He leaned forward, voice slipping back into the businesslike calm he preferred. Do you have enough pearls for the Great Space Gate? It will cost you another 100,000 for the return trip. He raised one brow. The request sounded oddly pragmatic coming from a woman famed as the Lady of Poverty and Ruin. I can raise any sum easily these days. I have my ways, Helen replied, nodding with a confidence that belonged partly to experience and partly to careful calculation. She folded her hands for a moment, then looked up. So, see you at First Brothers, then. I'll see you there, in time. Hadison inclined his head once more, then with a soft whoosh as if someone had drawn a curtain across the room, he vanished, leaving only the faint scent of ozone and the echo of his last words. Young Sector 99, Planet Nihiri. Step. How many fleets do we have ready today? We've got a big order. Chapter 1757. We have a massive order. Zara strode swiftly through the endless corridors of a colossal complex, where the air itself hummed with activity. Countless workers moved in perfect rhythm like a swarm of tireless bees, each step echoing with the thrum of urgency. Behind her followed dozens of officials, engineers, and coordinators, all trying to match her pace but struggling to keep up with her relentless stride. At their head, of course, was Adrian Barnett, the strongest soul lord in the true beginning empire, panting slightly yet still maintaining his formal tone. Your Highness, what order are you referring to? We are already operating at full capacity. The northern Nihiri region isn't even fully prepared as an industrial base yet. We're still missing key infrastructure. Years earlier, Zara herself had decreed that the northern region be transformed into a grand shipyard, a warship cradle 10 times larger than that of Jura. Her long-term plan was to expand it even further later on, building specialized zones for armor forges, matrix constructors, weapon foundries, and other essential industries that would serve the Empire's war machine. But such ambition did not come easily. The landmass required for such a project, 10 times the size of the old dockyard, was nearly twice the size of the continent of Flame itself. Even with round-the-clock labor, Adrian and his teams had only managed to prepare a shipbuilding complex 7 times larger than the original. Construction crews were already working furiously across multiple layers of the site, while expansion continued outward day after day. The warlords themselves were participating personally, flattening mountains, redirecting rivers, and reshaping the very geography with the might of their soul force to make room for the Empire's dream fleet. For some reason, Zara said briskly as her heels struck the metallic floor, Brother Theo has ordered several fleets to be sent to Middle Sector 101, and they must arrive there within just 3 years. That means they need to start moving immediately. She increased her pace again, her robe sweeping behind her like a storm. What? Adrian halted mid-stride. The sudden stop caused the entire group behind him to collide in a chaotic tumble of papers, voices, and footsteps. He steadied himself quickly and sprinted after her again, his voice rising in disbelief. But that's insanity, Your Highness. Pure madness. How can we possibly gather multiple fleets for a war that's already raging in that sector? Where would we even find the resources, the ships, the crews? Zara didn't answer right away. Her lips pressed into a thin line, and though her heart trembled, her expression remained cold and imperial. She wanted to scream that she didn't know either, but as the highest authority under the Imperial brothers, she could not afford such a display. Brother Theo had always been the embodiment of logic and restraint. A master strategist who calculated every move with surgical precision. After all, he was the head of the intelligence network, the shadow mind that had secretly guided the rise of the 3 great empires for centuries. But this time, even for him, the situation he had created was perilous beyond reason. Marshal Caesar has already dispatched his aide, General Alexander, to command the fleets, Zara continued, her tone tightening with each word. He's doing everything possible to prepare for what seems to be an impossible campaign. He must face 200 fleets from the mid-belt. She exhaled sharply and forced her voice to remain steady. He managed to borrow 10 fleets from the armies of the Young Belt, under sealed orders from the 1st Shadow Sword and the 1st Marshal themselves. He's already on his way to Mid-Sector 101, but that won't be enough. We must send more after him. Adrian nearly lost his composure entirely. Facing 200 fleets from the mid-belt? And he's taking only 10 with him. His voice cracked in disbelief. How exactly does he plan to fight them? By performing comedy shows until they die of laughter. Zara turned her head sharply, her brows drawing together in a glare that could freeze iron. Adrian stiffened, immediately lowering his voice. I apologize, Your Highness, he said quickly, swallowing his frustration. But surely you realize how utterly irrational this sounds. Our duty, Zara replied coldly, resuming her march, is not to decide what is rational or insane. Our duty is to execute. Her voice grew firm, echoing through the metallic halls. Brother Theo accepted the mission. Brother Caesar accepted the mission. General Alexander accepted the mission. Are we the ones who will hesitate and refuse? Adrian clenched his jaw so tightly that his teeth ground audibly. He wanted to argue further, to say that no amount of loyalty could change the limits of production or the laws of time. No, Your Highness, he finally muttered, I didn't mean that, but with our current production rates, I'm afraid we won't be able to supply what he needs, even if we worked until our bones broke and walked on our heads. And what exactly is our current production pace? Zara's tone cut through the constant noise of machinery and shouting workers around them. Her words were precise, sharp, and heavy with authority. I already ordered the recruitment of more reshapers in every available sector, and commanded the creation of additional transport ships to cover all logistical needs. The chain of supply should be overflowing, not strained. Because of those orders, Your Highness, Adrian replied swiftly, sweat gathering at his temples, we've managed to reach, at this very moment, a production rate of 1 fully equipped fleet every 2 years. He took a hurried breath before adding, almost desperately, but trying to shorten that to a single year, even to 1 year and 11 months, would be outright lunacy. It's simply beyond our capacity. We'd need at least 5 more years before enough reshapers mature and gain the experience to work independently, before the shipyards themselves expand further and the industrial arrays stabilize. Zara did not answer. Her expression froze as she considered his words. 1 fleet every 2 years? That was a rate so absurdly high it bordered on divine achievement, utterly unrivaled even by the greatest powers of the mid-belt. And it wasn't just a number. Adrian was speaking about the construction of an entire armada, 1 node of supremacy 2 mothership, the pride of any empire, supported by 10 node of destruction class 3 vessels, and backed by 500 node of flood class 3 fighter ships. A total of 511 warships, each one built with the precision and grace that represented the peak of imperial craftsmanship, a perfection born from His Majesty's vision and refined endlessly by the sky-opening city after him. In the mid-belt, even empires that had endured for millions of years barely possessed between 20 and 40 fleets in total. Yet the true beginning empire could build that many in less than a century. Was it the vast number of planets overflowing with rare ores, living metals, and crystal cores required for shipbuilding? Was it the unmatched efficiency born of the shaping law, that foundational cosmic principle interwoven into the empire's every factory? Or perhaps the ancient shipbuilding techniques once monopolized by the Antares galaxy, now resurrected and enhanced by their own engineers? Maybe it was the new art of rune inscription personally developed by His Majesty? Whatever the reason, the path that had brought the true beginning empire to this level of supremacy was built upon countless miracles, tragedies, and discoveries, so vast and intertwined that no historian could ever list them all. And yet even such greatness was not enough. In the next 3 years, Zara said finally, her voice as steady as tempered steel, we must produce at least 10 fleets. Every single one of them must depart to reinforce General Alexander in the mid-belt. Adrian froze in place as though struck by lightning. Your Highness, that's impossible, he cried, his composure shattering. Even if no one slept, even if no worker saw their family or children for 3 entire years, and even if we whipped them day and night, it still wouldn't be enough. The factories would melt from overuse, the soul circuits would collapse, and the engineers would drop dead before the first year ended. He was already driving his people mercilessly, working them at the edge of physical and spiritual exhaustion just to satisfy the demands of the three empires, and more importantly, to please Her Highness herself. Any additional pressure would only lead to rebellion or ruin. It's fine, Zara said calmly, her tone unshaken. I'll remain here myself. I'll join them in the construction efforts. She continued walking until she reached the great reinforced gate at the end of the hall, and there, with quiet determination, she began removing the ornate pieces of armor from her wrists. Ha! Adrian's face twisted into a strange, conflicted smile, one that contained disbelief more than anything. Your Highness, with all respect, what purpose would that serve? Morale boosts are important, of course, but not to this degree. You can't possibly believe your presence alone will raise the production rate that drastically. He admired Zara, deeply. Her authority, her composure, her beauty, she embodied the imperial ideal. But he was also a man of logic and craft, someone who understood every bolt and beam that went into a fleet. For her to imply that her mere presence could turn 1.5 fleets into 10 in 3 years, it felt like a direct insult to everything he had built and everything he knew. A blow not only to the Empire's engineers, but to him personally. Step. Zara stopped. The air around her seemed to still. She turned her head slowly toward Adrian, her golden eyes glowing faintly beneath the corridor's light. Then, without a word, she stepped closer until only inches separated them. Her gaze locked onto his, sharp as a blade forged from wool itself. She lifted her hand and pressed a single finger against his chest, just enough for him to feel the weight of her authority. Don't forget, she said quietly, her voice low yet resonant like a war drum echoing in his soul, whose daughter I am. Chapter 1758. Adrian stared forward, his eyes unfocused, trembling faintly as though caught between fear and frustration. His teeth sank into his lower lip so hard that a thin line of blood began to bloom there, the metallic taste filling his mouth. In front of him, within the vast echoing expanse of the shipyard, Her Highness Zara stood in person, an image of poise and command. She was clearing the area meant for 10 shapers and their resources, giving sharp orders for them to leave immediately. The clamor of metallic footsteps and shifting crates filled the air, yet Adrian remained motionless, lost in a mixture of disbelief and agitation. Behind him, more than a dozen engineers, overseers, and handlers worked in anxious silence, each responsible for a crucial process in the manufacturing sequence. Heh, you're taking this way too personally, sighed the dwarf foreman beside him, giving Adrian a weary pat on the back. You're an employee, and she's the employer. Let her do what she pleases. That's the way of things. Bam! Adrian's patience snapped. His boot slammed into the dwarf's stomach, sending him crashing backward into a pile of supply crates with a muffled grunt. The others froze, stunned. Yet Adrian didn't even glance back. He just clenched his fists and kept staring toward Zara as if nothing had happened. Why would she humiliate us like this? He muttered through gritted teeth. We've given her everything we have, every drop of effort, every hour of our lives. Wasn't that enough? If you ask me, came a calm voice from behind a woman covered in grease and metal dust, the one in charge of the raw material conduits. Her Highness just wants to feel like she's contributing. She knows the limits of what's possible, but if she sits in her office doing nothing, she'll feel like she's failing. So she's here, trying to make a difference with her own hands. That's all. True enough, grunted the chief painter, his hands still streaked with golden lacquer. Her Highness is cultivating under the fundamental law of life. Maybe she's trying to put it into practice somehow? The only use I can think of would be to create beasts that help transport the materials faster. But, don't we already have golems and treants for that? Another worker asked hesitantly. Don't ask me, I just paint the hulls, came the irritated reply. Enough. Adrian barked suddenly, his voice sharp as a blade. The chatter ceased instantly. I won't allow anyone to speak ill of Her Highness, understood? He turned on them one by one, eyes burning with the intensity of a man defending something sacred. Listen to me, all of you. You will support her, you will cheer for her, and you will make her work easier however you can. Maybe even praise her every now and then. Understood? Understood. Yes, sir. Isn't that just kissing as? Thud. The speaker doubled over as a fist connected with his gut. He coughed, forced himself upright, and muttered in a breathless tone, understood. Gradually, everyone's gaze drifted back to Zara. Clank, clank, clank. A rhythmic hum filled the air as a small warship descended beside her, its metallic surface gleaming like liquid steel under the dock's pale lights. The vessel bore the markings of the note of Flood 3 series, an advanced, compact battleship model. The pilot disembarked swiftly, saluted with precision, and reported, "This is the newest ship produced as per your specifications, Your Highness. Do you have any further orders?" "No. You may leave." Zara's calm voice carried a quiet strength. She raised her gaze, her silver eyes scanning the vessel's 20-meter frame with meticulous care, tracing every plate, every curve, every faint pulse of energy along its hull. She herself had helped design this ship, indeed, she had contributed to all 3 iterations of the Flood series. Yet now, standing before her creation, she felt her heart racing in her chest. "Whoa," she exhaled softly, her breath trembling as she took several steps back. Her mind drifted to an ancient memory. Nearly half a millennium ago, her adoptive father had given her a gift. A gift so grand, so impossibly precious, it felt as if he were offering her a fragment of the heavens themselves. It was too much, too magnificent, so overwhelming that she had felt small, undeserving. She had wondered if he saw something in her that simply wasn't there. The weight of that expectation had crushed her until she sank into despair. But she had clawed her way out of that darkness because of one unshakable truth. Her father was the greatest being in existence. His will defined the possible and impossible. If he believed she could achieve something, then she would. Otherwise, his faith in her would have been misplaced, and that was something she could never allow. Now, centuries later, she was finally standing at the threshold of that promise. Before her was the culmination of generations of refinement, her chance to prove that his trust had not been in vain. And this time, the test would be public, monumental, and irreversible. Please, she whispered, her voice trembling like the faint hum of a storm engine. I don't want to be the reason father's belief falters. Her hands were shaking. She stared at them for a moment before tightening them into fists until her knuckles turned white. Crack! Her breath steadied. Determination, fierce and luminous, settled over her face like a second skin. Then she raised her hand toward the vessel and declared in a low, resonant voice that rippled through the shipyard like thunder. Crucible of greed. Crock! The earth beneath the warship convulsed violently, as though something ancient and titanic had awoken beneath the surface. Deep fissures tore open in the smooth ground, and from within them, 4 colossal walls of metallic stone erupted upward, each one engraved with living runes that shimmered faintly with green light. They rose in unison, enclosing the vessel like the jaws of a beast. Then, shhhhhh. From the edges of those towering walls, a ceiling unfolded and sealed the structure shut, locking the warship completely inside a cube of shimmering energy and stone. The ground groaned under the weight of the spellwork, dust spiraled through the air like smoke from a dying volcano. Adrian and the others froze in disbelief. They could only watch as the ship vanished into the heart of that living fortress. For what felt like an eternity, half an hour at least, nothing happened. Zara stood motionless at the center of it all, eyes closed, her breathing shallow, her presence expanding until even the air trembled with restrained force. Adrian's gaze softened, a flicker of pity leaking through his frustration. She doesn't even know where to begin, or what to do. It was the only explanation he could think of. But then, something shifted. Without warning, Zara's eyes snapped open, their emerald light cutting through the shadows like twin blades. She raised her arm sharply, and the air behind her howled as an invisible current began to churn. Clang, clang, crack. The ground beside her bulged upward, bubbling like molten glass before bursting into shape, a massive, amorphous creature of translucent clay and mud. Its skin pulsed like liquid, its body wobbling with every movement. 2 hollow eyes blinked open on its head, and an enormous mouth stretched across its torso. Then, with a deep, throaty rumble, whoosh, 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 hundreds of long, elastic arms shot outward from the creature's body, snatching at the heaps of raw materials scattered across the yard: steel, crystal, plasma cores, woven mana threads. Each arm changed size depending on its burden, some grew thick as trees, others thin as rope. The arms hurled their cargo into the creature's cavernous mouth. Gulp, gulp. The monster devoured everything with gluttonous enthusiasm. Its body swelled, layer upon layer of stone and liquid earth fusing and hardening. Then, Bayaik. It let out a booming burp that shook the scaffolding, rubbing its belly with almost human satisfaction before it began to chew, its internal layers grinding like mills of thunder. The next moment defied reason. The enormous creature started collapsing inward, compressing itself as if an unseen gravity was crushing it from within. Its form condensed, its features disappeared, and its glow became sharper, steadier, until it solidified into a giant cube of smooth stone and metal, exactly the same dimensions as the structure surrounding the warship. Then, silence returned, thick and heavy. The workers stood with mouths agape. Did anyone get what's going on here? One whispered. Obviously she's trying to do something, another replied nervously. Thwack. Alright, I will shut up. Adrian clenched his jaw. He needed, to see what was happening inside that strange cube, to understand what Her Highness was attempting. His soul force gathered instinctively, ready to probe. But he stopped himself. If she wanted this to be private, prying would be an insult beyond forgiveness. Zara didn't tolerate eyes that saw what she didn't reveal. Time crawled. An hour passed. Then too, the initial awe turned to unease. One by one, the supervisors and engineers left, returning to their stations. Adrian remained, still and drenched in sweat, his fists trembling as he fought the urge to look. By the 4th hour, his patience was all but gone. The tension had wrapped around his chest like chains. By the 5th, the day's shifts were nearly over. Department heads returned, holding their reports, only to find Adrian standing in exactly the same spot, his eyes locked on the same unmoving cubes, or perhaps on the lone figure beside them. Still no change. Her Highness is really pushing herself. Should we maybe talk to her? Quiet. Adrian hissed, veins rising on his temple. I'll see for myself what's happening. He let his soul sense flow outward, drifting like a mist toward the cubes, but before it could reach, KRRRR. The 2 massive cubes shuddered violently, then crumbled, collapsing inward before being swallowed back into the ground. The tremors subsided, the dust cleared, and in their place stood 2 identical warships. For a long, breathless moment, no one spoke. Then Zara's calm voice broke the silence, carrying a soft but commanding tone. Phew, it passed safely. Someone come and tow one away, I'm starting the next. Adrian blinked several times, his mind a storm of disbelief, awe, and confusion. Chapter 1759. After 3 years, the southeastern border of Midsector number 101. Silence. Hedrick placed his hands firmly behind his back, lifting his head high with a proud, unshaken posture. For the first time ever, he appeared publicly with his white hair tied neatly behind his head, revealing a hardened, unyielding face and a pair of crimson eyes that shimmered like polished ruby gemstones. His mere presence was enough to send a chilling wave through the hearts of all who beheld him. Despite wearing no armor whatsoever, his physique radiated the impression of an immovable fortress, an unbreakable wall no force could hope to cross. And before him, hundreds of thousands of warships encircled him in a massive bow-shaped formation, positioning Hedrick precisely at the very center. Hundreds of colossal motherships, thousands of auxiliary vessels, and hundreds of thousands of fully armed battleships, every last one of them had turned their prows toward Hedrick, their cannons glowing with the familiar white-blue luminescence that signaled full power and imminent readiness. In that moment, it seemed as though Hedrick stood surrounded by a constellation of blazing stars, stars that trembled with destructive energy, all prepared to strike him down simultaneously. Yet despite this ocean of overwhelming power, Hedrick did not take a single step back, and equally, the ships did not dare fire. SHHHK. At that instant, the main gate of the central mothership, located precisely at the heart of the bow formation, opened slowly, its metallic layers parting to reveal two figures stepping out. Had Sakaar been present, he would have recognized the man in the rear immediately, Marshal Brontaer, the very one who had wrapped him in burial cloth and whom Amon had hurled away with the hammer. That man stood at the absolute peak of the Nexus state, someone only one heartbeat away from taking the final, monumental step toward becoming a monarch. And yet, even his presence paled dramatically before the figure walking in front of him. The leading man had deep, dark skin. Even his eyes were unnervingly black and bulging, giving off a predatory gleam. A thick layer of overlapping scales covered his skull and the exposed parts of his body, reflecting the light like polished obsidian, and from behind him extended a long, sinewy tail with a hooked stinger at its very end. He advanced forward with heavy, deliberate footsteps, Brontaer following closely behind. Only when he reached a distance he deemed secure did he finally halt, lift his chin slightly, and speak. On a chessboard, the king moves only when death is closing in. So tell me, why have you chosen to use yourself as a mere pawn here? Should I consider this an admission of defeat? Consider me a special type of king, Hedrick replied loudly, his voice echoing across the battlefield so even the farthest soldiers could hear. One who can sever throats with his own hands, without waiting for anyone's assistance. And as always, no one here is going anywhere. You've done well surviving out here for the last 3 years, the man said, his voice deep and dismissive. But surely you didn't truly believe you could halt the advance of an entire army, 300 full fleets, by yourself forever, did you, Lord Hedrick? He leaned forward slightly, locking his pitch-black gaze with Hedrick's gleaming red eyes. The era of you throwing aside the rules of engagement is over. The era of you terrorizing the weak has passed, because I am the one standing in front of you now. Rules of engagement. Hedrick's lips curled into a distorted smile. Should I simply fold my arms and stand idly while an army marches toward my home? Should I wait patiently until they raise it to ashes so I can drift homeless through the void, just so you won't call it terrorizing the weak? He let out a short laugh and shook his head slowly. You people are hopelessly delusional. You can't distinguish between expansion wars and extermination wars. You send hundreds of fleets to obliterate me, and then you expect me to remain a distant spectator. The sheer stupidity is astonishing. And secondly, just because you showed up, Scorvian, you expect me to tremble, retreat, and stop bullying the weak. He raised one eyebrow, his expression filled with contempt. In my eyes, you're simply one more among the countless others. Since you came, I'll bully you the same way I bully them. Show some respect, Lord Hedrick. The dark-skinned, scale-covered man tightened his thick, leathery brows, his voice carrying a sharp edge. Am I, a guardian, just another weakling in your eyes? What do you imagine yourself to be exactly? Did you secretly obtain a galaxy spirit and ascend into a behemoth without anyone noticing? No, Hedrick replied calmly. I am a monarch of a law born from the path of destruction itself. While you are merely a guardian. Hedrick allowed a faint, confident smile to stretch across his face. Tell me, do you wish to play a little game with me now, since you believe the gap between a guardian and a monarch doesn't exist? Arrogance and classism, typical monarch behavior. The dark man's expression hardened, his features twisting in anger. You monarchs always claim superiority just because no one else wields the same law as you. You think that makes you untouchable. Such thinking is childish, utterly illogical. Indeed. Hedrick nodded slowly. It would be childish if that were truly the only difference between a monarch and a guardian. But that's not the only difference, is it? His smile deepened, carrying both amusement and a hint of threat. If you refuse to believe in the real gap between us, then very well. I'll give you a special lesson today. You dare. The dark-skinned man nearly lunged forward, his muscles coiling with killing intent, but he held himself back at the last possible moment. Indeed, the rumors had never stopped spreading. The difference between a custodian and a monarch wasn't merely a matter of titles, nor was it simply because one wielded an exclusive law while the other shared his law with several individuals. There was a far deeper division, one that most people only whispered about. In truth, the seventh cultivation realm had never originally been called behemoth, guardian, or monarch. These were merely labels attached to people depending on their state, their condition, and their relationship with their law. The realm itself had a more ancient name, law domination. In the seventh realm, a cultivator is said to dominate the law they have bled, sweated, and trained with throughout their entire life. They uncover its hidden layers, its subtle intricacies, its forbidden depths. And at that stage, if the law acknowledges them, the cultivator becomes its master, its monarch, gaining access to overwhelming authority and unmatched control. It is said that when someone becomes a monarch, he dominates the law in its entirety. He commands all of its power freely, drawing from it without restriction. But if another person breaks through using that same law, then a serious problem arises. The law grants no inherent superiority to either of them. Instead, both end up drawing from the same reservoir of power, splitting the source between them. It is like having a full meal to yourself one day, and waking up the next to find that someone else now shares your plate, leaving you with half, or even less. This idea has never been publicly confirmed. No monarch, no behemoth, no high realm figure has ever come forward to claim that it happened. Yet the actions of those people continue to fuel the rumor. Because whenever someone has long held the mantle of monarch over a law, and a new cultivator breaks through using that same law somewhere across the universe, the old one rushes across the cosmos to eliminate the newcomer immediately. Meanwhile, the newly ascended cultivator, who has never once felt the full, undivided strength of the law, remains confused, unable to understand why death is suddenly coming for him. Even to this day, battles to the death erupt among guardians. Some were former monarchs desperate to reclaim their stolen power. Some wish to test whether the rumor is true, and others simply don't believe any of it and desire the beautiful, coveted title of monarch for themselves. Chapter 1760. In all cases, everyone understands one thing clearly. Being a guardian who shares a 7th stage law with other cultivators is a terrible situation, an exceptionally dangerous and restrictive position that few would willingly accept. And yet, despite the risks and the countless stories of those who fell because of such choices, some people still choose to advance using a law already claimed by others. Why would anyone take that gamble? Because it is generally easier, safer, and perhaps the law itself is more powerful. For example, the patriarch of the Destra family generously provided all destruction path laws to his children, handing them down like weapons forged directly from his own comprehension. From Hedrick's perspective, among that arsenal, the strongest in his eyes was clearly the crumbling law, so he chose it without hesitation. But 6 of his siblings followed the same path after him, not because they sensed something he didn't, but simply because Hedrick had already demonstrated overwhelming power when he wielded it. He was the prodigy known across sectors as the son of destruction. Why would they dare choose anything else when his results were so absolute? Of course, those 6 were later killed in the vicious internal family war, and Hedrick eventually got rid of the competition without lifting a finger. But not every child born to the mighty behemoth families is so fortunate. Many minor laws are so alluring, so dangerously tempting, that numerous heirs throw themselves into brutal conflict just for a chance to claim them. For example, the famous purgatory law branching from the path of purity, one of the most violent, aggressive, and universally sought-after laws in that path. And also, the armoring, poison, and charge laws belonging to the ferocious savage path, each of them a treasure worth waging countless battles for. Scorpion glared at Hedrick with burning, smoldering anger, the type that threatened to erupt at any moment, yet he didn't dare take a single step forward. Not because he believed a monarch truly possessed greater strength, but because he knew precisely, down to the smallest detail, who he was standing before, the son of destruction. Good boy. Hedrick nodded twice, amused, when he saw Scorpion restrain himself. Tell me, he continued as he lifted his brows toward him with casual arrogance, what do you think the forces of Midsector 101 will say when they see you, a foreign infiltrator, standing here in front of me while negotiations are supposed to be ongoing at the border? Aren't you even slightly afraid that this whole ridiculous charade will be exposed in an instant? More than 3 years ago, Theo came to him with urgent news. A joint army from the cursed Behemoth Galaxy and the savage Behemoth Galaxy had gathered on the borders of Midsector 101 with one clear purpose, to eliminate him. Theo told him he must request aid from the Radiance Galaxy to halt that external threat. And if Radiance refused to intervene, then Hedrick would have no choice but to invade Radiance itself and fight the Behemoth Kales to the death. But fortunately for everyone involved, the Radiance Galaxy decided to step back rather than escalate the war. They sent envoys to obstruct the enormous army at the sector's borders. That political announcement was made more than 3 years ago, and even now, the so-called negotiations are still ongoing, a performance dragging endlessly with no conclusion. At least, until today, the threat from that direction had been completely restrained, until this very moment. Today, one of the Forswarm chiefs slipped through all those barriers, infiltrated the region, and reached the command level of the army targeting the heart of the crumbled Dreams Empire. Kales deceived the universe into believing she was trying to stop everyone and protect her supposed allies, yet somehow she allowed a custodian to slip through her territory unnoticed? Announce whatever you like. Scorpion showed a mocking, almost playful smile. Couldn't I simply have taken a long detour and separated myself from the negotiation site? What a pathetic excuse. Then he stared straight into Hedrick's red eyes with pure ridicule. Secondly, if you know it's all a staged act, then why participate at all? If you truly have the courage you boast about, come attack us at the border, fight like a man, like a real warrior, like the champion you always pretend to be. Why should I fight with honor against those who possess none? Hedrick tilted his head slightly, his voice steady and cold. I fight alone in a war the entire universe calls cosmic, alone. Have you no shred of pride? How do any of you sleep at night when all of you gather together just to hunt a single man? Exclamation point. Scorpion's expression darkened further before he exploded. Alone. Then what do you call the shadow swords? He had intended to expose what he believed was the involvement of one of Hedrick's allies, to strike at Hedrick's reputation and shake the balance of the confrontation. But the moment the words escaped his mouth, his expression twisted into instant regret. He lowered his head, wishing, begging internally, that his voice had been quieter, that the silence of space had swallowed his accusation before anyone heard it. But fate showed him no mercy. Heh, ah ha ha ha. Hedrick released a slow, taunting laugh that echoed with deliberate cruelty. Truly, aren't you embarrassed? Mentioning an intelligence organization whose only job is to trade information? Not a single one of them has ever lifted a sword, fired a cannon, or even raised a hand against your forces, yet you count them among my supporters? What next? Will you accuse the Soul Society delivery couriers of being part of my grand army? Hedrick raised his hand casually, as if brushing aside a meaningless complaint, and pointed forward, past Scorpion, toward something far behind him. Scorpion, for your own good, return to your ship. Play cards with that clown behind you, yes, that one who got knocked unconscious by a world cataclysm and drifted half-dead in open space for a year. His eyes narrowed, and his voice turned colder. Today will pass like every other day in the past 3 years. You will not take a single step forward, not an inch, and I will restrain myself from painting this region of space with blood and shattered machinery. Brontear's jaw tightened until his teeth nearly cracked. A surge of humiliation, anger, and sheer disbelief washed over him. Normal? Hedrick dared call years trapped among those cursed crimson soldiers normal. Nothing, absolutely nothing, about their existence was normal. But even with fury boiling inside him, he kept silent. In the presence of Lord Hedrick, even the proudest officers knew when their tongues would only lead to disaster. Brontear was here for one purpose, to transmit orders if demanded. Nothing more. Scorpion, meanwhile, slowly turned his head, following the direction of Hedrick's gesture. And the moment he saw what Hedrick was pointing at, his lips peeled back, revealing long fangs in a snarl of instinctive rage. Hedrick had not pointed at Scorpion's immense swarm of 300 fleets. No, he had pointed at what lay farther back, hidden behind them like a silent blade. A second swarm. A formation of 90 fleets, cannons primed and aimed directly at the backs of the Allied forces, aligned with perfect precision, positioned like an execution squad ready to fire the instant Hedrick gave the slightest nod. At the forefront of that formation stood a man with his arms folded across his chest, his expression carved from stone, radiating a seriousness that could freeze the blood of veterans. His anger was obvious, barely restrained. It was Hedrick's first marshal, Fargus. And at that moment, his voice thundered across the communication channels, Bruentour. We still have a battle that remains unfinished. Pray, truly pray that Lord Hedrick doesn't give the order today either. Only then did the entire picture become clear. After the Allied army departed for the mid-sector on their grand operation, Fargus had received a direct command, take his full army and follow them, no matter the distance. When the Allied swarm finally arrived and launched their assault, intending to break through all the way to Shotherplanet as the grand strategy demanded, they found something they never expected. Hedrick was already there, standing alone, firm as a mountain no one could move. The moment they fired their cannons at him, sensors detected a second threat approaching fast, Marshal Fargus's entire swarm closing in from behind. The substitute commander of the Allied swarm had tried to maneuver, to escape the trap, to circle around Fargus and force Hedrick and the Marshal into the same direction, but Fargus had anticipated the attempt. He immediately retreated, widening the gap between them, opening the perfect kill corridor, and Hedrick struck them from behind with devastating precision. Caught between two unstoppable forces, the Allied swarm could neither advance nor retreat. Their only option was to halt completely. So the commander swallowed his pride and negotiated with Hedrick, agreeing to remain dormant, better to sleep than die in a hopeless slaughter. A year later, Brontear managed to infiltrate the Allied swarm and reclaim leadership, but even he could not fix the impossible situation. He, like the rest, remained trapped in enforced stillness, drinking hot beverages and waiting for orders that never came, for years. Their humiliation didn't end there. They eventually forged a strange, reluctant deal with Hedrick, permission to descend on nearby planets for food and water, in exchange for enormous payments directly to Hedrick himself. A cosmic army, reduced to tenants paying rent to their enemy. And Hedrick, of course, never let them forget it. Chapter 1761. Hedrick was positioned firmly at the front, while Fargus and his 90-fleet armada stood strategically at the other side of the battlefield, forming a formidable line of support if needed. But that wasn't the full picture. There was something else, something simultaneously bizarre and almost laughably ridiculous. At the farthest edge of the coalition army's right flank, 10 enemy fleets stood completely isolated, alone against the vast expanse of the battlefield. That small armada, composed of only 10 fleets, had appeared a mere 2 months ago. And instead of moving to stand beside Hedrick or integrating with Marshal Fargus's forces, the audacious commander of that armada had the sheer arrogance to stage a mock blockade on the right flank, pretending as if he carried any real weight or could enforce a siege on his own. The sight of them was both strange and pitiful, almost laughable in its futility. The battlefield could now be visualized as a fierce lion in the center, encircled and trapped from both front and rear by 2 massive wolves, while a tiny, defiant mouse on the side continued to jump provocatively, trying desperately to be noticed. Naturally, nobody paid them the slightest attention. If they wanted to remain isolated and die when combat erupted, nobody would stop them. They were simply ignored entirely. For the past 2 months, no battles had taken place, and the small armada had simply drifted there. But everyone knew if a battle were to break out, they would be the first to be crushed. This was merely to allow the coalition armadas full freedom to maneuver freely on the right and left flanks as they wished, without interference. I hope you know what you're doing, Lord Hedrick. Scorpion returned his gaze directly into Hedrick's eyes. Stacking your forces in this manner, and standing here yourself for 3 years, don't you realize that you're casting the actual battlefield into the abyss? Especially when we know exactly what happened to your Marshal Larn. At this precise moment, a massive confrontation was supposed to be underway, 1,600 fleets led by Monarch Zarian against 280 fleets, divided between Marshal Livia and Marshal Larn. Zarian had already crushed more than a quarter of the starfield, annihilated hundreds of planets, and purged hundreds more. His advance was steady, relentless, and methodical. Yet Livia's and Larn's forces did not allow him even a moment of respite. They denied him the chance to advance freely, forcing him to constantly adjust. It was said that they possessed highly advanced communication devices that allowed them to appear at a point, strike a specific target, and then vanish instantly before being surrounded. They became like ethereal specters, striking from the flanks and rear, repeatedly targeting the joints and weak points of the massive army whenever it tried to regroup. The number of casualties on either side was not enormous, but the effectiveness of their hit-and-run strategy significantly slowed Zarian's progress toward his inevitable goal, preventing him from completing his objectives as swiftly as expected. As for what had happened to Marshal Darn, he had been struck by an extraordinarily powerful soul curse during his battle against a marshal from the cursed Behemoth Galaxy. Since that encounter, he had not appeared personally on the battlefield again. That was all the information anyone had about him. At this very moment, no one knew who was leading his forces, or even whether he was still alive. This is my war, and I will conduct it exactly as I see fit. Hedrick tilted his head slightly to the side. Now that you have arrived, what do you intend to do? Will you sit quietly with your brothers as a polite guest, as they have done for the past 3 years? Or, Hedrick's eyes glimmered with a sharp, predatory light, do you want to taste the difference between a monarch and a guardian? Unfortunately, I did not come to play the role of a guest anywhere. I came to be the one in command of this place. Scorvian lifted his chin with a deliberate, unyielding confidence. Then he gestured for Brontear to step back. Whoosh! Brontear nodded immediately and flew back toward the mothership he had exited from, making strange, deliberate hand signals along the entire path. Scorvian, however, kept his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Hedrick. Come then, let me test the true strength of a monarch. As you wish. Hedrick drew his massive arm back, and in the same instant, released it with flawless precision. Whoom! A colossal palm, fused with the minor crumbling law, surged forward toward Scorvian with unstoppable force. Not that easily. Scorvian's tail lashed forward violently. A dense, dark, oppressive energy radiated from the tip of his stinger as it shot straight toward the center of Hedrick's incoming palm. The moment it made contact, the stinger punched a small, precise hole through the enormous palm and began analyzing and breaking it down, as if some corrosive acid had been embedded in its tip. But, bang! The immense palm continued forward relentlessly and struck Scorvian directly in the chest. Ghhhk. He was hurled backward like a cannonball, crashing through the void with tremendous force. Fire! Bam, bam, bam. It was as if Brontear had been waiting for this exact, long-anticipated moment. The instant Lord Scorvian moved away from the scene, he immediately commanded a full-scale, synchronized volley of fire. The 300 fleets, made up of hundreds of thousands of warships of all classes and sizes, unleashed their heavy and light cannons simultaneously, each one perfectly aimed at Hedrick. The sheer coordination of the barrage created a wall of destruction hurtling across the void. Boom! As every single shot converged at a precise point, the very fabric of space trembled violently, rippling with the impact. Dust, energy trails, and fragments from smaller strikes scattered across the battlefield like a storm of sparks. Brontear's eyes widened to their limits as he tried to take in the devastating scene. He wanted to witness firsthand whether the strategy he had meticulously arranged with Lord Scorvian would succeed, to see whether Hedrick, even as a monarch, would survive the onslaught, or if his body would be torn apart and scattered across the expanse of space. Even a monarch was not easily capable of surviving a strike of this magnitude. But of course, it wouldn't be that simple. Fire! Bam, bam, bam. Fargus roared in a furious, earth-shaking bellow, signaling his own attack in righteous retaliation for the ambush his lord had suffered. Nearly 90 fleets opened fire at once, striking at the exposed rear of the coalition armada with precise coordination. Their cannons unleashed a torrent of destruction aimed at the flanks and vulnerable points, creating chaos and confusion. Even though the coalition armada had stationed multiple protective fleets to defend the rear, the simultaneous, unified assault made it practically impossible to counter every attack. RRRR, bang! Hundreds of small warships from the coalition armada erupted instantly in blinding explosions, while sections of the larger vessels were ripped apart. Debris and shattered fragments spread wildly in all directions, turning the battlefield into a chaotic storm of wreckage. Damn it! Brontear growled, realizing that at least one full armada had just been obliterated in a single strike. Yet he did not flinch, nor did he panic. He had anticipated such losses would occur in a battle of this magnitude. Without hesitation, he opened all communication channels and issued precise, decisive orders. All fleets, split formation immediately. Spread to the right, left, up, and down, then advance toward the rear. Encircle those scoundrels. Today, we finish them once and for all. Understood. TSSSH. Noted. TSSSH. A wide, victorious grin spread across Brontear's massive face, radiating confidence and anticipation. Even if Lord Hedrick somehow survived, he would be severely injured from this initial strike, and Lord Scorvian would take care of the rest. Now, they had only one remaining offensive advantage, a 3-to-1 superiority over Fargus and his forces. Finally, the crushing, humiliating silence that had plagued them for years would come to an end today. And then he would return to personally eliminate that cursed Crimson Soldier once and for all. But suddenly, boom! A massive, thunderous explosion, accompanied by a subtle but powerful shudder in the very fabric of space, snapped Brontear out of his daydream. His mind raced. What is happening? Marshal, it's the right flank. Something is happening there on the right flank. Chapter 1762. A few seconds earlier, on the right flank, the situation is about to ignite. One of the veteran officers in the command cockpit spoke in a heavy, gravelly voice that carried the weight of countless battles. It seems that finally, after 2 full months of waiting and tension, we will actually be joining the war today. Does not Lord Hedrick fear for his position at all? He is standing right in the middle of an arc made of hundreds of thousands of cannons pointed straight at him. He must be prepared. A man like him did not reach that terrifying level of power by accident or luck. Shush, this is not the time for small talk. The man positioned at the center of the cockpit lowered his hand sharply to silence the chatter. Is the artillery fully prepared? Everything is ready, General Alexander, the officers declared with firm voices. Alexander stepped forward, adding a few more steps as if his body instinctively wished to leave the cockpit entirely and go stand beside Hedrick himself. Send orders to everyone. If the battle erupts, we will immediately execute the crab maneuver. SHKK. Instantly, all the officers began transmitting orders across the 10 fleets. Although these fleets had originally been gathered from the 3 armies in the Young sector, they were repainted in a unified silver color, and every crew member aboard them was brought from the hardened veterans of the 1st Army in the Middle sector, men and women who had pierced the sky countless times and conquered planets in their long service. And all of them were deeply familiar with the cunning and sharp leadership of General Alexander, the 3rd highest figure in the 1st Army. Because of that, the order was executed immediately, without a single word of debate. But after the orders had been distributed and the plan confirmed, one of the female officers asked cautiously, General, with your permission, why did we rely on a defensive plan? We are positioned on the flank. Is not our duty usually much more offensive? This is nothing but an illusory advantage. Alexander shook his head slowly. They do not acknowledge our presence. When the moment the battle truly begins arrives, they will move as if we are completely invisible. Our cannons will not frighten them or redirect their path. In their minds, they will simply advance straight toward us, crush our fleets as they pass, and then continue circling behind Marshal Fargus. Oh, that will be very good, several officers smiled with a mix of nerves and anticipation. In truth, even Marshal Fargus had repeatedly sent them orders to fall back and take shelter within the central body of the army. But Alexander refused every time, insisting he would remain in his position to create a tactical advantage that no one else could see. When Marshal Fargus finally grew exhausted from trying to convince him, he offered to send 20 fleets as reinforcements to strengthen the flank, to turn it into a significant formation, and to ensure they would not be wiped out in mere moments. He knew well that Alexander and his men had come from the Shadow Swords, and he surely did not want them to die pointlessly and enrage the Shadow Swords, whose presence kept the war burning. But once again, Alexander rejected the offer with sharp resistance, saying that sending reinforcements would destroy everything, and Marshal Bronteer would immediately devise counterplans against them, something he absolutely did not want. So Fargus surrendered completely to the situation and started behaving as if Alexander and his entire force simply did not exist. Boom! At that instant, several incredibly fast exchanges of fire erupted, ending with a massive strike directed at Lord Hedrick, and another equally devastating strike from behind aimed at the coalition fleets. Everything unfolded in less than a single second, and in the very next second, a quarter of the coalition armada, nearly 70 fleets, suddenly turned toward the right flank, toward them. Attention! Alexander roared with full force. Fire! Bam, bam, bam. The cannons of all 10 fleets unleashed chaotic volleys, filling the void with blue flashes. Among them stood only 5,000 Nota Flood 3 vessels, each equipped with 4 cannons capable of unloading 20,000 rounds, not to mention the support ships and the colossal motherships, whose continuous fire made them look like blazing miniature stars. Boom! The coalition ships, which had just emptied their massive barrage of cannon fire onto Hedrick, never expected such an overwhelming counterattack. Hundreds of vessels were obliterated instantly, and many others suffered heavy damage, yet they did not stop. Their cannons lit up again, blazing with energy as they prepared to engage in a deadly exchange of fire, intending to wipe out the enemy before passing through. It was an essential part of their mission. But then, something strange happened. Fire! Bam, bam, bam. The orders came once again with a sharp, echoing authority, and the 10 fleets opened fire on them all over again, unleashing another wave of violent energy across the battlefield. What? The generals and command officers inside the coalition army's command pods jumped from their seats in disbelief. Did not those vessels understand what reload time and cooling time meant for their cannons? Were they insane enough to fire without pause? And then again, fire! Bam, bam, bam. The moment the coalition ships pivoted away from Lord Hedrick and fully faced the 10-fleet armada before them, 3 consecutive volleys struck them, each one unleashed without hesitation. Even the massive motherships participated every time, and each mothership carried 2 colossal cannons, each cannon capable of outputting the force of a complete strike from a medium-level world cataclysm. The amount of destructive power coming from what should have been ordinary energy cannons was absurd. This level of firepower had no place in a battlefield like this. It was the kind of might usually reserved exclusively for the fleets belonging to the behemoths themselves. By this point, the total damage inflicted by the 3 successive barrages was barely any less than what Fargus and his overwhelming army had unleashed from the rear. The 70-fleet armada had suffered a devastating blow, but even so, this advantage was not something that would last forever. Destroy them, the general responsible for the right flank roared with explosive fury, his voice shaking the command chamber. The coalition armada reformed instantly, ready to launch yet another massive assault. Bam, bam, bam. A little under 70 war fleets opened fire simultaneously in a synchronized attack that lit up the void. The sight was so bright and violent that it looked as if a newborn star had detonated right there in the middle of the battlefield. Hundreds of thousands of energy shots streaked across space, and mixed among them were dozens fired from mothership-grade cannons. A single barrage of this magnitude should have been enough to wipe out half of the enemy's small armada in one go. But, zoo, the warships belonging to the Note Armada began disappearing and reappearing, shifting sideways by hundreds of meters to the right or the left in mere instants. Ha! Everyone watching, from generals to low-ranking analysts, widened their eyes to the maximum in utter shock. Since when could gigantic warships the size of fortresses move sideways with such absurd, impossible speed? Lateral movement of this caliber was something that went against every conventional design of large-scale war machines. Whoosh, whoosh. Most of the shots fired toward the Note Armada vessels were completely avoided through these sudden lateral shifts. And even the rounds that did manage to strike a ship triggered an even stranger reaction. The energy projectile, upon touching the ship's hull, behaved as if it had hit a slick, oily surface. It made contact, slid across the armor in a smooth curve, and then was abruptly redirected away, deflected at a sharp angle into open space. Only the command vessels of the older Note of Supremacy 2 class lacked this extraordinary property. Those ships had no option but to block the incoming attacks using their shields, consuming enormous energy in the process. But with the immense supply of pearls that Alexander had brought, he had absolutely no problem reinforcing the shields over and over without concern for energy expenditure. In that massive combined barrage unleashed by nearly 70 war fleets, the Note Armada, under the firm and precise leadership of General Alexander, lost only 3 small warships of the Note of Flood class, and nothing more. Chapter 1763. The generals and officers of the Allied army's armada stood frozen in absolute silence, staring wide-eyed at something that, by every known rule of warfare, should have been utterly impossible. Despite having a numerical advantage nearing 7-1, despite engaging at extremely close range and directly face-to-face, they had managed, after all that firepower, to bring down only 3 battleships. What is happening here? Prepare to fire again, immediately. On the other side, Alexander clenched his fist so tightly that his knuckles whitened, his heartbeat hammering with a mixture of exhilaration and a faint tremor of fear. This was the very first time he had ever commanded an aerial battle of such overwhelming magnitude, a clash that could reshape entire regions of space. What had just occurred before his eyes was nothing short of a miracle, an unprecedented feat in the entire field of aerial combat sciences. But miracles, he knew all too well, never came without a cost. The crab maneuver relied on a 4th-degree space law to instantaneously teleport massive warships in unpredictable bursts, shifting them left and right within an incredibly narrow zone. Each single teleportation consumed hundreds of pearls per ship, an astronomical amount of resources. That amount of pearls alone was enough to trigger a war between empires by itself. Yet the wars of the true beginning empire were never waged for pearls. Their purpose was dominance, expansion, and absolute control over resources. One could accurately say that the military doctrine of the true beginning empire revolved around burning its enemies by deliberately burning its own wealth and reserves to overwhelm them. Alexander released a long, controlled exhale, steadying his thoughts. The first phase of the mission had finally been completed, the complete immobilization of the right-wing armada and preventing them from advancing with freedom or confidence. Now came the moment he had been waiting for, the moment of the counteroffensive. Fleets 1, 2, 9, and 10 execute the rampaging Serpent offensive array and the reflective dome defensive array. Alexander declared in a firm voice, issuing what sounded like 2 contradictory orders at once. Understood. The officers responded instantly and began coordinating with practiced precision. The 4 fleets positioned at the border of the larger formation detached themselves from the defensive stance. A heartbeat later, something strange, almost surreal, began to unfold. The Note of Flood battleships started aligning one behind another, sliding smoothly into formation. In the blink of an eye, what had been dozens of scattered crafts reshaped themselves into 4 long, twisting ribbons that resembled colossal serpents. Vroom! The leading craft in each line ignited with radiant energy, its surface glowing as it unleashed a massive surge of power while burning pearls at a ferociously rapid pace. Then, whoosh, it accelerated sharply. Behind each leader followed 499 perfectly synchronized crafts, forming a tightly packed, impeccably disciplined column, cosmic serpents born not just to travel through space, but to tear through armies. Anyone watching from the distance might easily mistake them for ancient space monsters awakening from myth. Grr! The first craft, the Serpent's Head, was engineered specifically to strike and break space itself, carving a streamlined path for the fighters behind it. This allowed the rest to travel at astonishing speeds. It also projected a focused defensive dome, protecting itself while dedicating all its systems to its single purpose. The crafts behind it, however, devoted their efforts to something entirely different. Whoosh! Within mere moments, the 4 serpents pierced clean through the Allied armada. Their terrifying velocity left every observer speechless, mouths hanging open in disbelief. Bam, bam, bam. At that moment, the 4 cannons mounted on every ship swung violently left and right before unleashing torrents of chaotic, indiscriminate fire. DJJZZZZ. Meanwhile, the massive capital ships belonging to those fleets initiated another maneuver altogether. The 10 support ships encircled the mothership at the center and began rotating around it in a perfectly synchronized rhythm. Slowly, a luminous hexagonal energy field materialized around them. This was the reflective dome array, one of the strongest defensive constructs known. It reflected nearly 70% of incoming attacks back at their source while absorbing the remainder. Though it prevented them from launching attacks, it granted them near absolute survival during the temporary absence of their deployed fighters. The 4 enormous defensive bastions advanced forward and boxed in the Allied armada from both sides, presenting themselves as seemingly easy targets the enemy could strike freely and without restraint. And indeed, within seconds, an overwhelming storm of attacks rained down upon them. BZZZZT, BZZZZT. The 4 colossal shields flickered violently, trembling under the sheer pressure of the continuous bombardment. Their surfaces warped, cracked, and erupted in bursts of dispersed energy, devouring their reserves of pearls with a greed that bordered on terrifying. Yet, despite all that, they endured and held their ground. Their shimmering layers repeatedly collapsed and reformed, fighting to remain stable amid the chaos. At the same moment, the four serpents twisted and darted between the enemy armada with breathtaking velocity, their movements a blur of controlled savagery. From time to time, one of the serpents coiled tightly around a massive mothership, its formation tightening like a constricting beast before unleashing a ruthless storm of firepower until the ship detonated in a colossal explosion. Whenever a craft within the rampaging serpent array was struck and destroyed, there was no pause, no hesitation, its companions surged instantly forward to occupy its place. The formation flowed like a living creature, adapting seamlessly, pressing on as if the fallen craft had never existed at all. And as though all of this was not already overwhelming the Allied armada beyond reason, Alexander's voice thundered across the comms once more, carrying both urgency and absolute command. Fleets 3 and 8, advance 30 points. Fleets 4 and 7, advance 50 points. All units, commence simulation of the pulse shield array immediately. KRSSSH, KRSSSH. The commands flashed through the comms system and reached the four fleets instantly. Without even a heartbeat of delay, the fleets advanced in perfectly synchronized motion, engines roaring as they shifted into their new positions. When they finally arrived at their designated coordinates, each of the 511 crafts within every fleet began drifting into precise formation. Their hulls started glowing faintly, then brightly, as intricate runic patterns, unique for each craft, etched themselves into visibility. Within seconds, the sky was filled with the shimmering outlines of four bizarre, radiant fortresses, monuments of energy floating in war-torn space. Alexander nodded firmly as those four airborne fortresses fully manifested on both wings. These arrays were designed to attract every incoming attack toward themselves, then dismantle and neutralize the strikes using a complex fusion of resonance waves path and gravity path. Their structure was so robust, so carefully engineered, that they could comfortably withstand the enemy armada's concentrated fire for at least an entire hour without faltering. And this was in addition to the reflective dome arrays positioned on either side of the enemy's own armada, pulling attacks toward them and reflecting most of the assault back toward their origin. It was a battlefield of controlled chaos, but the chaos belonged entirely to Alexander. At that decisive moment, Alexander issued his final and most consequential order. Fleet 5 and Fleet 6, initiate the orbital flood array. Vroom! The only two fleets that had remained stationary until now, the two positioned at the heart of the formation, suddenly erupted into a storm of activity. The 500 note of Flood 3 battle crafts ignited their engines simultaneously, spinning around the flagship like a raging cosmic vortex. Their movement resembled a swirling hurricane of steel and fire, each ship tracing a perfect orbit as though choreographed by the heavens themselves. Meanwhile, the Destruction Note 3 support vessels glided into exposed vantage points, ideal for launching long-range suppressive fire. Then, as if answering a silent signal, they unleashed a coordinated barrage that lit up the battlefield. At the center of this maelstrom, the mothership of both fleets focused entirely on maintaining an immense energy shield, a barrier meant to protect everything and everyone within its reach. Only after positioning every formation, every ship, and every array with flawless precision did Alexander finally allow himself to sit. His movements were slow and heavy, fatigue weighing on his shoulders. Sweat streamed down his forehead, dripping steadily as he kept his breathing under control. These arrays were not simple strategies, they were the distilled essence of centuries of experience. They were the culmination of requests and refinements made by pilots who had spent nearly 500 years forging the Empire's expansion day after day. They were the pinnacle of everything the engineers and commanders of Sky Opening City had achieved. This was the apex, the absolute summit of the military might of the true beginning empire. In a battle of such colossal magnitude, all Alexander could do was push the Empire's technology, wealth, and accumulated power to their absolute limit, and entrust everything that remained to fate. Chapter 1764. Fall back, all of you. Fargus shouted with tremendous force the very instant he saw the Allied army's armada splitting apart into four enormous groups, accelerating upward, downward, and sweeping fiercely to the right and left. The maneuver was too precise, too sudden, clearly meant to enact a reverse encirclement on Fargus's armada, to swallow it whole while Lord Hedrick remained occupied elsewhere, completely unable to intervene for the moment. The only solution was to retreat at maximum speed, widen the distance as much as possible, and maintain long-range bombardment. If they slowed even slightly and allowed that encirclement to close in fully, then everything, every ship, every soldier, would be finished in minutes. But even amidst that chaos, he did not forget the units under his command. Send word to young Alexander immediately. He is to withdraw at once. Tell him to keep retreating until the enemy's right-wing armada stops pursuing him, and once their chase stalls, he is to circle around and strike them hard from behind to spread confusion in their ranks. Just that will be enough to support our main formation. In truth, this order was nothing more than Fargus's subtle way of pushing that troublesome unit far out of his way, flinging that suicidal division toward a distant direction before they ended up dying under his watch and attracting undesired accusations from the Shadow Swords. Return to strike from the back? By the time they even attempted such a maneuver, the situation would be long decided, and their intervention would be meaningless, carrying no weight whatsoever. But the reply came back much sooner than expected. I'm afraid that is no longer possible, Marshal. General Alexander has already engaged the right-wing armada. What? Fargus roared in outrage. Show me what's happening there immediately. I want the full image, no delays. Fargus had already deployed numerous scouting crafts across the battlefield, creating a broad surveillance web that allowed him to observe the clash from every angle. And as the image materialized, he leaned forward instinctively. At that exact moment, the enemy armada that had surged toward the right wing was encircled, completely and unmistakably. Fargus's brows tightened, forming deep lines as if he were struggling to grasp the surreal scene unfolding before him. For giant serpents, each formed of hundreds of tightly packed ships, were weaving and slithering freely inside the enemy formation, tearing through vessels and pulverizing anything reckless enough to drift close. On the right and left flanks of the enemy armada, vast defensive matrices were slowly advancing, squeezing the armada inward, attempting to crush the space it occupied like a vice. And no matter how much firepower they endured from all directions, they did not appear close to collapsing anytime soon. There were also 4 colossal defensive bastions at the back, pulling enemy fire toward themselves like magnets and dismantling every barrage aimed at their allies. The fortresses marched forward with terrifying steadiness, trying to link up with the flanking matrices to form something resembling an enormous pincer around the allied armada, a gigantic crushing mechanism closing from all sides. At the center, 2 massive cyclone fleets spun like raging storms, launching merciless attacks without pausing for even a breath. Every shot fired by their fighter crafts found its mark with uncanny precision, and every strike from their support vessels shattered something in its path. They kept their distance deliberately, sniping with cold calm, because the 4 advancing fortresses absorbed every attack meant for them, shielding them like live-in walls of metal. What in hell? Fargus stepped forward in disbelief, the entire spectacle playing out like a colossal crab trying to strangle a furious shark. But the strangest part was not the formation itself, it was the realization that hit him with the force of a hammer. They're winning. They're actually pushing them back. The 4 serpents, despite their ferocity, were still taking damage constantly, ships falling from their coils one after another. The cyclone fleets also suffered scattered hits, losing crafts here and there amidst the chaos. But compared to the outrageous rate at which the enemy ships were being annihilated, their losses were practically insignificant. For almost every single craft that fell from Alexander's division, 20 enemy ships were exploding into debris in return, an exchange ratio so absurd that it left even veteran commanders speechless. "Marshal, should we still order them to retreat?" the communications officer asked, after recalculating the situation with shot bleeding into his voice. "Retreat? They're crushing them." Fargus's eyes widened to their absolute limits. What's wrong with these fleets exactly? What are these formations? Where in the world did these ships come from? Then, after several stunned seconds, Fargus thrust his finger toward the shimmering screen. "Send them 30 support fleets, now, immediately. Do not waste a single second." "Marshal," the officers inside the command cabin burst out in shock, their voices overlapping in a wave of disbelief. Sending 30 fleets, 30, was not simply bold, it bordered on madness. That was more than a third of everything they currently had deployed on this front. If they committed such a massive force, what would they use to face the remaining enemy armadas pressing in from the other sides? But Fargus did not waver for even a heartbeat. "Do it," he commanded firmly, cutting through their panic. "Send the order, and tell them to follow General Alexander's instructions the moment they arrive at that designated zone. This is our chance to erase that entire front completely, wipe it out to the last ship. As for the rest of us, we will continue withdrawing at a steady pace to pull whatever remains of their armadas behind us like a lure." A wide, confident grin stretched across Fargus's face, full of reckless optimism. "I have a good feeling about this. By the end of today, I swear I'll be sharing a drink with General Alexander himself." Crackle, crackle. The violent spatial distortions swirling around Hedrick finally calmed, dissolving like smoke peeling off shattered glass. Hedrick himself reappeared in full view, still standing exactly where he had been, posture straight, hands clasped behind his back as though he had never moved at all. Surrounding him was a shimmering shell that looked like it had been forged from countless shards of transparent crystal, suspended in the air. He shifted his gaze slightly in a certain direction, his expression unmoved, and murmured with cold disdain, "Is that truly everything you have? You'll need to try far, far harder than that if you intend to remove me. Stop pretending, Lord Hedrick. We all know what happened just now." Scorvian advanced slowly, each step measured, then drew his weapon, a curved, hooked sword that seemed designed solely for execution. "You burned nearly half of your energy reserves to block that last strike. Now all that's left is for me to claim your head." Hedrick smiled broadly, almost amused. "Half my reserves are more than enough to deal with a mere guardian." He had known very well that the Allied armada would focus their assault on him. In fact, he had allowed it, deliberately leaving himself as bait so that Fargus could strike from behind at the perfect moment. And Fargus's ambush had hit its mark spectacularly. Huge numbers of enemy craft had been obliterated in an instant, especially the motherships and support vessels targeted with surgical precision. With that single decisive strike, he must have brought down at least 5 full fleets. A clean trade. Half of Hedrick's energy for 5 of their fleets. Now the rest of the battle would devolve into nothing but pursuit and maneuvering between scattered armadas. As for Scorvian, Hedrick intended to toy with him, stall him, frustrate him, force him to retreat. Killing a guardian, even one comparatively weak, was never something done quickly. And when the dust settled, today's only real gain would indeed be those 5 fleets. Crackle, crackle. Hedrick turned his head sharply toward the right flank. Something enormous, something completely out of the expected flow of battle, was unfolding there. A strange grin crept onto his face, a mixture of amusement and surprise. Oh Robin, what have you done this time?" Scorvian's expression contorted instantly as he caught sight of the right flank forces collapsing at a terrifying pace. Ships were dropping like stones from the sky. His eyes widened, panic finally breaking through. Then, swoosh, he launched himself toward that direction at full speed, desperate to intervene. Bam! But Hedrick brought his hand down like a divine blade, intercepting him mid-flight and forcing him back. "Hold it." Hedrick's tone sharpened. "Where do you think you're going, leaving me behind like an afterthought? Am I suddenly invisible to you? Come, show me the law that chose you as its guardian." Then he drew back his arm and struck forward once more. Boom. Chapter 1765. Sector 99, Youth District, Nihari Planet, Northern Hemisphere. Silence, a silence so deep it pressed against the soul. The colossal shipyard, an industrial titan sprawling across a significant portion of the planet's surface, lay in absolute stillness. Normally, it was a place of endless noise, engines roaring, machines clanking, welding sparks crackling like lightning, workers shouting commands, alarms sounding, and transport ships flying in and out like migrating steel birds. But now, nothing. No echo of metal. No vibration of machinery. No rumble of reactors. Even the faint hum of life seemed muted, breaths held, hearts paused, anticipation frozen in the air. An hour earlier, every worker had abandoned their stations. Engineers, pilots, builders, formation scribes, energetic seal technicians, thousands upon thousands, had gathered, forming a massive sea of uniforms and expectant faces. All eyes, without exception, were locked on one single figure. Her Highness, Zara. 3 years ago, she had stood on this very ground and announced what many believed to be an arrogant fantasy, no, a blatant impossibility. She declared that she would assist the shipyard in constructing 10 fully operational fleets within just 3 years. The announcement spread like wildfire across systems and networks. Experts ridiculed it. Strategists labeled it madness. Veterans laughed, saying even the combined effort of 10 planets could not meet such a deadline. 3 years was barely enough to complete 1.5 fleets under ideal conditions. So how could they reach 10? Were they supposed to believe she would create the remaining 8.5 fleets herself? Over 5,000 warships, ranging from scout-class ships to colossal motherships? Alone? It was absurd. Nonsensical. Beyond reason. And yet, now, after 3 long years, the truth had finally revealed itself. Her Highness Zara had not helped the shipyard reach 10 fleets. She did not help them build the 10 fleets. No, she had done it entirely on her own. Because today she was completing the final vessel, Fleet Mothership, copy number 10. And once finished, the record would be undeniable. Zara had created all 10 fleets, with her own hands, alone. Crack! A thunderous sound tore through the silent shipyard. Something's happening. It's starting, voices exploded among the workers as they pointed. 2 monumental stone cubes stood at the center of the docks, each nearly 500 meters long and 200 meters tall. One had sealed a note of supremacy 2 mothership days ago. The second had been empty, until now. But everyone watching understood, it was empty no longer. Crack, crack, crack. The stone surface began to fissure, glowing lines stretching like veins of molten silver. Slowly and deliberately, the structure peeled back, each slab sliding away in elegant geometric motion. It was as if the structure enjoyed prolonging the suspense, teasing the hearts and minds of the thousands watching. Then, after what felt like an eternity, the stone vanished entirely, dissolving into light particles that faded into the air. And there it was. 2 identical motherships, note of supremacy, perfect, majestic, awe-inspiring. A breathless moment passed. Then the world erupted. The roar that followed seemed strong enough to shake reality itself. Workers on platforms, hovering decks, walkways, and open ground shouted with disbelief, exhilaration, and raw admiration. She had done it. Her Highness Zara had completed the 10 fleets, 1 full day before the deadline. But not everyone was celebrating. Thud. Zara collapsed, knees striking the ground, a sharp cough escaping her just as a thin stream of blood traced her lips. Your Highness. Adrian reacted instantly, his body a streak of motion, swoosh, appearing beside her within a heartbeat. He reached out to support her, but paused at the last second, withdrawing his hands in respect and caution. Medics! Where are the medics? Move. BAF. 3 medical ladies in green and white uniforms materialized, their expressions sharp and focused. They gently supported Zara, helping her sit on a cushioned-reinforced medical seat designed for post-energy collapse stabilization. One medic began channeling raw energy through her palms into Zara's body, steady, controlled, precise. Another traced glowing runes through the air, activating layers of healing formations and soul stabilizers. Adrian stood a respectful distance away, his expression a painful mix of fear, admiration, and helplessness. This was not the first time he had seen her like this. Every time she created a mothership, her body collapsed. Every time she replicated a support vessel, she needed 6 full hours of rest before she could continue. For 3 relentless years she had never left this exact area. Not even once. Her persistence bordered on inhuman, unyielding, unbreakable, unending. But the results were miraculous. Adrian looked toward the Nautilus ships, eyes wide with awe. The first copy she made took 14 days. But this one, the 10th, was finished in just 6 days. Even the note of flood combat units, once taking 5 hours to create, now required only 2. He looked back at Zara, fear creeping into his admiration. She had proven one undeniable fact. She alone surpassed the industrial output of a shipyard the size of the Flame continent on planet Jura. A shipyard where tens of thousands labored relentlessly day and night. A metal metropolis fueled by sweat, precision, discipline, and the dreams of an empire. For years, Adrian believed Zara was the only one among His Majesty's children who retained some resemblance to normalcy, some trace of restraint or human limitation. But standing here, witnessing the impossible unfold before his eyes, he realized that none of His Majesty's children were ordinary. Not even close. Heh. Adrian exhaled with a helpless, breathy chuckle, one not born of amusement, but from the overwhelming absurdity of reality. He stepped closer to Zara, keeping his posture respectful and controlled. Your Highness, do you have any further orders? For a moment, she didn't respond. Silence wrapped around her like a heavy cloak. Then, slowly, Zara opened her eyes. Her gaze drifted upward toward the sky, as if searching for something far beyond the clouds, beyond the world, perhaps beyond existence itself. Finally, her voice, soft, strained, yet steady, cut through the stillness. We requested Caesar to assign a commander to accompany the fleet. Has the envoy arrived? Yes, Your Highness. Adrian bowed his head slightly. A general has arrived and assembled a provisional planetary army. All forces are prepped and awaiting departure orders. Good. Zara closed her eyes again, as though every word cost her strength that her body was no longer willing to give. Fuel all 10 fleets. Prepare logistics. Transfer control to the general immediately. They must depart without delay. As you command. Adrian turned away, his voice shifting into sharp authority as he relayed instructions to nearby officers. Men and women sprinted with renewed intensity, shouting confirmations, activating control panels, and igniting strategic protocols as the shipyard awakened from its temporary silence. Only after the orders were fully disseminated did Adrian return to her side. Your Highness, he began gently, do you have additional directives? Or shall we escort you now to the guest palace so you may rest properly? Rest. The single word left Zara's lips with a tone impossible to decipher, half disbelief, half something akin to distant amusement. She forced herself to sit upright. Even the movement seemed painful. The exhaustion etched into her features was unmistakable, like a warrior who had fought battles that no one else could see. Her frame had grown thinner, her cheekbones sharper, her skin paler, yet her eyes remained unchanged. Sharp, focused, unyielding, eyes that belonged not to a weary woman, but to a sovereign with a purpose. 5 centuries ago, her adoptive father entrusted her with 3 sacred powers, the law of shaping, the law of destruction, and the law of death. Each one alone could define an era. Together they pointed toward something far greater, a path to the master law of creation. He told her, first, attempt the simplest fusion, combine shaping and life. If you succeed, continue onward. And she did. Through unfathomable perseverance and countless cycles of painful refinement, she altered the foundation of the law itself, reshaping it into the living shaping law. For centuries, she nurtured its growth with quiet discipline. She never used it for convenience, never experimented recklessly, she treated it only as a stepping stone toward the greater path. But everything changed the day she read a report from Theo about a strange cosmic artifact known as the Jar of Greed. A jar where placing one object caused 2 to emerge. Simple, ridiculous, impossible, yet undeniably real. She never uncovered its mechanism. She never deciphered the law behind it. But one truth was undeniable. If that artifact could multiply matter, then the living shaping law could do far more. So she tried. And the universe answered. 10 note fleets in 3 years, something no star system, no empire, no civilization had ever accomplished. But deep down, she understood a truth others refused to acknowledge. She could not bear this burden alone forever. A faint smile, fragile yet resolute, touched her lips. Announce a full mobilization across all sky-opening city branches. I want every array specialist, ink technician, rune artisan, and rune master assembled at the central headquarters. Her voice hardened, becoming command, decree, fate. They have 3 days, not 1 hour more. Adrian's breath caught. 3 days? Zara lifted her gaze once more, toward the distant sun hovering at the edge of the horizon. Her voice grew soft. Not weak, just tired. If I succeed in implementing this array design, then finally, my contributions may begin to approach those of my brothers. Chapter 1766. After nearly 12 long years, in year 555 after the coronation, within the mid-regions of Sector 100, the battlefield trembled. Clang, clatter, metal grinding like thunder. Caesar stood motionless, yet his presence alone felt like a silent command over the raging chaos that unfolded beneath him. His hands rested calmly behind his back, an emperor observing fate itself unfold. He wore his epic armor, a polished black gold set forged from arcane alloys and infused with ancient shaping inscriptions. Under the dim battlefield sky, the armor didn't just reflect the light, it consumed it, bending it subtly as if space itself acknowledged his authority. Behind him, his golden cloak billowed like a living flame, the symbol of the black flame insignia burning at its center. Caesar stood at the very front edge of a node of the Flood III class warship, the flagship cutting through the air like a razor. From where he stood, the entire battlefield stretched beneath him like a violent, living ocean, one made of screams, steel, magic, and fire. His eyes, sharp, predatory, unwavering, scanned the battlefield with the precision of a master tactician and the cold detachment of an emperor. Not a tremor of fear or hesitation existed in his gaze. Only calculation, only expectation. This scene had become rare for him. Ever since the rise of countless promising young talents from the Burton bloodline, now serving as planetary generals and strategic commanders, Caesar and even Peon rarely stepped onto the front lines anymore. Their roles had shifted, no longer blades, but chess masters. They commanded from afar, influencing wars with decisions rather than swords. They dictated where the next strike must fall, what world would kneel next, and privately navigated the labyrinth of imperial politics. Yet today, something demanded his presence. Something unprecedented. Something worthy. Below, the battlefield raged. Nearly 200,000 elite soldiers of the Cradle Empire clashed violently with an opposing force clad in celestial blue, over 500,000 warriors defending their stronghold with desperation and fury. By sheer numbers, terrain advantage, logistical superiority, and fortified defenses, the defenders should have been unstoppable. Behind them stood a colossal fortress carved deep into a mountain, an engineering marvel and spiritual bastion. Countless defensive shaping arrays surrounded it like rings of layered shields. Supplies teleported through spatial gateways inside its walls, ensuring endless reinforcements, ammunition, and elixirs. Massive cannons and arcane siege mechanisms atop towering battlements rained destruction upon the battlefield. And yet, they were losing. They were being overwhelmed. The Cradle Empire soldiers advanced like a tidal wave, unyielding, synchronized, terrifying. Every step taken by the Black Gold army reverberated with supernatural power. Their runes and inscriptions flickered, ignited, and pulsed with energy as talismans detonated across the ground, reshaping terrain, establishing fortifications, and carving out new controlled territory with breathtaking speed. But this assault was different. This time, they were not alone. Silver units joined the march, soul creatures of varying forms, towering bestial giants, humanoid warriors with ethereal masks, serpentine shadows slithering between ranks, and winged abominations that soared above the infantry. They hurled themselves directly into the densest pockets of the enemy, shattering formations, rupturing morale, and sowing chaos. Even when destroyed, they fulfilled their purpose: disruption, confusion, fear. Behind the vast imperial formation stood 50 soul masters, clad in flowing black gold ceremonial robes. They formed a ritual circle of controlled silence amid the carnage, protected by elite guard units. Some opened soul gates. Some cast psychic warfare spells that whipped through enemy minds like razors. Others burdened the defenders with weakening incantations, draining hope, stamina, and will. A few focused on reinforcing the front line, layering protective barriers that glowed faintly with celestial runework. 50 soul masters in a single battle, 3 of them grand soul masters commanding over 50,000 units each. Such concentrated supernatural force appeared only when facing ancient soul clans. Above, the skies roared with another war entirely. Swarms of Dracos soared, their scales shimmering with heat and runic light. Atop them sat archers wielding blazing golden bows, exchanging explosive volleys with massive three-headed war eagles, creatures engineered and bred specifically for aerial warfare. Higher still, steel titans clashed. Warships thundered across the heavens, only 9 note of the flood battleships, one massive note of destruction serving as the mothership, the heart of command and destruction. Surrounding them were numerous refurbished and repurposed vessels, purchased by Theo under Caesar's direction, now acting as escorts and fire support units. They faced a fully unified opposing fleet, yet the sky tilted toward inevitable victory. The note of destruction carved through enemy formation like fate itself. Everything marched toward triumph. Until, rumble, the battlefield paused, only for the briefest breath. It begins, Caesar murmured, eyes narrowing, not in fear, but recognition. The front lines of the Cradle Empire halted in perfect synchrony. Talismans embedded into the earth detonated into shimmering barriers. Dense, layered arrays materialized like geometric storms. Then, the rear ranks surged forward in perfect coordination, timing measured not by seconds, but by heartbeats. The rotational retreat protocol had been initiated. A legendary battlefield tactic perfected over centuries, allowing Imperial forces to constantly rotate frontline units before their elixirs and enhancements expired, maintaining peak combat efficiency indefinitely. But at that exact moment, boom, the sky erupted. The defending warships abandoned their engagement with the note of destruction fleet and redirected all artillery toward the ground forces below, completely disregarding the catastrophic damage they themselves would suffer in return. Every heavy cannon mounted along the fortress walls swiveled with mechanical precision, focusing their fire on a single point, one objective: break the defensive array barriers. On the ground, the army of nearly 500,000 soldiers moved as if possessed. Their eyes widened with feral desperation. They saw an opening, a chance, the slightest fracture in the advancing rhythm of the Empire's formation. And they attacked with everything they had. The temporary shaping arrays, still stabilizing, still anchoring themselves into the battlefield, could not withstand such focused annihilation. In just 10 seconds, the runic framework shattered, detonating into sparks, fragments of energy, and spiraling distortions. Chaos exploded like wildfire. The formation destabilized. Momentum trembled. Lines wavered. Ha! Caesar exhaled, not in surprise, but in amusement. He tilted his head slightly, then pointed toward a precise direction. His voice was calm. Absolute. Advance. Bam, bam, bam. The Special Forces Division surged forward atop their enormous terramounts, 4,000 elite soldiers raising their weapons in perfect synchronization. Everyone, friend and foe alike, knew exactly what would happen once they reached striking distance. SKRRRKK. The Iron Leaf Battalion swung their heavy staff-like weapons downward. Immediately, a monstrous forest of metallic roots burst from beneath the battlefield, towering several meters high, forming an instant, impenetrable barrier between the two armies. Swoosh, swoosh. Then came the wind poison archers. They halted at a marked invisible line, lifted their bows to the heavens, and released. 1,000 arrows descended like meteors, charged with swirling, murky green winds. Those who inhaled even a hint of the toxic breeze clutched their throats and collapsed, gasping, lifeless before understanding what struck them. Within moments, the arrows carved 1,000 deadly kill zones inside enemy ranks. No soldier dared cross them. Boom, boom. To the flanks, the Gasfire Brigade and the Thunderwater Corps circled around the metallic barrier, intercepting enemy troops attempting to bypass it. Slaughter began instantly. At the front of the Flame Division, a lone warrior swung his polearm, not with rage, but with casual ease, like one brushing dust from a sleeve. Under normal circumstances, the attack should have produced a standard projectile, just like the tens of thousands of standard-issue talismanic flame slashes used across the battlefield. But not this time. Shhura! From that single swing erupted a roaring tsunami of crimson fire, sealing the horizon in a wall of living inferno. And he wasn't alone. Behind him, 1,000 soldiers raised their polearms in unison, and brought them down. 1,000 blazing crimson meteors fell like God-forged punishment upon the southern front of the enemy army. And on the northern side, devastation mirrored devastation. Boom, boom. The ground ruptured as underground water surged upward through 1,000 rupture points. Then, bzzzt. A titanic charge of lightning coursed through the newly formed flood, electrifying the entire northern battlefield in a single colossal pulse. Meanwhile, the metallic roots continued advancing from the center, crushing, skewering, and pulverizing anything in their path, while the storm of toxic green wind arrows never ceased for even a heartbeat. 4,000 against 500,000? No problem. Chapter 1767. Caesar did not blink. He simply continued watching as the special forces tore through the battlefield, moving with frightening coordination, as if every motion was part of a rehearsed symphony of slaughter. Formations broke like brittle glass before them. Shields, armor, and bodies were crushed beneath strikes executed with ruthless precision. The screams below echoed through the smoke-filled air. The ground trembled, and the air smelled like ash and death. And still, Caesar stood motionless. The bodies piled up fast, far too fast for any army of ordinary men. Every swing, thrust, or blast from one of the 4,000 elites resulted in at least one kill, often two, sometimes entire clusters of soldiers collapsing in a single synchronized wave of death. To any observer, this would look like victory, a spectacle of overwhelming dominance. But Caesar's expression didn't reflect triumph. There was no pride, no relief, only irritation tightening across his jaw, slowly hardening into anger. So, a voice broke the silence behind him. Did you receive my message now? Peon's tone was calm, almost conversational, but dripping with the unmistakable sharpness of someone who knew he was right long before the consequences arrived. He walked forward leisurely, arms folded across his chest, as if the world beneath him wasn't collapsing into chaos. I'm not in the mood for this right now, Peon. Caesar's voice was low, dangerously low. His fists clenched so hard the bones creaked. If you're here to gloat, wait until later. Peon didn't even look at him. I'll say it anyway. He stopped beside Caesar, posture relaxed, gaze fixed on the carnage below. I warned you. Silence. Caesar's jaw tightened. Because the worst part was, Peon wasn't wrong. He had warned Caesar repeatedly that deploying forces across wide operational fronts was no longer effective, that the rotational retreat doctrine, once the backbone of their expansion, had already been studied, countered, and rendered obsolete. That no matter how many soldiers they recruited or how much firepower they added, the tactic was already dead. But Caesar had refused to accept it. He believed the only flaw was inadequate aerial dominance. So he acted. He ordered Theo to acquire retired fleets. Dozens. He reorganized the note fleets, elevating the note of destruction to a mothership of symbolic and strategic weight, surrounding it with newly integrated craft formations like a moving fortress. The result was staggering. The empire of the cradle nearly doubled its operational war fleets. He expanded the army too, pulling in massive numbers from conquered worlds during the early decades of his campaign. The military budget strained. Supplies stretched thin. Logistics buckled. But on paper, it worked. More troops, more fleets, more sky coverage. The rotational retreat doctrine should have thrived. But it didn't. Instead, the failures became louder, more frequent, more brutal. So Caesar looked elsewhere for a solution. He requested emergency strategic arrays from Sky Opening City. What he received sounded promising. Stone energy fortress arrays, wind cyclone repulsion arrays, a layered defensive system meant to buy time, precious minutes, during battlefield rotation. Today was their first frontline execution, and they lasted mere seconds. Not minutes. Seconds. What is this supposed to tell us? Caesar's voice finally broke, quiet but edged like a drawn blade. He pointed downward, not at the battlefield, but at the pattern. This isn't about numbers anymore, or air superiority, or the speed of our rotations. His eyes narrowed, burning with the rage of someone watching years of dominance dissolve into inevitability. This is a flaw in the foundation of our war doctrine. We've been completely exposed. The army of the Cradle Empire had once been called a miracle, an unstoppable force reshaping the balance of power across mid-sector 100. But no miracle remained miraculous once its rules were understood. Every maneuver, every trigger, every timing, every adaptive response, all of it had been studied, documented, taught. Soon, even innovations, fresh ideas, became predictable, because the structure behind them never changed. And once the enemy understood the pattern, the rest became simple. One rule defined the flaw. After 2 to 4 hours of continuous battle, the Cradle army must retreat. It had never changed. Not once. So now the coalition of planetary emperors and the Stellar Field Alliance needed only one unified strategy. Relentless pressure. Prevent the retreat. Break the cycle. It took them a century to solve the puzzle, then another to refine the solution. Eventually, there were counters to every counter. And 5 years ago, the final blow landed. During a moment of distraction, while the Empire waged war elsewhere, its enemies distributed everything. Tactical breakdowns, battle recordings, psychological assessments, training patterns, doctrine weaknesses, full structural analysis. Across every academy, every battalion, every war council, knowledge of how to fight the Cradle army became public. And now every battle was no longer a confrontation. It was a trial of survival. Planning had become a trap. Adaptation had become predictable. Strategy had become a liability. Well, on the bright side, Peon tilted his head slightly, lips curling in a lazy smile. We still have the special forces. Caesar slowly turned his head. The stare he gave wasn't merely annoyance. It was the look of a man holding himself back from violence. Peon met the stare without flinching, because he knew exactly what he was doing. And Caesar knew it too. Peon wasn't just stating facts. He was enjoying this. Mocking him. The special forces were unstoppable, a force of nature wrapped in armor, but even they carried flaws sharp enough to bleed in empire. Their first flaw was the most fundamental. They were irreplaceable. Finding new recruits wasn't merely difficult, it was close to impossible. Dual affinity individuals were already immensely rare. Metal and plants, wind and poison, fire and gas, water and lightning, combinations so temperamental that most carriers died young, overwhelmed by conflict between their own cores. But rarer still were the exceptions, the monsters, those who could study, refine, and wield a merged law, capable of aligning with either element without losing stability. Such people weren't soldiers. They were natural disasters wearing human skin. Caesar could summon 100 million soldiers without blinking, but despite decades of recruitment, refinement, and screening, the total number of elite dual law soldiers across the empire had never surpassed 60,000, scattered across strategic hotspots like jewels buried under pressure. Then came the second flaw, the flaw that made Caesar's jaw clench every time he watched them fight. Their power was borrowed. Their affinity enhancement elixirs were precision-based, fragile, and dangerously unstable, a miracle that lasted only moments. Sky-opening City, despite its towering reputation, had failed to produce a mass-stable version. Dual-law stabilizers were so volatile that most formulas bordered on alchemical explosives rather than medicine. As a result, most special forces operatives would burn through their enhancement in under 15 minutes, and not gracefully. At the 14-minute mark, power began to fracture. At 15, their organs strained. At 16, combat effectiveness collapsed. Only the most monstrous prodigies, the ones with minds sharp enough to calculate thousands of micro-adjustments per heartbeat, could maintain stability past that window. But even they were eventually forced to retreat to shield the rest. Meaning, that breathtaking display of overwhelming dominance, that godlike blitz that tore through formations like wildfire, was a timed illusion. Temporary, measured, finite. And when the power finally drained, the real nightmare began. The main army, fresh from being rotated off the front, would still be wounded, exhausted, and disorganized. Reforming ranks required healing time, mana recalibration, and positional reorientation. Every extra second the special forces fought to buy breathing room meant another dead elite, another irreplaceable weapon gone. And Caesar's philosophy had never changed. One elite was worth 1,000 ordinary soldiers. Sacrifice was not an option, not anymore. I've seen enough. Caesar finally exhaled, voice low but heavy enough to silence even the battlefield wind. Fine, Peon. You win. Halt all expansion operations. We hold the borders. Temporarily. Temporarily. Peon turned, eyebrow lifting with exaggerated disbelief. I don't know, Peon. Caesar snapped, voice sharp enough to cut steel. I'll contact Sky Opening City. Maybe they'll develop stronger arrays or longer lasting elixirs or gods damn it, anything at all. His expression hardened as he ran a hand through his hair. And I'll speak with Theo, maybe he can acquire something useful for once. We could deploy the planetary class armaments father left us, Peon suggested carefully. There was no mockery in his tone this time, only quiet resignation. Not yet. Caesar's refusal was immediate. We only have 30 planetary weapons. They must remain hidden until the moment the circumstances force our hand. His gaze sharpened, molten fury behind his eyes. They are our final secret, our last unburned card. Then his expression twisted, frustration becoming anger. And tell me, what are the Shadow Swords doing? Instead of acquiring more planetary weaponry, they're off playing covert games in Mid-Sector 101. Peon nodded slowly, expression unreadable. I trust Theo blindly. And I trust the Shadow Swords even when I don't understand them. He sighed. But even I don't know what they're doing out there. And now every new note fleet is being redirected to Sector 101. His voice dropped to a whisper, so soft only Caesar could hear. I just hope he isn't making a mistake we can't afford. Chapter 1768. Sector 101, Mid-Region, Southeastern Border. Hold the line. Hold the damn line. The command thundered across the trenches, echoing through dust, explosions, and the desperate cries of men locked in a battlefield that had long since crossed the boundary between strategy and sheer survival. Alexander inhaled slowly, calm, steady, unshaken, despite the chaos clawing at reality around him. With practiced precision, he drew his mid-epic rank bow, its frame humming with eldritch resonance and faint violet runes. Then he released. Whoosh! The arrow didn't merely fly, it vanished, consumed by velocity. Crack! A sonic boom tore the sound barrier apart, the shockwave rippling outward as a violent storm of toxic wind spiraled around the spinning projectile. In less than the span of a heartbeat, the arrow punched through 3 defensive layers, bypassed shields, nullified reinforcing formations, and bloomed. Boom! A massive explosion erupted at the exact point Alexander targeted, not a meter off. From the arrowhead, a vast maelstrom of dark emerald poison unfurled, spreading like a plague given wings. Bodies dropped instantly. Dozens at first, then hundreds. Soldiers convulsed, choking, eyes wide with disbelief, and then silence swallowed them whole. Panic tore through the enemy lines as their formation collapsed, abandoning the contaminated soil in a frantic retreat. The carefully prepared trap meant to crush the Empire's formation evaporated like smoke. Only when the screams quieted and the dust settled did Alexander lower the bow. His expression did not change. His breathing did not quicken. His gaze remained sharp, predatory, and calculating. Before him, 20,000 soldiers of the true beginning Empire fought tooth and nail against nearly 100,000 troops belonging to the Allied army. And yet, even now there was no sign of victory for either side. Nearly 12 years ago, history had been carved in this very sector when Lord Scorvian descended to support the Allied forces. During that grand duel of legends, Lord Hedrick struck a single world-shaking blow that forced Scorvian to retreat bleeding and furious. Marshal Fargos was also driven back, pursued relentlessly by an overwhelming armada made of nearly 220 fleets when he only had 60 at that time. That alone should have sealed the outcome. But the battlefield is never merciful and never predictable. For in a moment that shook records across the galactic front, the entire right flank of the Allied army collapsed. That day, Alexander unleashed a strategy never before documented, a doctrine of forward pressure disguised as defensive entrenchment. What appeared as a stable defensive line was actually a relentless creeping advance, establishing fortifications directly inside enemy territory while denying them space to breathe. This shattered the coordination of the Allied swarm, especially the infamous Four Serpents, whose destructive rampages had crippled fleets for decades. Neutralizing them should have taken weeks, yet that day, they were cornered, destabilized, and severed from command. And then came the killing blow. Marshal Fargos deployed 30 reinforcement fleets, striking the right flank from behind in a perfect encirclement. The result was catastrophic. More than 35 fleets out of 70 belonging to the Allied army were wiped from existence before the remnants broke formation and fled in scattered chaos. In their retreat, they lost additional military hardware, enough to assemble 5 more fleets. In a single rotation, the Allies lost 40 fleets. In exchange, Alexander's forces suffered losses: 900 battleships, note of the flood, destroyed, 17 note of destruction-class warships lost, and 1 note of supremacy fallen. And Fargos's reinforcements paid the price of nearly 3 fleets. That day became legend. The war analysts named it the shock of the century. Reports, simulations, and tactical breakdowns spread across sectors like sacred scripture. And at the heart of every discussion were the mysterious formation patterns and impossible arrays deployed by those 10 unidentified fleets whose origin remained unknown and whose technology seemed almost forbidden. 3 days later, Marshal Fargos returned, battered yet determined, his forces intact enough to remain relevant. He walked personally to Alexander's command center. He requested a private audience. And finally, he asked for a complete inspection of the 3-node warship classes. He received the tour. When it ended, Fargos said nothing, not a word. His expression was carved from stone itself. Only after a long, heavy silence did he bow slightly, ask for permission to withdraw, and leave. He went straight to Hedrick, not walking, not requesting a meeting, and not waiting for protocol. He stormed in. His voice carried no diplomacy, no strategy, only raw necessity. He demanded that Hedrick purchase as many of those fleets as existed, regardless of cost, politics, or consequence. Pay with credits. Pay with cities. Pay with planets. Whatever it took. Hedrick, who had already understood the gravity of what occurred in that battle, contacted Theo with a chest weighted by the kind of anxiety only commanders know, the kind built from responsibility, pride, and fear of being too late. He conveyed Fargos's request word for word, and as expected, Theo did not simply refuse. He negotiated like a wolf who smelled blood. He demanded planetary-grade weapons, premium stabilizers, and other resources reserved only for empire-shifting events. In short, Hedrick shut the deal down, not out of ego, not even out of anger, but because reality left him no choice. His supply of strategic material and stabilizers was nearly exhausted, and what remained was needed for emergencies of existential scale. And besides, Theo had already sworn to defend that front, so why should they pay for what was already promised? Fargos fell silent after hearing the refusal. But giving up the strategic advantage? No, never. So he reorganized his military structure and designated the Note fleets as the core, the heart, and the command anchor. It was the highest honor he could give to a foreign force. It was a statement that echoed across every tactical channel, declaring that this fleet decides the battle. But Alexander declined. He said he preferred independence, preferred to operate as a lone front, because accepting that position meant that high-ranking officers from Fargos's command would board the Note vessels and use them as the central nerve of battlefield control. Allowing foreign hands to dictate how those fleets were used was unacceptable, especially when those individuals were not members of the Empire of the Cradle. Some boundaries were strategic, others were sacred. This one was both. After that colossal engagement, the warfront, once roaring like a storm, fell eerily silent. 3 years passed. 3 long years where both sides watched, rebuilt, adapted, and waited. Lord Scorvian and Marshal Brontear gathered what remained of the shattered Allied armada, around 260 fleets, and settled them along the barren fringe worlds at the southeastern border of Sector 101. Rumors spread like wildfire through bars, command rooms, encrypted channels, and battlefield memorial halls. Some claimed Scorvian was still bedridden, recovering from Hedrick's brutal strike. Others said the fleets needed extreme reconstruction, that entire reactor cores had burned out and required partial rebuilding. But no matter the truth, silence ruled. Until the day it shattered like glass. 3 years after the battle, reinforcements arrived. Over 11 brand new Note fleets entered the battlefield theater, immediately joining Alexander's command. 10 were the flawless mirror replicas that Zara made. The remaining fleets came directly from the deepest military foundries of the Cradle Empire. After replacing what was lost in the catastrophic battle, the total number reached 20 fully operational Note fleets. It was the highest concentration ever deployed in a single conflict since their creation over 5 centuries ago. When Marshal Brontear, already a sector-wide joke because of what 10 Note fleets achieved, learned there were now 20, he snapped. A silent humiliation turned into a burning obsession. He launched an offensive the same day. This time, he was not charging toward Shazar planet in a predictable spear formation. This time, he unleashed his entire force. All 260 fleets spread like a massive metallic web across orbital corridors, locking down space routes, and seizing inhabited and uninhabited planets without pause. He couldn't advance in a straight line without Scorvion's overwhelming spearhead force. But he also couldn't sit still while his enemy grew stronger and stronger and stronger. So he chose the only path left, expansion through suffocation. But then, something unexpected happened. The Note fleets didn't retreat when ground warfare began. Instead, their hulls opened, hatches unlocked, deployment gates spread wide, and from the shadowed depths of those ships, hell descended upon the battlefield. Chapter 1769. Unlike the forces of Marshal Darn and Marshal Livia, who continued to retreat and never set foot on solid ground before the overwhelming march of Lord Zarian, Marshal Fargos chose not to allow the same mistake to repeat on this front as well. If he allowed them to destroy or occupy planets one after another until they reached the capital, Shadar, then this would turn into a fully functional frontline, equal in strength to the one Lord Zarian commands. So they must be stopped before they begin, stopped utterly, decisively, and without hesitation. The forces of the Millennial Empire of Crumbled Dreams proved their existence, even though the enemy held an overwhelming advantage of at least 5 times their numbers. Yet despite this crushing imbalance, they did not allow a single planet to fall. Not only that, the troops deployed from the strange Note fleet achieved far more. They succeeded in reclaiming territory once thought permanently lost, driving the enemy off multiple planets over the span of years. But soon enough, the rotational retreat strategy was uncovered, including every concealed maneuver, every hidden schedule, and every encrypted replacement. Nothing remained secret, not when such a battlefield was the meeting point of some of the most terrifying and brilliant military minds in the known sectors. It was a gathering of marshals from Centennial and Millennial empires, a place where the infamous Bornoder himself served, the one assigned by a behemoth galaxy. And as before, the army stopped gaining victories. Now the enemy only defended for a few hours, enduring every kind of assault and absorbing catastrophic casualties, until replacement time arrived, and then their counterattack struck like a tidal wave with mathematical precision. Because of that, Alexander was forced into a long-term defensive stance. For more than a year now, Alexander has been unable to push a single enemy off a single planet. He has not even managed to advance one step beyond the hastily constructed fortifications he established, such as bastions, trenches, automated bunkers, and layered shield domes designed only to make soldier rotation barely manageable rather than sustainable. And despite the fact that just 2 years ago, 7 years after receiving the first reinforcements, another reinforcement fleet of 10 additional Note fleets was sent to him, raising his total to 30 and increasing his deployed army to nearly 3 million soldiers across multiple planets and orbital battle grids, the situation did not improve much. Ground forces remained locked in rigid defensive formation, while the war fleets engaged in scattered, chaotic skirmishes between planets, fleeting clashes with no decisive result, mere sparks in the void rather than true flames of war. And Alexander was not the only one consumed by frustration. After nearly 9 years of relentless ground warfare, the numerical advantage finally began to show. Marshal Fargos started losing planets, slowly at first, then faster. Meanwhile, the war fleets were still exchanging fire across the endless vacuum of space. Alongside the world cataclysms and the Nexus states, who hunted one another across planets, orbital stations, wormhole corridors and beyond, leaving trails of devastation that reshaped landscapes and atmospheres alike, the ground battles were losing on a colossal scale. There was no solution, no breakthrough, no shift, only a stalemate that bled both sides dry, and no one expected reinforcements anymore. The other front was in no better condition, with a storm of war consuming everything. Then, without warning, a new guardian arrived beside Lord Zarian. After Lord Zarian had been advancing cautiously from the west so he could avoid heavy losses caused by the daily assaults on his side, he suddenly decided to divide the colossal allied fleet into two between himself and the newly arrived guardian, and both of them began advancing toward planet Shadar independently. This greatly accelerated the pace of progression, and within only a few years he had ravaged half of Lord Hedric's empire and they had already reached planet Shadar, but a planetary displacement artifact was used for the first time in its entire history to rescue it from annihilation. Of course, this was a massive emotional blow to Hedric and his forces, something that shook honor itself, something that made him move immediately to Zarian's front so he could participate personally in stopping their advance. His personal attendant Higra and his companion, the Royal Soulmaster Drace, appeared themselves as well. Yes, Lord Hedric was no longer stationed in the south. As for Scorvion, he is still hiding. No one knows when he will appear. Marshal Fargos reassured his soldiers, saying that if Scorvion appeared again, Lord Hedric would use a space portal to arrive instantly. But that wasn't enough, as morale collapsed on the southern front as well. Alexander looked around helplessly, with a hint of frustration and even anger. Even though the planets entrusted to him remained standing with no sign he would lose any of them today, the feeling of being powerless, of being unable to completely wipe out his enemies, made his chest burn with frustration. He hated admitting it, hated saying it from the depths of his heart, but if the Second Army or the Third Army were here, they would have crushed those vermin without any effort. We can only blame our humble origin, Alexander said as he looked toward the sky while murmuring under his breath, closing his eyes for a brief moment. Now he and all the senior officers of the First Army, very likely including Marshal Caesar himself, had begun waiting for the day His Majesty would dismantle the human army entirely, or step one step back from his ideals and provide them beast blood so they could shift into the second cultivation path. But he could not simply wait for the inevitable without fighting. Deploy the special units, Alexander shouted with a desperate tone. He had already used the special forces only 1 hour ago to break the enemy's momentum. Surely they were still exhausted now. Summoning them again now meant many of them would die without any doubt, not less than 50, but he had to do it regardless. At this level of military strategy he was dealing with, only raw power could accomplish anything. Otherwise, with the glaring weak point inside the First Army, he would not have lasted here months, let alone years. I will not lose a single planet even if it's the last day of my life. Alexander roared, then drew his flaming bow once again, and fired. Chapter 1770. Inside the Soul Society. Alright. Robin slowly drew several glowing orbs from within his head, each one pulsing with a soft, rhythmic shine, then with a gentle flick of his wrist sent them drifting gracefully toward the ferry. Here, this is the last batch I received from the Truth Chamber tasks. Thank you for your hard and consistent work, Lord Human. Timari accepted the orbs with visible delight, her wings fluttering with excitement. Each one of these solution orbs was worth tens of millions of pearls, an amount that could change the fate of lesser beings. I'll deposit your earnings into your account immediately. Oh, aren't you going to wait for the specialized verification teams? Robin asked with a rare, relaxed smile, teasing her lightly. You have surpassed these kinds of things, Lord Human. Who would dare to say your work isn't perfect? The fairy waved her hand, making the orbs of light dissolve into space, then with another wave projected Robin's current balance as shimmering digits in the air. There really isn't much left before your previous balance is fully restored, my lord. Robin nodded several times with a satisfied hum. His balance had reached 16.6 billion pearls. This was the accumulated reward of 15 intense years spent solving the Truth Chamber's complex requests, along with the profits from every item he had ever placed in the shop, including, of course, the famed colonize the uncolonizable array, which had caused an uproar across entire sectors. Send 15 billion to Sword Theo 2. Robin issued the command casually, as though the number were nothing, then shifted his gaze away with disinterest. He had already sent him 19 billion in the past, and now another 15. With that, any lingering debt would be wiped out, and his living expenses for the next century, at the very least, would be completely secured. Shall I display the Truth Chamber request list for you, my lord? Timari asked quickly, leaning forward slightly. A new request has just arrived, 12 million. Even Timari herself sounded impressed by the number exiting her mouth. In merely 15 years, Lord Human had completed twice the number of requests he had completed during the entire 170 years following his first entry into the Soul community. And it was important to emphasize that the requests this time were significantly harder, more intricate, and far more valuable than before, requests designed specifically for the person rumored to become the next great Truth Master, and yet he handled them in astonishingly short periods of time. Naturally, experience played a major role now that Robin had perfected his own path for discovering solutions and drawing inscriptions with unmatched precision. But the Eternal Feather Seraphim had also assisted him greatly, easing the difficulty of his work and saving countless hours. In addition, dividing his consciousness into 4 independent thought streams, each analyzing a different problem, had drastically boosted his efficiency. Neri hadn't exaggerated when she told him that the stars would sharpen his abilities. There's no need to bring up the request list. I've had my fill for now. Robin raised a hand lightly to stop Timari. What remains of the tasks may be tempting in terms of profit, but not in terms of challenge. I feel no thrill completing them. Just leave them aside for now. Maybe I'll return to them someday. As you wish, Lord Human. Timari nodded respectfully. Do you have any wishes? Would you like to visit any hall? You still have 1.6 billion pearls. You could do nearly anything in any hall of the Soul Society. Ha! Robin allowed a faint smile to appear. I'll be leaving now, Timari. I'll be absent for a while. My apologies, but you'll be returning to your quiet loneliness again. Timari tilted her head, then circled around his head in a small, playful loop. What about selling something new in the shop? You haven't placed anything for sale in ages. Since you're leaving, why not strengthen your income sources? That way, when you return next time, you might be greeted by an even larger fortune. She circled again, wings shimmering. It's very easy and won't take any real time. Just say the word. You've completed hundreds of requests over the years. You can simply pick one of the unrestricted ones and sell it under your own name, just like you did with the colonization array. Oh. Robin laughed softly. Has Lord Morval finally grown tired of my lack of movement? A long time ago, after the grand auction that shook the entire sector, Robin had granted Morval the right to use the Breaths of Age's martial art for 5 individuals, in exchange for clearing Robin from all sales taxes and all task submission fees. That deal had saved Robin billions upon billions since then, an amount that might even surpass the worth of the martial art itself. That was precisely why Lord Morval might now be losing patience, especially since he had made it clear that continuing the tax exemption depended on one condition, that Robin continued offering him valuable gifts from time to time. Robin nodded several times slowly, as though confirming the idea to himself. All right then, why not? He brought his hands together and clapped softly, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Very well, I'm ready to participate in the market once again. Really? Truly? Timari's face lit up with a bright, delighted grin. She twirled once in the air, and with a wave of her tiny hand, a long, shimmering list unfolded, displaying dozens upon dozens of tasks Robin had completed entirely by his own effort, without even a drop of help from the original requesters. Which one will you sell, Lord Human? Just point to any of them. Robin let his eyes slide slowly across the list. Every entry was a heavyweight task: martial arts manuals, antidote procedures for rare and deadly poisons, methods of entering extremely restricted zones, formulas for first-level fused laws, and countless dangerous, complex, and tremendously valuable works. And indeed, he had already shared copies of all these tasks, and more, with Harper, instructing him to pass them to Sky Opening City so they could use them as reference material to forge whatever creations they desired. But Robin simply waved his hand dismissively. Put all of that aside. I've learned my lesson from the array. Oh. Timari made the list vanish in an instant, then drifted closer to Robin's head, wings fluttering. Do you have something else in mind, Lord Human? Some new concept? Robin nodded thoughtfully. It's something I've been considering for a very long time, for the sake of certain people who matter to me. He tapped lightly at his temple, then extended his hand as a long, radiant strip of light slowly began emerging from within. This, of course, is only a light version, crafted using lesser-tier laws and restricted patterns. It requires complicated raw materials, several initial sessions to activate, and then a reinforcement every 10 years. But if everything is done correctly, it accomplishes the same purpose as the original design, and I believe its sales will be quite respectable. What is it exactly, Lord Human? The excitement on Timura's face dimmed slightly. The moment she learned this was only a weakened derivative of something greater, her initial enthusiasm faltered. It's the blueprint for a device, Robin said, still smiling faintly as he continued pulling the glowing strip. Each device can only work for one person. Whoever uses it according to the precise method I've indicated will regain their physical youth, completely and without a single harmful side effect. And if they do not use the device again within 10 years, the natural signs of age will slowly and gently return, step by step, until the body returns to its original state, still without any complications. A device that restores youth, with absolutely no side effects. Timura's eyes burst open to their limits, her wings freezing mid-flap. Something like that actually exists. Well, it does now. It's just something simple, an idea I came up with one day, Robin replied calmly. At last he drew out the final segment of the luminous strip and passed it to Timari. The entire device revolves around 3 runes derived from minor life laws, and 2 runes taken from the major shaping law. So make sure you set an appropriate and worthy price for it. Life and shaping, 2 fundamental laws. Timura's voice trembled as her eyes grew impossibly wider. If this was the weakened version, then what in the heavens was the original like? I'm not selling the blueprint itself. Build the devices and the needed shots, distribute them, and transfer my share of the profits to me. He placed his hand behind his back, his posture becoming calm but unmistakably stern. As for Lord Morval, tell him I won't be offering him any gifts in the near future. I currently have nothing that would suit his status. Inform him, on my behalf, that he is free to resume collecting taxes however he pleases. And with that final sentence, Robin's figure blurred, and he vanished completely. Chapter 1771. Inside his professor's apartment, Robin slowly opened his eyes, then let out a long, tired exhale and rubbed his head with both hands, as if trying to ease a pressure that had been accumulating for days. Unlike the past, when he used to spend a great amount of time in the Soul Society, especially inside the Hall of Meditation and Focus, now he tried to limit his visits to the smallest number possible, almost treating them like a burden he wanted to postpone endlessly. His trips were reduced to picking up tasks and delivering completed ones, nothing more. Lately, he even began taking 50 tasks at once just to increase the gap between visits, stretching every interval as far as he reasonably could. After once having absolute faith in the Soul Society, a system that maintained its honorable reputation for tens of millions of years, he now acted with extreme caution, like an ant hugging a wall so it wouldn't get stepped on by a passing giant. Every step he took inside their halls felt like walking through an invisible battlefield where a single mistake could cost him his life. Even the soul seed inside his soul domain, despite its core condition preventing it from spying on the state of the soul domain, he still placed several seals on it anyway, isolating it completely and cutting it off from anything it could sense or influence. And although those seals permanently consumed a considerable portion of his energy, draining him day after day, he had no issue with it at all. He welcomed the exhaustion if it meant even a sliver of extra safety. The reason was Arcalan. Arcalan's memories of how he was killed made Robin's heart tighten like a clenched fist whenever he interacted with the Soul Society. That genius of soul studies, a man capable of completely altering the entire structure of the first cultivation path, the path of soul force, was murdered after attempting to spread the soul cultivation technique. A prodigy so brilliant that a single idea of his could rewrite centuries of accumulated knowledge, yet he was silenced before he could change the world. And his killers, members of that syndicate, told him verbally, to his face, that the Soul Society was the one who sent them. This incident troubled Robin greatly. If the Soul Society viewed him as a threat to their interests, why didn't they abduct him and force him to create more techniques for them? Why leave someone like him free at all? But he quickly dismissed the idea. In creative work, pressure and threat are impossible tools. They were poison, not motivation. The innovator, the painter, the author, any profession requiring deep focus and creativity cannot function at gunpoint. How could a person concentrate and produce anything with a weapon pressed to their head, with death breathing on the back of their neck? When someone once attempted something similar with Robin, the result was that he created a mind control technique, because that was the only thing that pain and pressure could push him toward at the time, the only direction his mind could flee to under suffocating terror. People of such professions can spend 10 years searching for an idea, wandering through dead ends and failures, only to have a single afternoon spark a concept that immortalizes them forever. There are only 2 ways to deal with people like that: buy them, or kill them. And Arcalan could not be bought. They tried everything: offers, temptations, threats, promises of unimaginable wealth, but nothing worked. After reading Arcalan's memories more than once, Robin exhaled with genuine relief that everything he had ever sold in the Soul Society was related only to martial arts, talismans, and arrays, never anything tied to soul studies, never anything that could be interpreted as crossing the forbidden line, because he had been standing dangerously close to Arcalan's fate without even knowing it, without realizing that one wrong idea, one curious experiment, could have placed the noose around his own neck as well. Robin now possessed at least 3 groundbreaking innovations, each capable of provoking a reaction as extreme, or perhaps even more catastrophic, than the one he had faced from Morpheus the Dreamer. The very thought of these devices in the wrong hands sent a shiver down his spine. First, the Soul Force storage chain. A chain that could function as a second spiritual domain, massively expanding the capacity of any soul master. With this, even the most ordinary soul users could amplify their abilities to unprecedented levels. The sheer potential it held could tip the balance of power across the universe, turning minor conflicts into full-blown wars if misused. Second, the converter. This was one half of the pendant he had entrusted to Morgana. Through it, a soul master could convert their soul units directly into control over natural laws, manipulating flame, earth, destruction, and a myriad of other forces, as long as they understood the precise pattern formulas. Even a partial leak of this knowledge could destabilize civilizations. Every soul master would pursue Robin relentlessly, some desperate to purchase it, others scheming to steal it, and countless more intent on preventing him from ever producing another. The universe itself could tremble under its influence. Third, the Royal Star Pressure Assistant. Originally the creation of Arcalan, this device had remained hidden, unknown to the Soul Society. Its revelation alone could trigger chaos, for it had the capacity to multiply the number of Royal Soul Masters exponentially. If word got out that Robin now held it, even the most secure empires would face instability. Yet these were not his only schemes. Robin was venturing into ideas regarding the soul itself, ideas that bordered on madness. He was developing an array capable of compressing soul units during harvesting and transforming them into precious emeralds. If perfected, this technology would render Spectre farms obsolete, eradicating the horrific practices he had witnessed with his own eyes. But that was only part of its potential. Once completed, it would also act as a limitless money printing machine, generating wealth without end, never once running dry. Ugh, Robin groaned, rubbing the side of his head. He had been mere moments away from handing over one of these devices to the Soul Society. Had he done so, everything he had worked for might have collapsed, leaving him exposed despite his good intentions. Yet, severing ties with the Soul Society was impossible. They still controlled the universe's information network and remained his greatest source of profit. All he could do was shield his major works from their scrutiny, reduce direct contact with their leaders, and hope that peace would hold long enough for him to gain the freedom to publish whatever he desired, whenever he desired. After spending a long while reflecting with gratitude on Arcalan, Robin finally opened a soul gate, and from it emerged a soul creature. Its form resembled that of a human, muscular and imposing, with strong, angular jawbones and long, flowing hair cascading down its back. Arcalan stepped forward in full splendor, radiating a brilliant white gold light. "Hello, my friend. I thought it was time you got some fresh air. You've been confined to the domain for too long," Robin said, his smile bright and cheerful. Arcalan tilted his head, scrutinizing Robin from head to toe. "What's with that smile? Have you finally accepted your sexual preferences?" Robin's smile faded instantly. He massaged his forehead, resisting the urge to strike his own soul creature out of frustration. To shift the topic, he tossed a casual question: "How are things progressing with the soul force absorption technique?" "Take a look," Arcalan replied. He waved his hand, and a complex network of inscriptions appeared before Robin, folding and compressing repeatedly until it formed a nearly perfect, closed sphere almost as tall as Robin himself. Robin widened his eyes and stepped out of bed, circling the sphere in awe. "It's complete." His voice trembled with excitement. Then, pointing firmly at it, he shouted to Arcalan, "It's complete." Chapter 1772. Of course it's complete. How could I possibly work on something for this long and dedicate so much effort without achieving any tangible results? Arcalan lifted his head with unmistakable pride, his posture radiating confidence and satisfaction. But it's still not the ultimate version. According to my careful estimates, the speed at which soul units are absorbed using this technique reaches only about a quarter of the natural energy absorption rate. A quarter. Robin's golden eyes widened dramatically, his pupils sharp and scanning every inch of the glowing sphere with intense scrutiny. That's still a monumental achievement. The current baseline absorption is no more than 1%, meaning you've managed to amplify the natural rate by 25 times in a single leap. That's astronomical. From my perspective, this is only the groundwork. Arcalan waved his hand gently, as if brushing aside trivialities. The technique itself is complete, and I have identified every missing piece that ensures it functions correctly. That, for now, is the critical part. What remains is the process of refinement, moving components here and there, experimenting with multiple different configurations, and testing countless patterns until I can push the absorption rate even higher, to match or even surpass the natural energy absorption rate. Surpass it? Surpass the natural energy absorption rate? Robin's eyebrows shot up in astonishment, his mouth slightly agape. Is it even possible? Yes, why not? Arcalan chuckled, the sound echoing with confidence. In truth, although planetary spirits absorb natural energy at high density to maintain a relatively constant atmospheric ratio, the concentration of soul units in the atmosphere is even higher. This is a result of the accumulation of countless deaths of living beings since ancient times. Moreover, because so few soul masters exist to utilize this abundance, I see it as the perfect opportunity to fully harness this natural potential and exploit it to its maximum. Robin let a faint, almost wary smile cross his face. The possibilities that were now unraveling before his eyes were immense, almost overwhelming. This version is more than sufficient for the present. Leave this formula with me here. I will convert it into a fully written technique, a clear, precise instruction set. Meanwhile, you can continue your work on enhancing and perfecting it further. Robin waved his hand a few times, never breaking his gaze from the glowing sphere, its light reflecting in his golden eyes. Then, finally, he turned toward Arcalon. Do you wish to remain here and continue working, or return to the soul domain? Return, Arcalon replied promptly, without hesitation. I haven't finished constructing my house yet. Constructing a house? Robin's eyebrows shot up, his astonishment deepening. Then he smiled, unable to hide a touch of amusement. Don't tell me you're planning to start a married life already, hee hee. Arcalon remained silent, looking at him plainly. Are you actually joking with me right now? Robin's expression twisted in disbelief. What's the problem? Arcalon's voice rose, firm and resolute. I've lived my entire life as a bachelor. Why shouldn't I marry now, even after death? I've lost the ability to reproduce, but I still want to feel the presence of a partner. What's wrong with that desire? Robin scratched his head in a mix of bewilderment and exasperation. As always, you're strangely convincing. If you'll excuse me, I'll return to establishing the backyard, Arcalon said, giving Robin a polite nod of farewell. He then opened a soul gate for himself and calmly stepped through, disappearing into the dimensional space beyond. Sometimes I feel like I'm keeping a fully grown man trapped inside my head rather than a soul creature, Robin murmured, exhaling a long sigh. I wonder just how far soul creatures could evolve if I were to create a few more stars to nurture them. He then drew the seraphim quill and opened a massive, blank tome, its pages pristine and waiting. He began meticulously writing, converting every pattern, every line, every minute point into precise, comprehensible instructions. These instructions were so clear and detailed that even beginner soul masters could follow them and replicate the technique. 6 hours passed. Thunk. Robin finally closed the enormous book, its last page filled with neat, dense script. With a graceful wave of his hand, he allowed the glowing sphere to fade entirely, its radiant energy dissipating into nothingness. Leaning back against the chair, he let out a long, relieved breath. Whoa. A satisfied smile spread across his face. He had analyzed the technique thoroughly while transcribing it. The results were nothing short of miraculous. If this was indeed the weakest version of the technique, it was no wonder that Arcalon had once faced assassination attempts because of it. The power contained within was staggering, a creation capable of altering the very balance of soul mastery throughout the universe. Honestly, in all honesty, it was probably for the best that he had been killed. The idea alone of this powerful technique falling into the hands of his enemies sent shivers down Robin's spine. Just imagining a world where such a device was wielded by those opposed to him was enough to make the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. It would have been a catastrophe of unimaginable proportions. Yet, as always, fortune was a fickle thing. His luck had not fully run its course. Morpheus the Dreamer's Galaxy possessed the original version of this technique, and after countless years of refinement and development, it was highly likely that they had enhanced it to levels far beyond anything Arcalon had achieved. Perhaps they had even devised a method for compressing stars themselves. After all, if Arcalon could accomplish such feats, what could possibly prevent the Dreamer from doing the same or even surpassing him? Morpheus the Dreamer himself, just how many stars did he truly command? How vast was the reservoir of his power? The foundation of the Dreamer Galaxy, and the true extent of their might, was beyond comprehension. While countless voices spoke of their immense wealth, accumulated through the Soul Society, no one dared to speak of their actual power. No one wanted to initiate that conversation, for the subject was simply too terrifying to confront. There's no point in obsessing over this right now, Robin muttered to himself, shaking his head as he reached that inevitable conclusion. Afterward, he carefully wrote an additional page and affixed it to the cover of the massive tome. This extra page outlined, in clear and general terms, the technique's benefits, and it stipulated that anyone entrusted with it must take the most rigorous, unbreakable oath imaginable. Then, with a simple flick of his hand, he pushed the thick book aside. This volume would join several other scrolls and tomes, all scheduled to be delivered to Harper in the next shipment. From there, it would be handed over to Zara and distributed among the specialists stationed in Sky Opening City. Robin allowed himself a faint smile, thinking of the wave of advancement and evolution that soul masters would experience once this knowledge was released, following the prior publication of the two atlases. The anticipation of seeing the collective growth of their powers brought him a quiet sense of satisfaction. Then, after closing his eyes for several minutes, he sought to clear his mind of all distractions, allowing a calm focus to settle over him. Whoosh! A cascade of information began to flow from Robin's mind, streaming outward as glowing inscriptions. The flood of knowledge took shape gradually, forming a massive circular pattern. It began to condense until it was roughly the size of Robin's desk, a compact yet infinitely complex representation of the system he had been building. This was the same colossal pattern that had once dominated the entire front of the mountain in Jura more than 5 centuries ago, a design intended to permanently solve humanity's problems with the 4th grade laws. This, without question, was the long-awaited solution of the 5th path. And unlike that earlier day when he had explained everything to Evergreen, this current pattern was flawless, without gaps or inconsistencies. Every connection, every link, every relationship between components was perfectly aligned. Yes, the 5th path was complete, and had been so for a very long time. Yet, strangely, Robin displayed neither pride nor joy as he observed it. He did not smile, nor did he allow himself any sense of triumph. Robin's attention returned to that single spot, the tiny inscription that connected the entirety of the pattern. It was the linchpin, the piece that ensured every other part of the structure worked in perfect harmony. This was the piece that had once been missing, the one that now stood at the center of the pattern, dominant and unmistakably prominent. That missing piece, Robin had crafted it long ago, long before using the master balance law. It had been the keystone, the element without which the fifth path could never have achieved completion. And now, after all this time, it had finally reclaimed its place at the heart of the design, binding everything together into a seamless, unbreakable whole. Chapter 1773. Somewhere within Midsector 101. SHHHK, SHHHK. A girl advanced through dead, brittle grass. Her steps were slow and deliberate, her wide eyes staring intensely ahead, and her soul sense was fully alert, like a cat stalking its prey with unwavering focus. Even the faint wind brushing past her seemed insignificant compared to the sharp concentration radiating from her entire posture. Right behind her, a young man with white hair followed slowly as well, trying his best to mimic her cautious movements. A satisfied, almost goofy smile filled his face, as though simply accompanying her was enough to make him feel accomplished. He was not staring at anything in particular, nor was he sending his soul sense outward like she was. Instead, he was merely observing her movements with patience and quiet amusement, content with merely being there, as if the journey itself mattered more to him than whatever danger awaited them. SHHHH, we're here. The girl sank silently to her knees, the motion so smooth it barely disturbed the dead grass. Then she signaled for the young man behind her to crouch as well. She pointed forward, eyes gleaming, and whispered with excitement barely held in check, "This is it, Richard. I paid a lot and pulled many strings to get information that led us here. This is the largest Black Plague hotspot in the entire starfield." Richard finally looked in that direction. At first he did not seem interested and kept his calm, gentle smile, but moments later, he opened his mouth and let out a faint whistle as the scene revealed itself to him more clearly. He was staring at the same bleak spectacle he had seen on every world plagued by those things. After visiting dozens of planets infected by the Black Plague, fighting them, hunting them, killing them over and over, he no longer believed anything about them could surprise him. He had convinced himself he had seen every form of devastation they could cause. But apparently, he was wrong. Based on what they had read about the planet's history before coming here, what he was looking at was once supposed to be an immense forest, filled with hills, lakes, rivers, and living greenery, just like any thriving world. A place where life once flourished in abundance. But what he saw now was nothing like that. He was staring at blackness. The ground was pitch black like charcoal, as if fire had burned through it for 1,000 years without pause or mercy. Thick black smoke constantly drifted upward in slow, suffocating waves, as if a savage inferno was still raging beneath the soil, eternally alive. But from experience, bitter, unforgettable experience, Richard knew very well this was not coal. And that was not smoke. All high terrains, mountains, hills, slopes, even the tallest natural elevations, had collapsed into utter flatness. If the smoke ever cleared, Richard knew he would be able to pierce the horizon for hundreds of miles in any direction without encountering a single obstacle. The land looked as though it had been crushed under a cosmic hand. He had seen this phenomenon before, massive mountains and colossal ancient trees turning into a fragile, wool-like substance, collapsing into nothing with just the slightest touch. As if the Black Plague drained the essence of matter itself. Lakes and rivers? Gone completely. What remained were massive pits carved brutally into the ground, their bottoms charred black and full of cracks, as though the planet could no longer bear the weight of water and simply collapsed inward from exhaustion. Everything about this land had become as brittle as a burnt sheet of paper. This planet, or at least this entire region, could no longer support life. In fact, it could barely support itself without falling apart. And all of this was because of those creatures. Blup, blup. Amid the sea of darkness and ruin, silence did not dominate. The land trembled faintly with shifting shadows. Soft flickers of movement whispered through the air like dying breaths. Richard began to see them through the thick smoke, creatures that, at first glance, resembled the Treant race. The closest one had 2 arms and 2 legs, comparable to humans or mutants, but their heads were bizarre, completely smooth, with no eyes, no mouth, no ears, no nose, just a rounded dome shaped like an oversized mushroom cap. Their bodies were pitch black, decayed, and collapsing with every step. Each movement they made seemed to cost them half their remaining life, as though simply existing dragged them closer to disintegration. They looked, in a way, like zombified Treants, hollow imitations of what they once were, empty shells animated by the plague rather than life. With a single, concentrated, sweeping glance, Richard managed to spot at least 9 of them lurking within the smoky darkness. Some were merely the size of ordinary humans, their silhouettes shaky and thin, while others reached heights close to 10 full meters, towering like withered giants. And then, finally, Richard was forced to lift his gaze much, much higher to see one of them. Its height exceeded 90 meters, an overwhelming monolith of decay and unnatural stillness. That colossal creature did not advance on legs at all. Instead, its lower body had transformed into twisted root-like formations, gripping and crawling across the dead terrain. Its forward motion was excruciatingly slow, almost imperceptible, yet undeniably steady, carrying a dreadful sense of inevitability. "We actually came at the perfect moment. They're just about to expand," Serene said with unmistakable enthusiasm, her voice trembling slightly with both tension and fascination. The Black Plague almost never moved. And when it did, it meant only one thing: the infected zone of the planet was about to grow, swallowing whatever remained of the land. And indeed, blup. After advancing a specific distance, the plague creatures all halted in a perfectly straight, unnatural line. Then something began to unfold. CRKKK. Their legs suddenly drilled into the ground with alarming speed, burrowing so deep that they vanished entirely. Their torsos followed right after, being pulled downward as the earth swallowed them. When the sinking reached their arms, the limbs pierced into the soil as well, yet instead of descending, they spread sideways, branching outward like corrupted roots. Within only a few short minutes, nothing remained above the surface except their dead, fungus-like heads, which sat lifelessly atop the ground like rotting, oversized mushrooms. As for the titan among them, the massive one, it required slightly less than an hour to complete the process and anchor its entire body deep within the planet's crust. And from that moment onward, the Black Plague began its true work. KSHHHHH. The ground, already fragile and blackened like crumbling charcoal, started spreading outward toward Serene and Richard with a speed clearly visible to the naked eye, consuming the land grain by grain. They've started. This is the moment when they're at their absolute weakest. We either strike now or retreat immediately, because this entire spot we're hiding in will turn completely barren within seconds, and once that happens, we'll be exposed instantly. Richard spoke with his brows drawn tight, his voice heavy. Even he struggled to maintain composure in front of the catastrophic sight before them. It was, after all, the first time he had ever seen a planet pushed this far, where the plague had advanced to such an extreme, irreversible state. I'll start now. Serene nodded firmly. But I want you to fall back a little and observe this time. That massive one over there, its strength is brushing right against the Nexus state. Will you be alright? Richard's expression tightened the moment he heard that, his concern slipping through despite himself. I'll be careful, promise. Serene winked at him with innocent confidence, then rose to her full height, planting her hands on her hips with theatrical pride. Alright, Plague, today is your very last day. Blup, blup. The Black Plague creatures finally noticed the presence of the unwanted intruder. Their decayed bodies twitched violently as they struggled to tear themselves free from the self-induced rooting process. But Serene gave them no time to escape. Blee-ish. The thick black clouds blanketing this half of the planet shattered apart, torn like fragile paper, and through the split descended a blinding, concentrated beam of radiant light that struck the plague creatures across the entire region. Rumble, rumble. Chapter 1774. Rumble. The Black Plague individuals hurriedly, almost desperately, forced their bodies upward, dragging themselves out of the soil they had buried into moments earlier, even if doing so meant tearing their own decayed flesh or cracking what remained of their fragile limbs. That descending beam of light was simply unbearable. Its presence felt like a merciless, unforgiving fire pressing down on a dying creature, burning with intent rather than mere heat. The very first strike alone was powerful enough to pulverize and erase the smaller plague entities. They instantly disintegrated into fine black dust that scattered helplessly across the wind like ash from a long-dead forest fire. But the larger ones, the sturdier ones, were not willing to accept defeat so quickly. Immediately, the plague creatures split their heads open from the top, revealing a horrifying inner layer, and released an enormous surge of suffocating black smoke that rose like a storm and swallowed the horizon whole. They hoped desperately to buy even a few extra seconds, just enough time to pull the rest of their bodies free from the soil's grip before the deadly light consumed them entirely. Yet the moment that smoke touched the piercing, radiant beams above, it began to tremble violently, producing strange vibrating pulses, almost like muffled, agonized screams, before collapsing in on itself and vanishing completely as if it had never existed. At the side, Richard sat lazily on his rear, simply watching everything unfold. He did not look afraid, irritated, or even slightly tense. Instead, he wore the calm expression of someone observing something familiar. This certainly was not the first time he had seen Serene annihilate these things. The battle carried on for several minutes without a single word spoken or any sound exchanged. Both sides tried to destroy the other in complete, unnatural silence. This was typical behavior for the plague. Every variant communicated through sense and chemical signals, never through sound or spoken language. Thinking about that odd fact, Richard allowed himself a faint, almost nostalgic smile. The memory of casually chatting with a few red plague back in his father's empire was both absurd and amusing. It was probably the only place in the world where one could meet a plague creature capable of speech, thought, and actual conversation. The thought remained ridiculous, and yet impressively unique. CRK. CRK. Richard lowered his gaze as a familiar sound rose from below. The ground. It was already dried out, cracked, and drained of life due to the plague's approach, but after the planting process, it was now transforming completely, turning into brittle charcoal-like soil as it crept toward him with increasing speed. In just seconds, it would reach where he sat. Don't ruin my mood. Richard's expression darkened briefly. With a simple snap of his fingers, a beautiful green flame bloomed to life. His hair brushed lightly against the ground as the fire descended. Fwoosh. The flame spread instantaneously, like a spark thrown into a lake of oil, exploding outward in bright green waves. The creeping, grinding noise that had been drawing closer turned into a sharp, agonized shriek, the unmistakable scream of something dying violently. And then, the advance of the black soil halted completely, frozen in place. But the green flame continued expanding rapidly, consuming everything with its ghostly radiance, and the buried cries from beneath the ground rose in volume, echoing like distant wails trapped far below. In truth, the reproductive method of the Black Plague was monstrously hideous and deeply terrifying. The moment those creatures rooted themselves into the ground, they began pumping a horrifying amount of microscopic eggs into the soil, spreading from the surface all the way down to the deepest point their mutated roots could burrow into. A newly produced plague spawn could spread across a network reaching 10 kilometers beneath the surface. And one could only imagine just how deep a 90-meter giant could penetrate the planet's crust to inject its endless brood. Once those eggs hatched, the newborn plague emerged. They were tiny, nearly invisible organisms that fed on anything they touched, including plants, water, soil, metal, and stone. They corroded it, devoured it, and grew steadily larger. Beneath that hollow, decayed land lay an immeasurable army of black plague, tens of millions of them, crawling and spreading unseen. And this was not their only method of reproduction. That black smoke pouring from their heads to block out the sun was also black plague, slowly drifting across the planet, settling onto the chests of living beings and eating them from the inside out. Any creature infected with the plague's eggs would appear from the outside as though its flesh were melting and sliding off its bones, as if moments away from complete collapse, because the plague was actually consuming both bone and muscle from within. The ones Serene was fighting now were merely the plague tasked with surface expansion during this cycle. They were insignificant. The true plague was not in the air. The true plague was not seen above the ground. The real plague was buried beneath the ground, waiting. When Richard witnessed the scene for the first time, he immediately understood with a sinking certainty that the situation was completely hopeless. This planet was not merely damaged. It had crossed the threshold of no return. Its very flesh had been hollowed out, its essence gnawed upon from the inside. At this point, the only realistic outcome was destruction. One of the academies needed to dispatch a specialist immediately, someone capable of annihilating the entire planet before its core was swallowed whole. If they delayed even a little longer, one of the stronger members of the Black Plague could burrow deep enough to reach the planet's heart and consume the exposed core, and once that happened, the true catastrophe would unfold. That catastrophe was the birth of the star-devouring Blue Plague mutant, a nightmare known across entire star systems. According to ancient and widely feared legends, the Red Plague originates from the blood of unwanted creatures, filthy, corrupted beings that the heavenly laws themselves decreed must be erased from existence. From that tainted blood, the Red Plague forms as a creature forged entirely from living, flowing blood, beginning its infamous and devastating cycle. Once the Red Plague starts its rampage, it goes on to slaughter every intelligent species it encounters, and nearly every living creature it can overpower. But its hunger never fades. When there is nothing left to kill, the Red Plague turns upon itself, devouring its own kind in a desperate frenzy. By that point, the cycle of the Red Plague usually reaches its end, and it fades into extinction, at least in ordinary scenarios. Yet in rare, chilling exceptions, something different happens. From soil drenched and darkened by the blood of the Red Plague, a new threat emerges, the Black Plague, rising in the form of a sinister fungal growth that begins spreading its spores everywhere. This marks the continuation of the plague's planetary invasion, first the extermination of life, then the gradual dismantling of the planet itself. The Black Plague progresses relentlessly until it reaches the planet's core, gnawing through layers of stone and energy before finally absorbing the core entirely. Once this core is consumed, catastrophe follows. The planet's atmosphere collapses, the crust fractures violently, and the world breaks apart into drifting meteorites, leaving nothing but cosmic debris behind. The Black Plague, having lost its foundation, typically dies soon after. But in extremely rare, almost mythical cases, consuming the blisteringly hot planetary core triggers a profound transformation within the Black Plague. Instead of perishing in the vacuum of space, it mutates into a completely new form, a terrifying entity known only as the Blue Plague. The Blue Plague is undeniably the most dangerous and most powerful form of plague evolution. It is born from a fully matured Black Plague that has absorbed the burning essence of a world's heart. Through this process, it develops an uncontrollable craving for superheated planetary cores and small, blazing stars with exceptionally high temperatures. The Blue Plague cannot reproduce, a blessing that has spared countless civilizations, yet it grows stronger with terrifying speed, strengthened by the very nature of the cosmic fuel it devours. In terms of danger classification, raw power, and even their preferred prey, people across the universe often compare the Blue Plague to space beasts, the apex threats. The only comforting fact is their extreme rarity. If blue plagues were even slightly common, the universe would have faced an extinction event ages ago. If you asked the average person whether they feared space beasts or the plague more, most would, without hesitation, choose the plague. After all, these abominations can begin as nothing but a single drop of corrupted blood, and through mutation and relentless evolution, eventually grow strong enough to rival cosmic beasts themselves. The word plague suits them perfectly. They are enemies to all life, from the smallest organisms to the grandest titans. And among the minority who fear the plague above all else, their reasoning includes one final, horrifying thought. If the plague can already evolve into 3 forms, what prevents the emergence of a 4th? Chapter 1775. Die, please. Serene shot upward into the air with a sharp burst of energy, then unleashed a specialized, precision-shaped attack from her open palm straight downward toward the largest, most grotesque Black Plague creature. The attack flared brilliantly, lighting up the monster's entire body from head to toe in a blinding flash, but despite the dramatic illumination, it caused almost no real damage at all. It looked as though Serene had not even intended to harm him seriously, as if this strike was merely a test or a probe. Rumble, rumble. Yet it was painfully obvious that the colossal creature did not appreciate this new technique being used on him. With violent force, he tore himself out of the ground, ripping apart his massive, root-like tendrils, roots thick as ancient trees, just to drag himself free and launch a furious attack toward Serene. Sitting calmly on the side, legs crossed and posture relaxed, Richard watched the unfolding battle with a faint, almost amused smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Serene had no intention of vaporizing this massive one the way she effortlessly annihilated the smaller ones earlier. Instead, she was deliberately trying to keep his body as intact as possible even after killing him. To her, to them, it was a priceless treasure. The Black Plague species possessed a bizarre, almost nightmarish digestive system, one that allowed them to consume literally anything they touched. Alive or dead, soft or solid, even diamonds and the hardest, most reinforced metals and the minerals would crumble to dust inside their stomachs as if they were nothing more than brittle sand. That was why the corpse of a fully grown Black Plague individual was considered a treasure chest waiting to be opened. Even their leftovers, their byproducts, were treasures in their own right. No one truly understood what each creature had consumed throughout its life, nor how such a massive blend of countless resources accumulated inside them and seeped through their entire bodies. They were, in a strange way, similar to bees that transform diverse nectar into honey, but with the Black Plague, the process was darker, more chaotic, and infinitely more dangerous. It was not rare to hear of legendary, high-quality weapons forged from the flesh or bones of the Black Plague, or of alchemists using their remains thanks to the astonishing variety of materials blended inside them, or of their blood being harvested as ready-made enchanted ink, or of their souls being extracted and used as reference material to study corruption in all its forms. Certain body parts were often cut off and sold on the black market to demonic factions willing to pay fortunes. Every adult Black Plague creature capable of standing upright on two legs and spreading their infectious seeds was, quite literally, a wandering, self-moving treasure vault. In fact, many demonic forces actively captured these creatures and deliberately planted them on distant planets, letting the cycle continue so they could harvest more of them later. Entire organizations across the universe specialized in this cultivation process, turning it into their sole source of revenue, and every single one of them was obscenely wealthy. Realistically, the fact that Xianxia casually destroyed several of them at the very beginning of the battle suggested one of two things: either she was so impulsive and carefree that she did not understand the value she was destroying, or she was so unimaginably wealthy that she had absolutely no need for the obscene profits these creatures could provide. The battle continued for a few more extended minutes. Additional Black Plague individuals erupted from beneath the ground to assist their elder, but every one of them was swiftly killed, and at last, the colossal elder himself collapsed. Xianxia landed gracefully atop his massive, externally damaged head. With a series of swift, practiced motions, she sliced out a large chunk from the torso and stored it neatly inside her ring. Dusting off her hands with a bright, satisfied smile, she called out behind her, "Richard, I'm done. I'll start attracting a few more of the plague for you to kill, just like usual." "No need. I already have plenty of corpses." Richard waved lightly for her to come closer. "I think what we've collected will be enough to supply Sky Opening City for several thousand years. Are we done with this planet now, or are you planning another combat round?" Xianxia shook her head while floating smoothly toward Richard. "I only take one sample from each environment, as you already know. Taking more won't benefit anything at this point." "Good." Richard stood up slowly and brushed off his hands, wiping away the dust. "Let's head to our new destination then. Make sure you pick a good location this time. Seriously, this place isn't even decent enough for a quick lunch break." "Hee." Of course, Xianxia descended lightly in front of him with a smile so warm and enchanting it looked capable of melting entire worlds. "But unfortunately, our little trip will have to be postponed for a short while." "Oh." Richard raised his eyebrows, genuinely surprised. "You're postponing a Black Plague hunting trip? That never happens. What exactly occurred?" "I think the entire world is on the verge of losing its sanity," Xianxia murmured as she stepped closer to Richard's side. She gently wrapped both hands around his arm, tugged him forward, and the two began walking at a calm, unhurried pace, leaving the devastation caused by the Black Plague behind them like a fading nightmare. She continued, her tone more serious now, "There are major changes happening all around us, big movements, dangerous ones, and they've finally begun to affect us in unpleasant ways. This time, I'm afraid we really need to take matters far more seriously." "You mean the cosmic war against Lord Hedrick?" Richard tilted his head. "Yeah, it's definitely affecting us. We've had to change our destination multiple times already because of it." He then turned toward her sharply, eyes narrowing. "Wait, don't tell me, the Radiance Galaxy actually made a move against Lord Hedrick." No. Xianxia placed a hand delicately over her lips as she laughed. "The Radiance Galaxy doesn't attack openly. The fundamental purity law doesn't excel at raw offensive power, and besides, striking directly would damage their carefully maintained reputation as a neutral force." Her laughter faded, and she redirected her gaze forward again. "The Radiance Galaxy prefers subtler approaches, quieter ones done behind veils. Especially their eldest son, Lord Orion. He's absolutely not the type to draw a blade." "Oh." Richard nodded slowly. "Then what changed so quickly? Did the cursed Behemoth Armada or the savage Behemoth Armada enter the sector?" In truth, neither Richard nor Xianxia cared deeply about the sector's political machinery. They would have happily ignored it forever if they could. But because of their constant wandering, they were essentially forced to keep up with the major developments. Each time some large-scale news erupted, most travel routes shut down instantly, blocking their movement. Sometimes they had no choice but to take absurdly long detours, or even live on a random planet for years, until the cosmic turbulence settled enough for them to continue their adventures. "No fleets have entered. That would be a direct insult to the Radiance Galaxy's prestige," Xianxia explained. "But 2 guardians have infiltrated the sector, and it's believed at least 1 additional monarch might sneak in as well." Ugh, how much I despise these political games." She tapped her forehead lightly with a small sigh. "Everyone knows exactly what's going on, but no one can point a finger at anyone." "Heh," Richard smirked with a teasing tone. "You sound like you're cheering for Lord Hedrick, even though you yourself wield the fundamental purity law." "I don't know him personally," Xianxia replied with a soft exhale, "but I honestly don't think he deserves what's happening to him." She lifted her shoulders in a small, helpless shrug. All right then, Richard said, shifting his focus ahead once more. Let's leave politics aside. What exactly is stopping us from moving on? It's news about the Cosmic Elder, Serene answered, her voice dropping as concern tightened her expression. He's appeared again, and his condition is extremely worrying. Chapter 1776. Serene let out a long, weary sigh before speaking. The Cosmic Elder, he has appeared once again, and his condition is extremely difficult to understand. The Cosmic Elder? That overwhelming, transcendent entity people claimed had already perished. Richard's eyes widened to their limits, shock flickering across his face. He actually appeared again. Serene nodded firmly. He manifested in mid-sector 911. Not only that, he managed to locate and kill the mature space beast that had been haunting the sector. She paused, then added, the inhabitants of that entire sector have been celebrating for months without pause. Even the neighboring sectors have been swept up in the wave of relief, grateful this nightmare was finally erased. That sounds good, doesn't it? Richard frowned, unable to understand. So why did you say his condition is worrying, and why would this delay our journey to the next planet? That's because of what the eyewitnesses reported. Serene's expression dimmed with a faint sadness. Several Nexus state experts and guardians had been monitoring the mature space beast. They witnessed the entire confrontation and were the ones who publicly declared the result to the entire universe. The mature space beast was slain. Then she turned toward Richard, her voice lowering. But behind closed doors, something else was said. What is it? Richard asked immediately, anxiety sharpening his tone. It's the appearance the Cosmic Elder took on when he emerged, Serene explained. Among the higher circles of the universe, it's well known that he normally resembles an extremely ancient man, like a decaying mortal whose age exceeded 150 years. Someone you might cry for if you saw him sitting by the roadside, because his missing organs were sealed away long ago, and his spine could practically be seen through his hollowed abdomen. She continued quickly, but this time, the observers needed a long moment to even confirm it was him. He appeared young, as if in his early 50s. He had hair and a beard, features the Cosmic Elder was never known to possess. His body was covered with healthy, solid muscles, and they reported he was laughing loudly, almost joyfully, while tearing apart the mature space beast. I don't understand, Richard muttered, baffled. Isn't that a good thing? Serene nodded slightly. In a sense, yes. It means the pillar of the universe somehow regained a portion of his lost strength. But at the same time, he appeared missing one leg and one arm. One leg and an arm. Richard's eyebrows shot up. Who could possibly take that much from the Cosmic Elder, especially when you just said he killed a mature space beast with ease? That's exactly what caused the panic. Serene replied instantly. The only being capable of taking the Cosmic Elder's limb is the Cosmic Elder himself. She rested her head against her right hand, exhausted. Everyone is saying he has finally lost his mind, that he traded his own leg and arm in exchange for regaining a younger appearance. What? Richard froze for a moment, stunned, then slowly nodded. Based on what you've described, that actually sounds very possible. Maybe there truly is no other explanation. He looked back at her. But why is that such a problem for them? He's still unbelievably powerful. The act itself isn't the issue, it's the reason behind it. Serene shook her head lightly. The Cosmic Elder maintained that decrepit, collapsing form for tens of millions of years. Why would he suddenly do something like this now? He used to fight with an expression full of boredom and despair, as if exhausted by the unending evil filling the universe. So why is he laughing now? She paused for several long seconds. Everyone believes his life is nearing its end, and he's trying to find some final moments of happiness before it's over. That. Richard murmured. What if he found a way to heal himself by sacrificing his own limbs? Why assume he restored only his outer appearance? What is taken through balance cannot be returned. Serene shook her head again. Even the law of balance can't help him. The Cosmic Elder's arm and leg are far too small a price to buy back a lifespan like his. The only plausible explanation is that he restored his appearance alone, and perhaps something else. Something that has deepened everyone's unease even further. Richard let out a long, weary breath, the kind that came from the depths of someone who truly understood the weight of what he was hearing. If this was really the conclusion everyone had reached, then he could vividly imagine the sheer terror spreading through every cosmic power at this very moment. To put it simply, they were like a small, fragile child watching his father carefully put on perfume and comb his hair one final time, trying to savor a bit of comfort before dying and leaving that child completely alone to face the overwhelming dangers of the universe. You said there was something else that made them even more suspicious. Richard asked, remembering Serene's last remark. What is it? The girl's face flushed deeply, turning an adorable shade of red that spread all the way to her ears. What is it, Serene? Richard laughed softly, unable to stop the warm feeling in his chest. Her expression nearly melted his heart. Even though he had never touched Serene in any intimate way, the two of them had journeyed together through dozens of planets over the span of centuries. They had shared countless thrilling, dangerous, and sometimes even absurd stories together. Yet despite all that time and all those adventures, the girl still grew shy around him, almost as if they had just met. The Cosmic Elder, he. Serene nervously rubbed her slender hands together. After killing the mature space beast, no one knows what price he paid to accomplish that. He didn't remain there floating in the void for years like he normally does. Instead, he immediately left while laughing loudly. She took a small breath, then continued with growing unease, and according to the information networks owned by the great cosmic powers, someone who looked very much like him was seen shortly afterward in mid-sector 99, specifically inside a building meant for finding wives. Ha! Richard's expression froze, and his shock was so clear it practically radiated off his face. I know, it sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? Serene said with frantic energy. It's a place where poor women, widows, and anyone struggling to find a partner go to meet potential husbands. Each woman sits at her own table, and the suitors come to her one at a time. If both of them agree, they finalize a marriage contract, either through a dowry or a formal lifetime care agreement, and then the man takes his new wife and leaves. You could say it's a gathering place for the desperate and hopeless on both sides. Her already wide eyes opened even further. According to the networks, the cosmic elder walked in hopping on one leg like an ordinary old man, proudly showing off his muscular, rejuvenated body and that silky hair of his. They said he wore an enormous, confident grin as he went from woman to woman, trying to find himself a wife. Ha! A small laugh escaped Richard before he could stop it. Pa! Serene smacked his hand lightly. Hey, he's still the cosmic elder, don't you laugh at him. Chapter 1777. Alright. Richard lifted both hands in a gesture of surrender, his expression softening as he leaned back slightly. You said he was looking for a wife, so what happened after that exactly? He actually found one after a few hours of searching, Serene said as she raised her shoulders in a small, tentative shrug. They say she wasn't particularly beautiful, not the kind of woman who turns heads, but she was still in her middle years. It's also said she had a calm, modest temperament, and that she agreed to marry the cosmic elder after speaking with him for a while, despite the fact that he's missing 2 limbs. She exhaled lightly. After that, he simply took her with him, and the two vanished. We assume he brought her to one of his private planets, the ones no one dares approach. Sounds like the old man finally found himself a life partner. Good for him, I guess. What's the problem? Richard's smile remained, frozen on his face, but he didn't laugh this time. The problem is that, that. Serene's face turned an even deeper shade of red, almost glowing. Just say it, girl. Put your heart at ease. I'm going to keep asking until I get an answer, Richard pressed. Serene rubbed her hands together nervously for several moments, then lowered her gaze. The cosmic elder, he has never been with women. Ever. There's an ancient rumor that he once used that organ, in a fair exchange at the very beginning of his life. And from that day onward, he never touched a woman, and he never produced any offspring. Richard's faint smile evaporated instantly. What leaves does not return, so most likely the whole thing was nothing more than a rumor, Serene added quickly, shaking her head. He simply restrained himself all these eras because he was too consumed with the affairs of the universe. But why did he suddenly come back to searching for a wife now? And this wasn't some one-time, lonely whim. 1 month later, witnesses saw him repeat the same act. He took another wife and disappeared. Then again, and again. Serene's large eyes widened to their limit, shining with a mixture of fear and confusion. When you combine these actions with his new youthful appearance, his different mannerisms, and the drastic change in his personality, everything about him except his power shifted completely overnight. All of it points toward the same conclusion. He truly is dying, and he's trying to live whatever little remains of his life with comfort, and leave behind an heir. Can you think of any other explanation that makes sense? Richard tightened his brows sharply, his expression turning stern. What are the consequences of this information? The universe has been turned upside down, Serene said, her voice dropping. Even more than when the rumors of his death spread during his long absence. Back then, the great forces were merely cautious, testing the waters. But now the possibility is far closer to the truth, which means preparations have begun in the shadows. The demonic powers have started calculating their opportunities and waiting in silence. The empires are gathering their armies, fortifying their capitals. Multiple academies have closed their gates entirely, refusing all visitors. And almost every commercial world under the major empires has tightened its security, searching and scanning every traveler who passes through. A suffocating silence has settled over the universe this past year, she continued, her tone trembling slightly. Nothing has exploded yet, but everyone is expecting chaos to erupt. No one knows from where it will start, but without the cosmic elder, there's always a breath of fear drifting through the air. She looked downward quietly. Even when the cosmic elder was alive and active, there were still wars, massacres, slave markets, and thriving black markets. But there were always boundaries no one dared to cross. Without him, those boundaries will vanish completely, and the world will see the true, vicious nature of certain beings. Richard turned his face toward the distant horizon, exhaling through his nose. A man decides to find himself a few wives, and the entire universe collapses. That's the true definition of power and influence. That's how a man should be. Hey, that's what you focus on. Serene snapped as she placed her hands firmly on her hips. Nothing, Richard said, smiling faintly, then he glanced back at her. So we're delayed from our next destination because of the stricter checks on free-gate travel. Serene nodded. They've been scanning travelers' soul imprints lately, and traveling by ship is exhausting beyond reason, so let's just find a place to spend a few years until the universe calms down again. After that, we can go back to our normal routine. Serene gently wrapped herself around Richard's arm. Richard remained silent for almost a full minute before speaking. What about your family? Even if you never said it directly, I know you're from the family of Behemoth Kales. Won't you return to help them prepare for the new era? Serene's smile faded slowly, and she looked away to the side. They have more than enough strength. There's no need to worry about them. They will not need me for anything. Then she drew a breath, regained her warm smile, and looked directly into his eyes. So where do we go now? There's a water planet nearby. We can buy a small transport ship from one of the fortune seekers around here and head out. I know the coordinates. I'm sorry, Serene. It seems that our time together has finally come to its inevitable end. Richard smiled at her, his expression serene and calm, carrying a sense of clarity and quiet acceptance. I truly hope that you were able to gain something meaningful from this experience, because I know I certainly have. It has been more valuable to me than I can put into words. Ha! Serene's smile shifted, a subtle confusion and unease flickering across her features. What are you talking about exactly? I don't understand. I don't know what's happening with the bright galaxy, or what they are planning, but I do know this: the foundations my father left for his empire are still fragile. Far too fragile to withstand a disturbance like the one currently shaking the entire universe. And now, as long as it's certain that the Cosmic Elder is on the verge of death, I can no longer continue playing the role of the wayward child, wandering without purpose. Richard gently moved Serene's hand aside with a soft, almost tender gesture. I need to return. Ha! Where did this come from all of a sudden? Serene's eyes widened and trembled slightly, her voice tinged with disbelief. Didn't you say that you would wait until you were officially summoned? Until your father would finally acknowledge you as a man and treat you like an adult? All personal concerns must give way to the greater picture, Richard said with quiet authority, his tone calm but firm. I cannot leave my father and my siblings in a situation like this simply because I am irritated by some minor incident, or because I feel unsettled by certain actions. The stakes are far too high. He let out a small, almost rueful laugh, then placed his hand lightly on her hair, smoothing it in a gesture of comfort. Thank you, Serene. Without your continuous guidance along the path of purity, I would never have been able to free the last part of myself. And without your presence, I would have forgotten the true meaning of human connection, the warmth of it, even for a fleeting moment. What? No. Serene waved her hands in protest, her tone urgent. You haven't fully recovered yet. You're not done yet. Step. Richard began moving eastward slowly, deliberately. Once he had gained some distance, he lifted his left hand high in a farewell gesture, his voice carrying clearly to her. I wish you all the luck in discovering other complex cases. I am absolutely certain that one day, you will achieve your dream and rise to become the greatest doctor the universe has ever seen. Farewell, Serene. Farewell for now. Serene followed his retreating figure with her gaze until he completely vanished into the distant horizon. Her large eyes shimmered with tears, and her lips parted slightly, as if she were still trying to process, still trying to understand the weight of what had just happened. Puff. After a few long, tense minutes, Serene sank to the ground, hugging her knees tightly, and muttered in a voice thick with emotion, Stupid, what's the big deal with just recording my soul imprint in a few portals? Ha! Richard exhaled softly, a deep sigh of resignation escaping his lips. He would be lying if he claimed that parting from the one person he had spent the most time with didn't leave a weight in his chest, a weight he could not easily shake. But he had always known this day would inevitably arrive, no matter how much he tried to delay it. Whoosh! In that moment, several figures emerged quietly from the shadows, their movements deliberate and precise. Richard furrowed his brows sharply, preparing for combat instinctively, his body tensing as he expected an attack. But his readiness quickly shifted to surprise, then recognition. Shadow swords? You followed me here. Bam! More than 10 shadow swords dropped to one knee in synchronized respect and greeting to Richard, their armor glinting faintly in the light. Then, a small portal opened with a distinct buzz, and from it emerged a small battalion of 30 individuals. Each wore black armor, though different from the standard shadow sword design, their presence commanding and precise. Bam! They too dropped to one knee, forming perfect alignment. Hail the Crown Prince, they shouted in unison, their voices echoing across the area. Imperial Guards. Richard's brows furrowed even deeper, a mixture of confusion and alertness crossing his face. What exactly is going on here? Your Highness, one of the shadow swords stepped forward, clearly the leader of the group, his tone respectful yet urgent. We were forced to acquire a planetary-grade artifact just to safely approach you, and Sky Opening City has been working day and night to follow your father's orders, ensuring your protection. His gaze met Richard's directly. Now that you have finally decided to return, allow us to officially escort you. Tisk. Richard let out a small, irritated sound, tinged with a trace of embarrassment, but he nodded in acknowledgement anyway. Very well. Let's go home. I'll have words with Theo when we return. Crown Prince. The shadow sword called out quickly, his voice sharp with urgency. If you have no objection, may I suggest an alternative destination instead of returning home? Richard raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity in his expression. Chapter 1778. Dawnlight Stellar Academy, Professor Shaddad's apartment. Whoa, absolutely incredible. Jabba opened his eyes slowly and finally allowed himself to relax his rigid posture, letting his back sink gently against the wall behind him. He closed his eyes for a moment, savoring the sensation, and then began massaging his temples carefully, feeling the tension of years gradually ease away. After 15 years, Shaddad had finally armed his body up to the fourth chamber, and only then did he leave Jabba alone to go and do as he pleased. The very first thing Jabba did was not to visit Morgana for guidance on properly strengthening his soul, but rather to study the 3 master laws. This was entirely because he still felt lost, still uncertain which law he should select to build his pillars with. His limits were firmly capped at level 10 in the inner energy system, and he knew he could never surpass that without first choosing a law suitable for him. Every time he thought of it, his heart raced with both anticipation and hesitation. Among the 3 laws, balance, creation, and spacetime, the choice seemed obvious in some ways, yet intimidating in others. Balance had been completely off the table. The master had outright forbidden its use, warning that if Jabba tried it, he would remain tethered to the cosmic elder indefinitely, and that would be the end of his freedom. Creation was still a mystery. It seemed beautiful, elegant, and unimaginably powerful, a law of endless possibilities, but it did not seem to carry any inherent combat nature. Jabba, a former general who had lived for battle and thrived in conflict, could not imagine a life without the thrill of confrontation. Thus, the choice fell naturally to the law that the master had used with remarkable skill to defeat countless enemies over the years, spacetime. Yet, it was far from the simple, straightforward path he had imagined. Jabba let out a long, weary sigh. Step. Should I say congratulations? Shaddad's voice came from nearby as he walked past, carrying a large pot brimming with raw materials. The faint metallic clink of the contents echoed softly through the apartment. Say it today, say it every day. After all these years, I've finally completed the reading of the first stage of spacetime, fully and completely. Jabba's face broke into a wide, triumphant smile, his eyes shining with a mixture of pride and relief. It's no wonder the master handed me those nearly full-length metal tablets for preservation. The sheer volume of information in just this one level surpasses everything I've learned from all the other laws combined. Oh. Shaddad stopped abruptly and turned to look at him, lifting his eyebrows in genuine surprise. Congratulations, elder brother. I really wish I could finish the first one too. Haven't you completed your study of the master law of creation yet? Jabba asked slowly, stepping toward Shaddad, his eyes narrowing slightly as he examined the pot in Shaddad's hands. And what exactly is all of this? Unfortunately, I haven't had the luxury to sit for 15 uninterrupted years just to study a single law, Shaddad admitted, a sigh of nostalgia and quiet envy slipping through his tone. I truly envy you, elder brother. No responsibilities weighing on you, no burdens or duties. You are still free, still exploring your path in life, searching for your place. His gaze drifted to the window, eyes glazed with the soft haze of reminiscence. As for me, I've been stuck in the same stagnant mire for hundreds of thousands of years, unable to move forward. Is that a personal attack or just envy talking? Jabba let out a short, incredulous laugh, shaking his head slightly at his friend's dramatic self-reflection. Just words, nothing more. Don't pay them too much attention, Shaddad waved dismissively, but his fingers lingered on the rim of the pot as he began carefully emptying its contents. What exactly is all of this? Jabba leaned closer, curiosity brimming in his voice. Metals? Are you planning to craft some new artifact with these? He peered into the pot, noting the faint gleam of raw minerals and strange alloys that glinted in the light, imagining the possibilities they might unlock in Shaddad's skilled hands. I intend to craft my dream, Shaddad exhaled deeply, his chest rising and falling with the weight of his thoughts. The sound of his sigh echoed faintly in the quiet workshop, filled with scattered metals and tools reflecting the sunlight through the windows. I hope the day comes when physical strength becomes the fifth cultivation path, not just some secondary option. But that will never happen unless I make entering a world cataclysm through the weaponization system simpler, faster, and cheaper. Otherwise, physical cultivation will remain a mere supplementary path, a luxury reserved only for those with endless time and resources, never a true cornerstone of strength. He slammed his hand hard on the wooden table, making the metal pots rattle and small scraps of ore clatter. How in the world can physical strength be considered a supplementary path? Isn't the body supposed to be the primary biological machine? Those ancients, how could they train the soul so meticulously but never think to strengthen their bodies? By everything alive and furred, how could they ignore such an essential foundation? His voice rose, fueled by frustration and disbelief. I think many tried, but failed, Jabba muttered, rubbing his chin as his eyes scanned the rough metal pieces scattered across the workbench. Even my predecessors had their own experiments with the body and failed miserably. Perhaps, Shaddad said, a quiet determination creeping into his tone. He picked up the largest, roughest piece of metal from the pot, holding it up to the sunlight filtering through the window. This is Black Plague excrement. They've spread uncontrollably in recent years across multiple sectors. And honestly, I think this is an opportunity. This single piece cost me 25,000 pearls. Maybe, just maybe, the answer lies hidden inside it. Dude, Jabba said, lifting his gaze toward Shaddad, his hand firm on Shaddad's broad shoulder. Even if the answer is hidden in there, I'm not letting you shove excrement into my bones. Absolutely not. It's research. Research. Shaddad snapped back, his voice sharp but passionate. He gestured toward the scattered metals and ores as if their potential answers could be unlocked through sheer will. Hey, why don't you help me? The master said you had your own research into physical strength before, that you even built some kind of array or device, and that you might have ideas I could use. This is the perfect time for your insight. And why not help yourself first? Jabba countered, his hand pointing toward the stack of metallic tablets on the shelf. If you kept reading the first level of the creation law and actually understood it, wouldn't that give you the foundation you need for all of this? He clicked his fingers lightly, a mischievous smirk forming on his lips. Maybe that alone would produce the results you want without spending thousands of pearls on excrement. Shaddad raised a single, sharp eyebrow. You said you read spacetime to the very end. Did you understand any of it? No, Jabba admitted, scratching the back of his head, a small embarrassed laugh escaping. It was a strange sensation, almost frustratingly alien. He had not just read the material over and over, he had imprinted it on his mind, walked through it step by step repeatedly, tried to absorb every nuance, but it was useless. Even though his master had written everything in clear, structured language, it felt like magic. Each word could be understood in isolation, yet it could never be connected to the next. Every attempt left him baffled, like staring at a puzzle with missing pieces. Then why in the world do you want me to waste my time on it? Shaddad shook his head violently, his long hair swaying. I gave up after the first 3 years. I realized that even understanding a single word from that law is nearly impossible. Heaven has already blessed me with the eye of truth, and I can spend the rest of my life proudly claiming that I am a user of a master law and a disciple of the great truth chosen of this generation. As for creation, I am not the protagonist. I am not the main character meant to wield 2 master laws. That is the truth. Heroic matters, I will leave them to those who are destined for them. Chapter 1779. I am not the main character to be capable of mastering 2 master laws at once. Shaddad cast a long, lingering glance at the metallic tablet of the master creation law, his eyes tracing the engraved lines as if they could speak to him. He let out a heavy, almost weary sigh. Since I have already started it, I will eventually have to finish it, someday, no matter how long it takes, so I can create at least one proper application. Otherwise, the master would be furious. But as for the other 2 laws, I have absolutely no intention of touching them. Man, you actually have 3 master laws, and not even a spark of curiosity to read them? How did you even obtain your eye of truth in the first place? Jabba laughed, shaking his head in disbelief. Truly, Shaddad's speed of comprehension was painfully slow, agonizingly slow, but it was not impossible. If he persisted, if he dedicated enough days, months, or even years, he could perhaps use a tiny fragment of a law every single day. Maybe he could even extract practical knowledge from it, craft something tangible from its immense abstract power. Thinking about it, it made sense why the master required only one application of a master law every 1,000 years. Did the master really expect this to happen? Or was it all a calculated impossibility, a test of patience, endurance, and intelligence? Jabba's lips twisted into a strange, almost knowing smile as he turned his gaze to the window, watching the sunlight filter across the room. When he thought about it more deeply, he realized their master had obtained all 3 master laws, mastered them, and wielded them within just a few centuries. Yet he instructed his disciples to produce only one application per 1,000 years. The wisdom behind this decision was precise, deliberate, and perhaps cruel. That scumbag had never had full faith in them. I obtained the eye of truth through my relentless pursuit of the body strengthening system, and I have no plans to stop now, Shaddad muttered, picking up another piece of metal to examine. His hands moved carefully, feeling the subtle weight and texture of the material. I need to find alternatives, better, stronger, more efficient ones, to break through world cataclysm. Anything less would be a waste. Jabba studied Shaddad silently from the side, the faintest hint of curiosity and concern in his expression. After several tense seconds, he exhaled. Fine, 15 years of seclusion are over, and I certainly do not want to return there immediately. I will help you a little, at least for now, he said, stepping closer to stand by Shaddad's side. So, what exactly do we have here? Shaddad's eyes brightened instantly, his expression transforming into sheer excitement and anticipation. In truth, I have never been closer to my goal than I am today, he said, his voice almost trembling with pride and relief. Centuries ago, the master handed me a set of volumes belonging to someone titled the Second Heaven Chosen. They contained detailed instructions for a tattoo-based body strengthening system, ideas, proposals, and solutions for the limitations inherent in that system. I studied those volumes for an exceedingly long time, Shaddad continued, his eyes narrowing in thought, but I never attempted to solve the problems of that tattoo system directly. No, I still consider it fundamentally flawed. He held the metallic piece in his hand, examining it critically. Any system that extracts energy from the atmosphere and pours it directly into the cells, regardless of scale, is ultimately invalid in my eyes. No matter how much you push its limits, those limits remain, always, unmovable. He turned to Jabba, his gaze sharp and unyielding. And that is precisely why no living being could ever reach the equivalent level of physical power. The cells simply cannot expand at such an accelerated rate. It is impossible. So why would I bother solving problems like adapting the body to laws, or restoring planetary energy, when the system itself is broken from the start? Weaponization is the true path. Through weaponization, we do not merely dump energy into cells, we fortify the cells themselves. Instead of absorbing 100 units, they could absorb 200, 300, or more. And the cells themselves become strong and resilient, even without energy flowing inside them. Shaddad's eyes hardened as he stared straight ahead, his mind racing with calculations and possibilities. But I did benefit from those old volumes. I began applying certain runes directly onto the weaponization materials themselves, enhancing the absorption efficiency within the cells. Runes that the master helped me make, multiple times, without even knowing what I would ultimately use them for. He let out a short, helpless laugh, remembering the master's casual attitude toward the scrolls he had entrusted to Shaddad. Anyway, now, instead of relying on ridiculously expensive materials to manipulate the body from within, I can work with materials that cost half as much, but even so, the total cost to break into world cataclysm is still hundreds of millions of pearls. He muttered softly, almost to himself, a thread of doubt creeping into his voice. I feel, there is something missing. Something small, something subtle that could make the runes even more efficient, something to unlock that last bit of absorption potential. Do you think a compression array that uses pearls to generate an intense gravitational field could actually help? Jabba asked, his tone curious yet cautious, studying Shaddad's reaction. Why would it help? Shaddad exclaimed, his eyebrows raised, his voice a mixture of disbelief and irritation. How could merely compressing someone in a gravity field improve their absorption of weaponization materials? That is exactly what I have done. Jabba lifted his shoulders with a casual shrug, though his eyes gleamed with quiet confidence. I created an array with an incredibly high gravitational pull and inscribed multiple intricate glyphs on it. The person inside behaves almost like a black hole, able to absorb any amount of energy we pour into them. The cells expand under the immense pressure, stretching and filling with energy to the point where their body becomes a living reservoir of power. He tilted his head slightly, a subtle smirk on his lips. Of course, not everyone survives the process. The weak or unprepared cannot endure the compression. But those who do, they save themselves hundreds of years of painstaking tattoo cultivation and instantly reach a level of strength that normally takes decades to achieve. Jabba looked directly at Shaddad, his tone firm yet impressed. And even though everyone says the array is ridiculously expensive, I can take someone from 0 to level 40 using only 30,000 pearls. Tell me, how many hundreds of thousands, or better yet millions, did you spend to get me to level 40? Shaddad let out a long, frustrated sigh and shook his head slowly. Millions, indeed, countless pearls. Even so, I maintain that weaponization is still the correct path. No matter how cheap or fast your array is, true strength comes from enduring the process and mastering the body through sheer discipline. He furrowed his brow thoughtfully before glancing toward Jabba again. But, I admit, this idea is not entirely bad. It has merit. Perhaps it could complement our current methods. Oh. Jabba raised his eyebrows, clearly intrigued, a hint of amusement in his voice. I could attempt using the array to help the body absorb the weaponization elements more efficiently. Shaddad muttered, his voice quiet but resolute. Why not try it, at least once? His tone was tinged with a rare excitement, though it faded almost immediately as caution returned. Still, the practical experiments, the actual steps to implement this, they are numerous, and all theoretical work only takes us so far. What is wrong with that? Jabba asked, a mix of surprise and curiosity lacing his words. The process is complicated beyond theory alone. Up to now, theoretically, I have been able to cut the cost of weaponization by half thanks to my research into the tattoo system, but I have not applied it practically to anyone yet. And now that we have decided to integrate your array as well, the variables multiply, and I can only determine the results through hands-on testing. Shaddad's jaw tightened, and his hands clenched involuntarily. He ground his teeth audibly, frustration radiating from every movement. I am useless when it comes to testing. I have no test subjects, and I cannot bring myself to purchase slaves just to experiment on them against their will. And even if I had willing participants, where would I conduct these experiments? Inside my apartment. His voice cracked slightly, revealing just how trapped he felt by the constraints of morality and practicality. Jabba's gaze softened slightly as he nodded. This academy does permit scientific research, correct? Speak with Lady Aldera, and she will allow us to carry out whatever experiments we deem necessary. She seems fair-minded and reasonable, and if she refuses, there is always one of the Master's empires we can turn to. As for Arrow, as long as something benefits the Master, he will approve without hesitation. You only need to prepare the location and the tools, and I will handle the rest. Jabba patted Shaddad on the back again, a reassuring gesture that somehow eased some of the tension. I will prepare the subjects for the experiments. Fortunately, we have plenty of them. Chapter 1780. Somewhere within Young Sector 99. Halak let the scorching desert sun sting and kiss his thick, battle-hardened skin as he lay sprawled lazily on a beach-style couch, the kind nobles usually put in front of ocean waves. He was almost half-naked, bare chest, relaxed limbs, and the satisfied smile on his face grew brighter and deeper with every passing second, as though the heat itself were fueling his pleasure. Bam! Bam! I'll kill you! Halak's expression tightened in mild annoyance, then he lazily tilted his head downward and placed a massive finger on his lips. Shhhhhh. Silence settled over the area. Only when he was fully convinced that the slaughter occurring below had shifted back to silent mode did he allow a slow grin to return, resuming his enjoyment of the desert sun as if nothing mattered in existence except its warmth. It had been several years since Halak personally left his palace to search for new recruits for the Imperial Guards. This was not because candidates had become scarce, far from it. The three armies were still expanding like wildfire, conquering and annexing more planets every single year. But Halak had raised the acceptance standards so dramatically that most of the population no longer qualified. By previously opening recruitment to anyone with even a basic affinity for the three fundamental laws, he had managed to gather an absurdly large number of trainees in record time, hundreds of thousands of them, all standing proud at one point as if the galaxy were offering him its young. But once the practical training began, once they attempted to comprehend the laws, then were thrown into beast territories, war zones, and crushing real combat, reality hit hard. Tens of thousands died gruesome deaths, tens of thousands were rescued and sent back home in shame, tens of thousands possessed affinity but lacked the intelligence or discipline to progress, and tens of thousands simply collapsed under the pressure and withdrew on their own. The disappointment that followed was suffocating. The remaining number was still huge, large enough to form a terrifying legion capable of assaulting full empires, yet to Halak, this was not even close to the number he envisioned. Those who survived the training and graduated were either individuals with unbelievable determination and dreams burning inside them, even if the dream was as small as escaping poverty, or people blessed with such absurdly high affinity that the laws themselves seemed to welcome them. Like Betha, the blind girl Halak had personally carried into the training complex. That fragile-looking girl had now become a formidable woman walking the path of time, and soon enough, she even became one of the instructors teaching the newcomers. Seeing this, Halak decided to change the system entirely. He released hundreds of Imperial guards equipped with advanced scanners to roam the sector and search for people with high affinity, no less than 20% toward any of the three fundamental paths, then remain with them on their home planet, train them personally for 3 full years to test their personalities, resolve, and sanity before escorting them to the true training centers. Many guards joked that he had simply become too lazy to train recruits himself anymore, and honestly, they were probably right. But Halak did not care. Maintaining quality was his responsibility, and that alone was what mattered, especially after the arrival of new Imperial orders to establish a fresh elite division, the Gravity Division. He was thrilled and on the verge of madness at the same time. He had always relied on veteran warriors from the 3 original divisions to train the newcomers, so what was he supposed to do with this brand new, specialized category? The first 5 years after receiving those orders were absolute hell. Halak had to journey personally to Nihari, bringing with him a full team of guards, to gather a group of local inhabitants, people born and raised under a gravitational force 70 times stronger than Jura's. These people naturally possessed an extraordinary affinity toward gravity. Even then, Halak designed extremely strict methods to measure and test gravity affinity to pick only the absolute best. This time, he refused anyone below a staggering 60%. When the count finally reached 20,000 young men and women, Halak and the veteran warriors began teaching them the fundamentals of survival, the art of killing efficiently, how to sharpen instincts, red danger, and all other general combat principles. But they left gravity comprehension entirely to the recruits themselves, believing that only self-struggle could unlock the essence of that law. Now, after 15 long and grueling years since the Gravity Division was first established, more than half of the original candidates have already withdrawn or perished, and even now more continue to be expelled or die every single day. The remaining survivors are still desperately struggling just to stay alive. Even the strongest among them are barely within the Saint realm. In fact, those very same strongest are the ones currently being crushed and worn down in the training center at this very moment. According to Halak's directives, since there are no veteran warriors in the gravity path, he must forge this very first batch into veterans, even if they have never stepped onto a real battlefield before. How? By forcing them to fight the other 3 teams relentlessly, day and night, without pause or mercy. Supreme Guardian. At that moment, a shadow approached Halak and blocked the sunlight from reaching him. There are messages for you. HSSSH. Halak raised his hand, pushing the Guardian slightly to the side with his brows tightly knit, before basking in the warm sunlight again and smiling lazily. That's much better. He then took the letters with complete disinterest and simply placed them on his stomach. Are you not going to read them, sir? There might be something important, perhaps a summons. The Guardian insisted with a more serious tone. This Guardian was the one responsible for the largest training center and knew Halak's habits well. If he did not pressure him, Halak would most likely never open those letters at all. A summons. Halak exhaled with clear annoyance. Has that irritating Millennium Empire finally invaded Jura, Greenland, or Nihari? No, sir, the Guardian responded quickly. Then nothing important. Halak waved his hand lazily several times. As long as those 3 planets are safe, then nothing else concerns us. The rest is the responsibility of the 3 armies. Or do they expect to eat, drink, and enjoy their privileges without contributing anything? He then rested his hands behind his head again. I'm not moving from here for anything else. I still have to supervise the training of these kids, and I still have to ensure your protection should those troublesome pests decide to launch an attack. If I, the Supreme Guardian, am not here with you, how exactly do you plan to manage things? Sir, honestly. The Guardian pointed at the letters. I was informed that one of those messages came from the Middle Belt, specifically from the Shadow Sword serving His Majesty. Poof. Halak jolted upright as if Dirger himself had bitten him. He rummaged through the letters until he found a slightly different one, tore it open, and began reading like a madman. Silence fell between them. Sir. The Guardian slowly widened his eyes, curiosity burning inside him. What exactly was written in that message? I'm leaving. Halak stood up and began hastily putting on his clothes. What about supervising us, and protecting us? The Guardian asked anxiously. Supervise yourself. Are you a child? Then, bam. Halak stomped the ground and shot toward the nearest space gate like a cannon shell. Chapter 1781. Youth Sector 100 Planet S1211. Buzz. The portal flared open, and Billy strode out, wrapped in his required white gold armor that reflected the light like a miniature sun, but unlike his usual charismatic self, he didn't pause even for a heartbeat. He didn't greet the gate guards, didn't lift their morale with his typical jokes, and didn't wave at the countless civilians who always gathered just to catch a glimpse of the planetary chief of police, the man known as the loyal friend of His Majesty. With his brows pressed together and attention that radiated from every step, Billy leapt off the gate platform. His movements were sharp and decisive, the heavy armor barely slowing him as he rushed forward. He wasn't alone for long. A group of police officers sprinted toward him, forming a small escort. We salute the General Commissioner. How's the situation? Billy asked, not bothering to turn around. His pace accelerated across the desolate stretch of land, each step covering hundreds of meters with ease. Has the evacuation been completed? Yes, sir, one of the light swords replied immediately. We have evacuated roughly 10% of the planet's surface, the region where we anticipate their landing. Only 10%. Billy's voice cracked like thunder. People's lives are not a game. We don't have the time, sir, another light sword answered, sounding almost desperate. If we attempt a wider evacuation, everything will collapse into chaos. Traffic, panic, riots, nothing would remain under control. Have they gotten that close already? Billy's fists tightened, the metal of his gauntlets groaning under the pressure. Anger was starting to seep into his voice. I just received the update. They've already breached the atmosphere, a light sword shouted. What? Billy barked. Without hesitation he pulled out an instant space portal, its frame slicing open the air with a sharp shimmer. He didn't even consider saving pearls, this was no moment for caution. He and the officers with him jumped through at once. BZZZZT. On the other side, Billy burst out at full speed. This time, an entire defensive force was waiting, around 5,000 light swords, divided into 10 teams, each consisting of 500 members. Standing before them were several high-ranking officers, armored and ready. General Commissioner. At the moment they saw him, officers of various ranks bowed slightly. It's an honor you managed to arrive in time. Damn it, is everything ready? Billy snapped, pushing past them as he stormed toward the command point. His voice carried a mixture of fury and urgency. Those bastards, they dare lay a hand on a planet belonging to the true beginning millennial empire? They're practically begging for annihilation. Just minutes earlier, Billy had been gliding between the planets of Young Sector 100 as part of his routine inspection when a devastating report reached him. A hostile force, an entire enemy army, was moments away from descending upon planet S-1211, an S-class planet, a fully imperial world, whose inhabitants were under the direct protection of the Empire. And now it was being attacked. Shocked, Billy immediately demanded information from the officials responsible for large-scale defense and external warfare. The answer chilled him. The Second Army, the army directly responsible for Youth Sector 100, and the First Army, half of whose total forces were stationed across the sector, were both currently locked in a full-scale assault against the shining torrent Millennium Empire. Meaning, there were no main army battalions left across the entire sector. Only scattered defensive garrisons spread thinly across dozens of planets. And those garrisons? All they could do was abandon their posts and rush together toward planet S-1211 as fast as they could, yet even then, they might still arrive too late. Billy immediately issued an urgent command for every lightsword station within that entire starfield to deploy to the attacked planet without a moment's delay, and he himself propelled through space toward it at full speed. Within mere minutes, the number of assembled forces had surged to 5,000, and more were arriving every passing breath, the sky filling with streaks of light as reinforcements continued pouring in. The planet's own inhabitants still had no clear idea what was happening, yet shock and confusion spread everywhere as they witnessed the staggering number of light swords descending through every gate, every teleportation point, and even through emergency entry routes reserved for disasters. It felt as though the entire police host of the Young Sector had suddenly flooded into their world. General Commissioner, have you received anything, any update at all, on the Army's arrival? One of the high-ranking officers, a lieutenant general with decades of service, rushed to Billy's side and asked anxiously. There are scattered garrisons from both the First and Second Armies currently converging to form a proper force and head here, Billy answered sharply, his tone leaving no room for doubt. But we must buy them the time they need. He swept his gaze toward the assembled light swords, eyes burning with resolve. Men, all of you know well that battling other empires is not part of the values war. Yet today, that oath bends before a greater duty. Today, we must shield our citizens. Not a single drop of innocent blood is allowed to fall, not today, not while we still breathe. Let no one ever claim that a citizen under His Majesty's protection was harmed while we, the police of the true beginning empire, were standing idle. We will protect the citizens. Nearly 5,000 light swords roared back, their combined voices thundering like a physical wave through the air. In truth, many of them were trembling, not from terror, but from overwhelming exhilaration. For countless light swords, this was the moment they had secretly imagined for years, a chance to stand against a real invading force and defend the empire with their lives. KRRRRRR. A deep mechanical growl resonated from above, pulling every gaze toward the sky. It was the unmistakable thunder of capital ship engines, heavy and oppressive. A colossal vessel, nearly 150 meters long, descended from the clouds, its shadow swallowing the surrounding terrain. Around it orbited 7 escort ships roughly 80 meters each, their hulls lined with weapon ports. Then, with a pair of metallic KSHHH sounds, the mothership's hangar bays opened, releasing more than 300 small fighter craft that streaked out like a metallic swarm. It wasn't just a formation, it was a fleet. BBBSSSHHT. A moment later, the main hatch of the mothership slid open, and several armored figures soared out into the open air. All of them wore suits colored in shades between pale aqua and bright white, their long cloaks flowing behind them, falling from helmet to heel like ceremonial banners. The man at their head removed his helmet, revealing a brown-skinned face dominated by 3 eyes. As he glided forward, he turned slowly, taking in the towering buildings and glittering horizon. They were just beyond the border of one of the imperial megacities built using Caesar's Empire of Tomorrow architectural doctrine. Incredible, so this is the homeland of the true beginning empire, he said, genuine awe vibrating through his voice. A place worthy of that irritating empire that's been causing trouble lately. What? Below, Billy's eyebrows tightened sharply, irritation flickering through his expression. The homeland of the true beginning empire? Did he assume that because of the city's beauty and structure? Fine, let him keep believing that. It might work to their advantage. The 3-eyed commander finally noticed the forces gathered below. His 3 pupils narrowed as he turned toward Billy and the 5,000 light swords. Aren't your armors supposed to be golden? Did the golden color flee out of fear, or did you run out of paint? Ha ha ha. Humph. Leave it to these newborn empires, another one sneered. They get their hands on one wealthy planet and suddenly abandon the war to play with armor designs. Pathetic. Silence. We are not the army, we are the police force. Billy shot back proudly. And we will never, ever, allow you to touch even a single hair on the head of any citizen of this great empire, not while I still draw breath. Ah ha ha ha. Chapter 1782. Ha ha ha. The man at the front erupted into loud, booming laughter that echoed across the battlefield. The police? The police. Ha ha ha. He grabbed his stomach, shaking with amusement as he struggled to breathe through his laughter, his three eyes squinting and producing a few tears from the sheer hilarity of it all. Billy clenched both fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Identify yourself immediately, he roared, pointing firmly at the man with unwavering intensity. Are you truly from the shining torrent millennial empire? Haha, hee hee. The laughter faded as everyone around him paused, watching the confrontation unfold. The man at the front finally regarded Billy with something like careful curiosity. It seems the police of this sector actually know a few things. They aren't completely useless, running around blindly after petty bandits all the time. Then he lifted his chin with a smug, confident air. Yes, I am General Oxend of the millennial luminous torrent empire. Kneel, and I shall keep you as hostages until your reckless army shows up. But don't worry, so long as you answer our questions truthfully and identify who your supreme ruler is, no one here will be harmed. Ha, you call them reckless? Billy snapped, his voice filled with controlled fury, pointing at him with deliberate sharpness. Our empire's forces clashed on multiple occasions over several neutral planets, entirely by coincidence, and each time, one side would leave the planet peacefully, either us or you. And yet, you broke that tradition. He stepped closer, setting both hands firmly at his sides and clenching his fists tighter, as veins flexed along his forearms. It was you who attacked 3 planets after declaring your withdrawal. Even though we left you 3 planets as a gesture of goodwill, your greed, your arrogance, convinced you that you could take all 6. That desire to possess everything was the very reason you launched an attack against us first. In truth, the Shadow Swords had detailed intelligence on every single millennial empire in Young Sector 99 and Young Sector 100. In Young Sector 99, the Shadow Swords had strictly instructed the 1st and 3rd armies to completely avoid any starfield containing millennial empires, and to retreat immediately if encountered, not out of fear of their military power, but because of the catastrophic risk of exposing the Nihiri galaxy. If a full-scale war broke out and those empires deployed even a single stellar scout, they could locate Nihiri and nearly 300 planets surrounding it. If such knowledge leaked, it would trigger a disaster of unimaginable scale. What had already transpired in Verilion was a stark warning of just how destructive such exposure could be. Consequently, the Shadow Swords dedicated enormous resources to cordoning off the area around Nihiri. They purchased dozens of stellar scout ships and deployed them strategically throughout the galaxy to detect any movement, or any intruder, immediately, ensuring they could respond without delay. Every fleet movement now was meticulously calculated, with risks analyzed to the smallest detail. Young Sector 100, on the other hand, was slightly simpler to manage. Shadow Sword regulations imposed strict limitations on engaging millennial empires, in order to reduce unnecessary bloodshed and minimize casualties. Why wage war against a millennial empire when their primary goal was merely acquiring unclaimed planets? The galaxy was filled with countless uninhabited, unclaimed worlds. Even so, they had been forced to deal with the neighboring luminous Torrent Empire multiple times. Each time, the Shadow Swords either negotiated or applied pressure to secure planets without fighting, until the luminous Torrent Empire went mad and made that reckless, aggressive move. A move that was now being punished in full. The demon army had mobilized immediately, reinforced by units from the human First Army, and they were currently en route to invade 50 planets belonging to the shining Torrent Millennial Empire as retribution. Yet no one had expected them to launch a counterattack instead of merely defending themselves. This was not just shocking, it was irrational, almost insane, and it exposed a catastrophic intelligence failure on the part of the Shadow Swords. Haha, so what if you attacked us first? We are the Millennial Torrent Millennial Empire. Our roots stretch back 470,000 years. We are the rightful rulers of Young Sector 100. The general barked orders to his men, signaling the combat vehicles to move and encircle the city, clearly dismissing Billy and his forces entirely. The city walls were bristling with light swords, yet he ignored them completely. Police? This is laughable. So you think that just because you are older, because you believe you are stronger, you have the right to take whatever you please? Billy's voice thundered across the battlefield, raw anger sharpening every word. Fine, very well. Let it be then. And now, I am no longer even remotely concerned about what our army is about to do to you in the next moments. The general finally glanced downward again, narrowing his 3 eyes. What is your army about to do to us? What are you even talking about? We already took the 6 planets, and that's the end of it. Your army retreated like rats the moment we arrived. Billy's eyes widened in disbelief. You don't know there's a full-scale assault on the shining Torrent Millennial Empire happening right now. What? The general screamed, his voice ripping through the air and shaking everything around him. His shout echoed across the battlefield, bouncing off the distant mountains, the city walls, and the metal hulls of the descending fleets. I see. Billy let a faint, sly smile appear on his face, though it only made the fire in his eyes burn brighter. His expression radiated controlled fury, the kind that froze men in their tracks. This general had acted recklessly, without coordinating with the rest of his forces. Blinded by the intoxicating thrill of imminent victory, he had charged forward to attack the nearest planet belonging to the true beginning empire, thinking he could crush it before anyone responded. This wasn't a failure of intelligence. No, it was simply the inevitable result of trying to predict and control fools who could not be predicted. True beginning empire. General Oxen bared his teeth in a snarl and pointed toward the city below, his hand trembling slightly with excitement and fury. The heavens themselves have sent us today to punish this insolent, defiant nation, wipe them from the face of the earth, kill every living thing on this wretched planet. KRRRR, KRRRR. Hundreds of light combat vessels surged forward toward the city like a living tide of steel and fire. The general, his face twisted in triumph, spun sharply and rushed back to the mothership, desperate to contact any nearby fleets, to understand what had gone wrong, or perhaps, what was about to go wrong. Stop right there. Billy's voice thundered from below, booming over the chaos like a war drum. This is your final warning. Withdraw your men immediately. Fall back, or I will have no choice but to cross the limits of my authority to protect the lives of my citizens. The general stopped, his eyes widening as he looked downward one last time. He was genuinely shocked by the audacity, the sheer force radiating from a mere police officer. But then, with a dismissive wave of his hand, he turned and marched back toward the mothership, muttering, "Kill them all. I have no patience for interrogating fools who do not understand their place." SHHHHK. The mothership and its supporting craft pivoted with precision, their cannon barrels glowing and transforming into a bright, electric blue as they prepared to unleash destruction. The admiral on the mothership raised his hand to activate the comms, then lowered it, preparing to issue the order. Fire! A single, piercing scream erupted from below before the admiral could even finish. Then, pew, 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 pew. Thousands of concentrated beams, pure, unrelenting, devastating laser fire, blasted upward in perfect unison, tearing through the sky like a storm of white-hot light. Inside the mothership's bridge, the admiral was caught completely off guard. A random beam struck him squarely in the throat and exited violently from the top of his head. The world went silent for a heartbeat, then the chaos resumed. Bam, 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 boom. The massive vessel began to tilt violently, its hull ripping apart as if it were made of paper. The mighty ship transformed into a sieve of steel, thousands of gaps opening up, allowing anyone standing below to see the sky in perfect clarity through the disintegrating metal. What? General Oxen froze in disbelief, his hands gripping the railings of his command station as the ship he had hoped to reach burned, crumbled, and plummeted toward the ground. He slowly turned his head to look back. Every combat craft that had been racing toward the city now faced the same fate. Hyperfocused laser beams struck them one by one, slicing through armor and energy shields alike, sending the ships tumbling from the sky like tattered kites caught in a storm. Then he heard it, a calm, unwavering voice rising over the battlefield. Our armies in the Middle Belt suffer for one reason alone: our fleets are powerful, but the individual strength of our soldiers is far below that of their opponents due to the imposed restrictions. Chua AAAA. But that problem does not exist for us here. Even I am entirely confident that I could snap the neck of your planetary emperor with ease, let alone deal with someone like you. The general's jaw dropped as he slowly looked downward. There, balanced on the tip of Billy's index finger, hovered a sphere of fiery energy, its heat radiating even from a distance. Billy tilted his finger, and the sphere began to move slowly toward him. No, that wasn't merely a sphere of fire. That was a sun. No. The general screamed as the immense heat and blinding light bore down, and the world itself seemed to shatter beneath the terrifying reality of Billy's power. Chapter 1783. After several weeks. Mid-Sector 101, southern border. Bam, bam, bam. Send 300 Terra Knights to reinforce the eastern wall immediately. Alexander shouted, his voice booming from atop a towering high tower that overlooked the battlefield. His piercing eyes scanned the chaotic front line, calculating every move of the enemy. Without hesitation, he turned sharply toward the east, drew his blazing bow with practiced precision, and with a soft swoo, a devastating storm of poison-laden wind struck that exact spot with deadly accuracy. Ba-doom. Alexander clutched his chest and collapsed onto one knee, a grimace crossing his face. GHH. General. His aides, who had been observing the battle on his behalf from different positions around the tower, immediately abandoned what they were doing. They rushed toward him, their faces etched with worry, trying to check if he had been injured by the exertion or from the backlash of the powerful poison wind attack. General, please. You must stop leading the attack personally. You refuse to take a moment, and you refuse to pause even for a short break to refine a new affinity elixir. This kind of strain on your body and mind is extremely dangerous. You are risking everything. Alexander straightened himself with the pride and composure of a seasoned commander, brushing the dust off his kneecap as if nothing had happened. His eyes immediately returned to the battlefield, scanning the aftermath of his latest strike. We'll rest once this assault is over. Only then. The eastern front had calmed slightly. Alexander's arrow, imbued with his mastery of the poison wind law, had killed nearly 100 soldiers outright. Beyond that, it had corrupted a 50-meter radius, creating a temporary gap in the enemy formation and significantly weakening the momentum of their assault. Of course, this cleared area would be restored within minutes by enemy forces, but for the defenders, this small window of opportunity was invaluable. It allowed them to regroup, reinforce, and prepare for the next wave of attackers. There was a massive difference between the poison wind law when wielded by Alexander himself and when used by the special forces. His Majesty had deliberately limited the special forces' ability to manipulate poison-infused wind to just 3%, a safeguard to prevent an overwhelming display of power that could draw too much attention from enemy eyes. He had even designed their uniforms with a green ornamental piece around the wrist, purely for deception, so that anyone witnessing their abilities would mistakenly assume the ornament was the source of the poison rather than the soldiers' control over the wind. Alexander, however, was unrestricted. Robin had entrusted the generals with fully merged laws: Alexander, Victoria, Martin, and Elizabeth. Each of them could manipulate the proportion of their merged law at will, up to 50% or more, allowing their powers to reach an entirely different magnitude. Every arrow fired by Alexander carried devastating force. Every sweeping strike of Martin's halberd sent shockwaves through the enemy ranks. Every thunderous swing of Elizabeth's scepter shattered the battlefield. And every thrust of Victoria's sword cleaved through ranks with precision and power. To their enemies, this was unfathomable. The sheer destructive force was unlike anything they had experienced. Yet for the special forces, such power was familiar, they had grown used to it. As a result, most opponents did not even flinch, assuming this level of devastation was routine. At that moment, Alexander and his army were defending the last fortress on one of their assigned planets. Behind them lay another fortress, constructed swiftly using a rapid array and reinforced by 50 skilled soulmasters. The fact that the forces beneath World Cataclysm were incapable of flight proved extremely advantageous in this scenario. Without the fortress, the planet would have fallen into enemy hands long before midday. Here, on this planet, unfolded the largest ground battle across the entire southern region. Above them, in the sky, a massive aerial battle raged. Members of the Mazer family clashed fiercely with several human families loyal to the true beginning empire. For Nexus states were involved, their immense power twisting the winds and tearing through clouds. Even above that, warships engaged in combat, firing beams and launching missiles in chaotic, deadly arcs. The sky itself seemed to tear apart with the intensity of the clash. Yet on the ground, Alexander's forces paid it little heed. They had far too many threats directly in front of them to worry about the spectacle above. Had Alexander summoned reinforcements from even one of the dozens of planets assigned to his command, he could have easily repelled the current wave of attackers. However, doing so would have meant abandoning the planet that sent the call for aid, leaving it vulnerable to enemy forces. Marshal Fargus, even Alexander could not fully understand the logic behind it. Was Fargus placing them in such a high position because he trusted them, assigning them nearly half of the war-torn planets to protect? Or was he simply conserving his own forces, delegating dangerous assignments to those he considered expendable? Half of the planets, half of the responsibility, all resting in the hands of Alexander and his generals. Fargus commanded nearly 90 fleets, while Alexander had only 30 under his direct control, and yet Alexander was holding the line, defending half of the war zone entirely on his own. And still, even losing a single planet, not even one, was entirely unacceptable. Marshal Brontear understood this completely. He knew that the new support army would never give up even a single grain of sand, never allow a single inch of territory to fall. Unlike Marshal Fargus, who continued his unpredictable pattern of advance and retreat, Brontear had sent an extremely fierce wave against Alexander here, designed to crush that unyielding resolve, to break the legend of the army that never retreats, to shatter its indomitable spirit. That maneuver had already cost him 2 planets to Marshal Fargus, but Brontear knew that if he could succeed here, the reward, the strategic advantage, would be far greater, potentially decisive for the entire southern sector. Those who are refining the elixir, are they not finished yet? Alexander barked through clenched teeth. We must deploy the entire army if we hope to repel today's aggression. If we succeed, only then will we enjoy a brief respite of at least 3 days, and perhaps even seize the opportunity to mount a devastating counterattack. General, something is approaching the northern wall, one of the observers shouted, pointing to a distant, rapidly moving spot. Alexander's eyes immediately locked on the threat. Using the main wind law, he purified the air in front of him, cutting away dust, smoke, and haze, allowing perfect visibility of the incoming force. As soon as he saw it, his expression twisted sharply. At least 300,000 enemy soldiers were racing toward the city at this very moment. The front ranks were cavalry riding enormous 6-legged felines, charging with unstoppable momentum. If they continued at this pace, even the walls reinforced by dozens of soul masters, brimming with protective enchantments, would not withstand the initial impact of their sheer force. It was evident that the prolonged assault on the city until now had been a deliberate strategy, meant to exhaust the defenders, to drain their strength and focus, preparing them for this exact moment. Alexander ground his teeth so hard that the words barely emerged from his throat, raw with frustration and urgency. Prepare the transport ships, we are going to Eritrea. Something is descending from above, General, another observer shouted, pointing toward the sky. Alexander's eyes narrowed instantly. There it was, a craft the size of multiple fighter jets combined, sleek, black, moving faster than anything the eye could easily follow. Unlike typical fighter vessels, it lacked the usual 4 forward cannons. Instead, it was reinforced with multiple layers of advanced shielding, each layer visible as a shimmering surface in the sunlight, reflecting a faint bluish glow. Isn't that a Shadow Sword's craft? What are they doing in an open battlefield? He muttered in disbelief, momentarily stunned. With a soft swoop, the craft streaked past the city, heading directly toward the massive wave of advancing soldiers with terrifying speed. KSHHH. The craft's gate swung open mid-flight, slicing through the air, and someone, leapt from it. Who is that? Alexander advanced cautiously, inching toward the edge of the northern wall, his eyes fixed on the descending figure. Every fiber of his being braced itself, sensing the immense power radiating from this single person. White hair. Chapter 1784. A few minutes earlier. All right, let's stop here again, just to make absolutely everything crystal clear. Richard leaned forward slightly, his eyes wide, his face reflecting pure astonishment, disbelief, and a hint of fear. My father, he is involved in the cosmic war between Lord Hedrick and 3 behemoths simultaneously? Is that what you're saying? That is exactly correct, the Shadow Sword responded calmly, his posture rigid, his gaze unflinching, almost as if he had delivered the statement countless times before, yet fully aware of the weight it carried. Richard's eyes darted around the faces of the other shadow swords and the Imperial Guard stationed inside the sleek, dimly lit craft, searching desperately for a hint of humor, a smirk, or even the smallest sign of disbelief. Perhaps someone would laugh or make a sarcastic comment, anything to tell him this was some kind of joke. But no. Every single one of them remained utterly silent, utterly serious, their expressions carved from stone. Not a flicker of doubt, not a hint of amusement. Richard's stomach sank slightly. He turned back to the commander of the Shadow Swords, his pulse quickening. There must be some kind of miscommunication here. I'll ask again, just to make sure I understand. Your Highness, the Shadow Sword said, his voice calm but firm, commanding attention. No matter how many times you ask, the answer will remain the same. Yes, we are deeply involved in this cosmic war. In fact, you could say we bear half the burden of it ourselves. Your father and Lord Hedrick, they are partners. Equal partners in this conflict. Richard froze. His mind struggled to process the words, his mouth slightly ajar. Partners. My father, a partner of Lord Hedrick? Lord Hedrick, the son of destruction. His voice was a mixture of shock, disbelief, and the faint edge of panic. His mind raced, trying to reconcile everything he had been told about his father in this war. For centuries, he had been forced to alter his course multiple times, to flee alongside Sarene at various points along their journey, narrowly escaping the chaotic devastation wrought by Hedrick's campaigns. Over the years, he had heard countless stories, tales of Hedrick's merciless strategies, his unstoppable assaults, his legendary victories and unmatched cruelty. Even if Hedrick were somehow defeated at this very moment, his name would remain etched into history, eternal as the one who waged a cosmic war single-handedly. Hedrick, the son of destruction. A being who faced armies of behemoths, who had an entire starfield of his own, whose presence alone terrorized civilizations that had thrived for millions of years. A name that literally sent shivers down the spine, spoken with awe and fear alike. A monarch, wielding his seventh-stage law, the seventh stage. And his supposed partner, Robin. A man born to the Burton family on Jura, only a few centuries ago, who had spent most of his life in isolation, hidden from the eyes of the world. Yes, his father was a prodigy, brilliant, inventive, capable of creating monumental innovations, including the flame of life he himself wielded. In just a few centuries, he had built a civilization that could rival empires many times older. But, a partner of Lord Hedrick? What had he done to earn such a position? What events transpired in his absence? When did he reach such a level of influence and authority? Richard's mind reeled. Ugh. He pressed his forehead against his hand, exhaling sharply. I've lost count of how many times I've thought I understood this man, but apparently, I need to reassess him again. We've entered the atmosphere, the ship's captain spoke, breaking through Richard's spiraling thoughts, his voice steady and professional. Your Highness, we are now directly above the largest ground battlefield on the southern front of the Cosmic Hammer Starfield, the zone personally commanded by General Alexander himself. I presume you have heard of this location. The Shadow Sword's voice carried weight, emphasizing the magnitude of the situation. Of course I've heard of it. Richard responded, a tight smile forming, a mixture of tension and anticipation flickering across his features. How could he not? He had discussed this battlefield at length with Sarene countless times, analyzing strategies, predicting outcomes, imagining how he would respond if he were in the defender's position. They had spoken about the impossible odds, the staggering power of the support forces, forces whose strength was whispered about with both fear and respect. And now it became clear, the support they had spoken of, was none other than Alexander and his men. Excellent, the Shadow Sword continued, his tone sharp and urgent, cutting through the tension in the cabin. In short, General Alexander can no longer hold this battlefield effectively. He is stretched to his absolute limits and requires substantial reinforcements I cannot provide for at least another 2 years. Your mission, Your Highness, is to assume General Alexander's position as supreme commander of these forces. You must hold the line, maintain the integrity of the defense, and ensure that not a single planet falls to the enemy. The reputation of the support must remain unbroken, hidden until the moment its source can be revealed at the most strategic time. Your leadership will determine the survival of countless lives, the fate of entire worlds, and the balance of power in this region of the Starfield. Take command. Richard furrowed his brow, a mixture of disbelief and incredulity on his face. I've never commanded an army in my entire life, not even once, and now you want me to lead one in the middle of a cosmic-scale war? Are you seriously expecting me to do this? Has your mind completely abandoned you? Battles in the Middle Belt are very different from the wars we have fought before, Your Highness. Here, our ground forces enjoy certain advantages, yes, but only in armor and in logistical supplies. That is the extent of our superiority. Our advantage in perfect laws has entirely vanished because our enemies also possess perfect laws. The elite martial emperors we relied on in previous engagements are no longer a decisive factor here. On this battlefield, every single ground fighter is already a martial emperor. The sages and saints, however, can be used effectively, primarily to carry and distribute supplies in the most efficient manner possible, the Shadow Sword explained with careful precision, his tone steady and deliberate. But there are two grave issues that make this even more complicated. The first problem is the restrictions imposed on us simply because we come from the Young Belt. This limitation reduces our ability to absorb energy from the atmosphere and makes even activating attacks significantly more taxing. In the Young Belt, our troops could fight continuously for 12 hours using the elixir. Here, given the conditions and the strain, barely 2 or 3 hours will drain us dry, and even that pushes the limits of our endurance. The second problem, the Shadow Sword continued, is the elixir itself. Having to rotate the army every 2 hours is an absurd requirement, especially during close-range ground engagements. This restriction forces commanders to favor overwhelming brute force over carefully planned strategies. It leaves very little room for tactical maneuvering and makes coordinated attacks extremely challenging. Richard's face went pale as realization struck him. "You're making the First Army sound utterly useless," he muttered under his breath, unable to hide the shock and disbelief in his voice. "His Majesty's army is far from useless," the Shadow Sword countered immediately, his voice sharp and firm. "If it were truly useless, we wouldn't have managed to defend half the contested planets on our own. The army's unmatched equipment, its unbreakable unity, the variety of heavenly laws within its ranks that complement each other, and the deployment of special forces all combine to make it virtually invincible. Yet, despite all of this, it still lacks one essential element." The Shadow Sword leaned in slightly, his gaze intense as he continued. "In circumstances like these, within the 100th millisector, it is standard for His Highness Caesar or His Highness Peon to descend personally onto the battlefield and take command. Death flame and corrosion winds are unleashed, sowing total chaos among the enemy, drawing their attention, and creating a crucial window of opportunity for our forces to reorganize and stabilize their formations. This is exactly the role you are meant to fulfill, Your Highness. As the son of His Majesty and one of the Empire's pivotal power centers, you are uniquely positioned to take on this responsibility." Richard pressed his fingers to his temples, rubbing the bridge of his nose as he tried to digest the enormity of what was being asked. "Are you telling me that during the rotation, I'm supposed to face the entire enemy army alone, for some period of time, just to draw their attention and allow our forces to regroup?" "Exactly," the Shadow Sword admitted after a brief pause, the weight of the command settling over him as well. "I understand that the way it sounds is extreme, but that is precisely the task before you." Richard exhaled slowly, a wry, almost incredulous smile appearing on his face. "Oh, well, that's actually simple enough then. Why didn't you say this directly from the start? As long as you're not asking me to lead the troops in detailed strategies and orchestrate complex maneuvers, this is manageable." He turned sharply, striding toward the gate with purpose. "Hey, drop me at the largest enemy gathering you can find. I want to make sure I'm right in the middle of the action." Chapter 1785. Whoosh! Richard launched himself from the ship like a blazing cannonball, slicing through the air with unmatched speed. Dust and debris swirled around him, stirred violently by the sheer force of his descent. Bam! His landing hit the ground with a cataclysmic force, sending shockwaves that cracked the earth beneath him. The ground splintered in multiple directions, jagged fissures running like veins across the battlefield, while a towering dust storm erupted around him, swallowing the horizon in a chaotic haze. For someone his size, the destruction was utterly disproportionate. Whoosh! With a graceful, almost casual sweep of his hand, Richard brushed away the dust that veiled his vision. The battlefield was suddenly revealed in all its terrifying glory. An immense army surged toward him, advancing with the relentless rhythm of a nightmare. The front lines were monstrous in scale, a cavalry of warriors atop massive felines, each beast towering over 10 meters in length and weighing more than 3 tons. Every hoofball sent tremors through the ground, shaking smaller units behind them. Richard's eyes narrowed, analyzing the formation with the precision of a veteran. He could feel it. Each rider in the front line radiated power, every single one a martial emperor. The sheer magnitude of their force was enough to obliterate entire cities with ease. This was the army that, decades ago, could have toppled the great serpent empire in Jura if unleashed without restraint. Heh, Richard cracked his neck from side to side, a hint of excitement threading through his otherwise calm expression. "It's been centuries since I've had a proper fight." Slowly, deliberately, he raised his leg and slammed it into the earth. Shwa-a-a-a-a. His leg erupted in brilliant green flames, the fire twisting and curling around his limb before plunging downward, boring into the ground beneath him with searing intensity. The earth beneath him fractured and cracked, the pressure sending shards of rock and soil flying outward like deadly projectiles. Meanwhile, the massive army remained indifferent to the new arrival. The front lines braced for incoming fire, expecting cannon shots or magical projectiles from above, but nothing significant landed. They barely noticed the disturbance, their advance unbroken and unstoppable. And the man who had appeared in the midst of this chaos? Barely anyone noticed him. Even those who did glance his way ignored him. After all, in a few moments, he would be nothing more than pulverized rubble beneath the hooves of the massive felines. Then suddenly, KSSSH, 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 KSSSH. What? The first line of cavalry froze mid-stride, eyes widening in disbelief. A wall of jagged stones erupted violently from the earth, forming a barrier directly in their path. Ordinary stones, yes, but each one was engulfed in fierce green flames, crackling and hissing as they burned. Still, they pressed forward, undeterred. What is this sorcery? Crush it! Even if what lay before them were the legendary metallic roots of the special forces, the cavalry would have crushed it without hesitation. They had faced countless obstacles before, but this, boom! The collision defied all expectation. The entire first line of cavalry was obliterated, frozen mid-charge as if smashed against an invisible wall. Their colossal felines toppled like toys, the riders thrown violently, their cries swallowed by the roaring chaos of battle. What? The following ranks blinked in disbelief. Leap over it. There was barely enough space between them and the shattered first line to maneuver. There was no time to assess the situation. If they didn't overcome this barrier immediately, the forces behind them would crash into their backs at full speed, causing a catastrophic chain reaction. Whoosh! Thousands of massive felines leaped with astonishing agility, soaring over the green-flamed wall. From above, they could see General Alexander and the chaos unfolding within the city, an entire urban center on the brink of destruction. But then they saw something else, something that made their blood run cold. KSSSH. The jagged stone wall stretched upward, extending its reach, penetrating the felines and their riders from below. Green flames engulfed the stones, searing through the beasts and riders alike. In an instant, all life force was drained from them, leaving only withered husks resembling mummified corpses. And then, just as suddenly, the fire receded. What? The rest of the army finally realized the horror when they saw the towering fawn-like stones, looming high above the battlefield. But new dangers awaited them. Creer. The earth in the heart of the army heaved violently. From it emerged a monstrous stone titan, 40 meters tall, with dozens of massive arms, each ablaze with green fire, increasing both its toughness and its lethality. Bam! It swung wildly in all directions, smashing anything nearby. Creer. The enormous fawn wall shook violently, flinging the felines from above as if they were mere toys. Then it began hunting methodically for its next prey, the stones moving as if alive. Whoosh! From the ground burst thousands of serpent-like creatures, attacking the next lines of cavalry with unrelenting precision, one by one, swallowing the battlefield in a tide of fire, stone, and death. The clash of powers, the thunder of hooves, the crackling green fire, and the earth-shattering impacts combined into a symphony of chaos, marking the battlefield as a place where only the strongest, or the cleverest, could survive. Richard's eyes gleamed with anticipation, unshaken by the terror surrounding him. Every movement, every calculated strike of his body, promised death to all who dared challenge him. The storm of destruction had only just begun. Above the city walls. This. Alexander and his officers' eyes widened in utter disbelief, their pupils stretching to their limits as if trying to take in every detail. The army that had been on the brink of flattening the city had come to an abrupt halt, frozen mid-assault, and now it was being utterly annihilated, completely, without mercy, right before their eyes. And all of this, all of it, because of that young man with white hair. Alexander exhaled slowly, a mixture of relief and admiration in his gaze. A small, almost imperceptible smile appeared on his face. It seems the Crown Prince has chosen to engage with us again, and at the perfect moment. Haha, indeed. One of the Empire's true power centers is now fighting on our side. This war belongs to us now. The officers behind Alexander had already erupted into cheers, clapping loudly and slapping each other on the shoulders. Their voices rang with unbridled excitement, and their energy radiated across the walls, infecting everyone nearby with hope and determination. Alexander said nothing. Words were unnecessary. He felt the same surge of certainty and power flowing through him, a calm yet overwhelming acknowledgement that the battle had just shifted entirely in their favor. Richard, Caesar, Theo, Pion, Polak, Arrow, Sakaar, and Amon, these were the true power centers within the empire. They were not merely soldiers or generals, they were forces that could face armies alone and win. Behind them came the generals, Alexander, Martin, Victoria, Candale, and Sayre, but their strength, the formidable, was secondary to the sheer power, authority, influence, and morale boost that a power center could unleash. For Alexander, this was clear, he could step aside willingly for any of these figures, with absolute trust and no hesitation whatsoever. Bam! At that precise moment, Richard spun, planted his foot firmly into the ground, and launched forward like a blazing meteor toward the city, toward the exact spot where Alexander was standing. Poof! This time, his landing was perfect, controlled with uncanny precision, leaving no destruction behind. Greetings, everyone, Richard's calm, commanding voice resonated across the walls, cutting through the roar of battle like a sharp blade. Your Highness, the troops shouted in unison, their voices trembling with awe, admiration, and relief. Your Highness, welcome back. Your mere presence here confirms victory before it has even begun. I would arrange a grand ceremonial welcome once the battle is over, but for now. Alexander inclined his head slightly, composed yet tense. What are your orders now? My orders? Ugh, even you are starting to think like the Shadow Swords, Richard said, shaking his head with a faint, knowing smile. He stepped closer and rested a hand firmly on Alexander's shoulder. No, tell me, what are your orders? Come on, say it. This. Alexander asked, momentarily taken aback, the weight of responsibility pressing down on him. This entire battlefield will remain under your command. I have no experience leading forces of this scale in a situation like this. Richard's eyes, calm yet piercing, met Alexander's. He patted his shoulder again, a gesture both reassuring and affirming. Just tell me where to strike. Give me the target, the angle, the moment, and I will strike. But your Highness. Alexander's eyes widened to their limit. He knew the stark difference in power between them, especially Richard, whose very presence could reshape a battlefield in an instant. It's settled. You will continue your role, maintain command, Richard said, waving lightly with a relaxed smile. But know this, I will observe everything you do. I will learn from you, just as my brother Caesar once did. Do not think I will let an opportunity for mastery slip away. It is an honor I will pass down through my lineage, a pride I will carry even beyond my death. Alexander exhaled deeply, a long, thoughtful breath. The weight of responsibility and the thrill of teaching, training two of his Majesty's sons in the arts of war, pressed on him, but it was a responsibility he would embrace wholeheartedly. Alexander lifted his head sharply, shaking off the lingering fog of daydreams and fantasies. His eyes sharpened, his mind focused entirely on the battlefield. He turned to issue precise, unwavering orders. We no longer need to fear the previous assault. Deploy all reserve forces. Deploy the elite units. Sweep the area around the fortress. Every enemy must be cleared, no exceptions. Move swiftly, decisively, and with precision. Yes, General. The shouts of the soldiers rang out, a wave of energy surging across the walls and into the hearts of every warrior. Chapter 1786. After another 5 years, in the year 560 after coronation, at the Dawnlight Stellar Academy, Robin, as he had grown accustomed to lately, merely stood there in complete stillness, silently staring at the intricate pattern before him, the solution pattern of the fifth cultivation path, the very design he had poured centuries of effort into perfecting. Robin had completed the general structure of the fifth training path long ago, but two major issues had prevented its mass adoption. The first was that he still did not know how to break into a world cataclysm at that time, not even in theory, and the path itself offered absolutely no guidance on the matter. The second obstacle was that the success rate was disastrously low, with failure overwhelmingly dominant. The problem lay in a single stubborn spot, a tiny but crucial point for which he could never find a perfect solution, the spot responsible for forming the pattern that carried energy from the gathering center all the way to the skin's surface, the final threshold of release. Any solution he attempted to place in that spot would drastically alter the success ratio, from 1 to 100 to 117, fluctuating wildly each time, until he finally achieved the highest ratio he had ever managed, which was 1 to 4. Meaning that out of every 10 attacks, only about 2 would succeed while the remaining 8 would collapse or misfire. But today, he was staring at the completed pattern, truly completed. The technique had been expanded to include the breakthrough method into a world cataclysm and the steps for using the fifth path afterward. Even more astonishing, the success rate of channeling energy without any elixir had reached a flawless 100%. And yet, despite all of this, he still could not make it public. The reason was that he had been forced to use a fragment of a balance pattern to stabilize that bottleneck point, the same balance pattern that functioned entirely through sacrifices. When he applied the first modification, he discovered that the user would inevitably have to sacrifice a few drops of blood or fragments of life force whenever attempting to unleash an attack. He had then spent the next 5 years desperately searching for a workaround. Later, he managed to create a modification that reduced the severity of these sacrifices by making the cultivator expend double the usual energy for each attack, one portion for the attack itself, and the other serving as the required sacrifice. Then came another modification, one that allowed the user to carry small external objects specifically prepared to be sacrificed before battle even began. But all of these options were utterly impractical. How could he claim to be solving a problem when every attempt merely created another? Yet he did not simply sit around doing nothing. Two parts of Robin's fourfold split consciousness had been tirelessly dedicated to developing improvements for the fifth cultivation path, while the remaining 2 parts were focused on entirely different projects. And indeed, during that time he produced new techniques, advanced ideas, and sketched out dozens of innovative arrays, concepts that would soon redefine the entire nature of space warfare. Even with all of this progress, the fifth path remained the burden pressing heaviest on his heart. If the fifth cultivation path were completed, it would be the greatest achievement of his existence, something truly worthy of immortalizing his name in the annals of history. Everything else he had achieved was either an enhancement of existing work, or something he later discovered had been invented ages ago by someone else, long before he was even born. But the fifth path. Robin allowed a dreamy, almost wistful smile to appear on his face, but he quickly wiped it away and forced his focus to return. Knock, knock. At that exact moment, a voice echoed from behind the door, amplified with soul energy so it could pierce the quiet and reach Robin clearly. Your Majesty, Harper has arrived to receive the soul borrowings. Do you wish to send anything with him? Yes. Robin gave a small wave of his hand, dissolving the protective array and opening the door, revealing Morgana behind it with a soft, gentle smile. With another smooth gesture, he sent a spatial ring drifting toward her. Tell him to give this to Zara, place it directly in her hand. Understood. Morgana received the ring with both hands, then lifted her gaze again to meet Robin's eyes. She only got the chance to see him once a year during the soul borrowings handover, a moment she always cherished. Your Majesty, you've been in seclusion for nearly 20 years now. Why not step outside, even for a short while, and breathe some fresh air? I'm not sure about that, Robin sighed tiredly. There are still far too many things tangled up here. Today is part of Student War Week. How about going out for a little walk? Morgana spoke quickly, her words coming out with a light eagerness, already imagining which places would offer the best meals and which dishes she could tempt him with. Aha, that's an additional reason for me to stay right here. Close the door on your way out. Robin chuckled while waving his hand dismissively, entirely uninterested, as dealing with noisy, overexcited students was the last thing he wanted to do again. No, wait, Morgana turned slightly and glanced at him from the corner of her eye. What about checking on what your 2 disciples are doing? What are they doing? Robin raised a brow. According to the timeline he had set with precise expectations, they should still be studying the first master law up until today. They're testing the new body strengthening array today on a number of volunteers, Morgana explained while pointing northward. Not far, truly. They're set up right there near the educational zone. Lady Eldera, the academy head, personally assigned them a dedicated site where they can do whatever they need without interruptions. Robin raised a brow once more, then nodded slowly several times before rising to his feet. All right, some movement won't hurt. A short walk might clear my head a bit. Excellent. Morgana stepped back down the narrow staircase, carefully giving him enough room to descend behind her. Then she called out sharply to Harper, this ring is from His Majesty. Hand it to Her Highness the moment you return, directly to her and no one else. Understood. Harper bowed slightly and was about to leave when he noticed Robin coming down the stairs. He immediately dropped to one knee. I greet His Majesty. And then. Robin nodded toward him with quiet authority. Tell Zara that if she must choose between producing more warships or modifying the entire operational system to accommodate these upgrades, then she should prioritize the upgrades first and foremost. Harper froze for a moment, as anything involving warship production carried immense weight, so he straightened quickly and nodded with determination. I will depart immediately, Your Majesty. I will head to the Young Sector first, and afterward I will return to distribute the soul borrowings to the Cradle Empire and the Grave Empire. Good, Robin said with a firm nod. Any new updates about the Crucible of Greed? It has been 4 full years since the last modification I assisted with. Of course Robin knew all about Zara's innovation. Whenever Sky Opening City reached a technical dead end or a point where progress stalled, they would send the designs to Robin through Harper so he could provide the solution they needed. He genuinely felt glad to contribute to a project like this, a monumental system Zara had built completely from scratch. Still, he always tried to reduce his involvement as much as possible, acting like an adult giving only a small, guiding push to a young child learning to ride a bicycle for the first time. Harper replied with a warm, confident smile, I haven't received any new requests, Your Majesty. The first complete version of the Crucible of Greed has already been constructed and is currently undergoing full-scale testing. Good. You may leave. Robin then turned his back to him, heading straight toward the door. And now, what are those 2 troublemakers up to? He chuckled under his breath, muttering to himself, could it be they're actually trying to steal the achievement of the 5th path from me? Chapter 1787. Beside the educational zone, the Dawnlight Stellar Academy planet was divided into several administrative, educational, and residential regions, yet most of it remained empty. Vast expanses of short, multicolored grass stretched endlessly like a soft woven carpet, all connected by a long white marble road that linked those zones together with elegant, spiral-like turns and gentle slopes. Whenever Robin wanted to reach the administrative sector, he had to take that road, which circled the planet in a wide, almost perfect ring, and travel along it at high speed for quite a long time, long enough for the surrounding breeze to cool his face and for the scenery to blur into lines of drifting color. But today, if he passed through the same road, he would find something entirely different waiting there, an unexpected landmark that had appeared almost overnight. It was an enormous site resembling a massive barn, surrounded by tall wooden walls. The walls were so high and reinforced that no passerby could possibly see inside, and within those wooden barriers sat a huge transparent dome meant to block any form of spying, scanning, or even divine perception. No one knew what was happening inside, but everyone, absolutely everyone, knew that Instructor Shaddad had rarely been seen leaving it during the recent period, as if the place had swallowed him whole. Bah, bah. Jabba clapped loudly, his hands echoing through the enclosed space. All right everyone, move to your positions. We want to finish today's experiment quickly and go back to our quarters before the day ends. On one side of the barn stood no fewer than 30 individuals of varying races and sizes, humans, half-humans, and mutants. Some were tall and lanky, others short and sturdy, each carrying slightly different features that reflected their origins. Their auras revealed that all of them were young, barely in their 20s, and all were weak, just barely above the level of mortals, with no real combat ability or meaningful breakthrough to boast of. They all stood up after Jabba's shout and began moving toward the center of the barn, though none of them looked particularly excited. Most wore lazy expressions, some yawned, and others dragged their feet as if they were heading toward another long, predictable disappointment. Yes sir. I hope there's at least some progress today. Can I leave already? I'm starving. Move. Jabba barked again, this time with a sharper, more commanding tone that echoed between the wooden walls. But he didn't get angry or strike any of them. He understood them too well. Truthfully, he also wanted to finish quickly and leave. The cycle had become too familiar. Years ago, Jabba and Shaddad began attempting to merge several body enhancement methods into a single technique, weaponization, tattooing, and the array. Back then, full of ambition, they selected a piece of land, cleared it entirely, set everything up from scratch, then brought these youths from the Young Belt and from the Grave Empire to experiment on them. 3 long years had passed since the trials had begun, with almost a new experiment every month or every 2 weeks, yet all the participants were still at the exact same level. Not a single improvement, not a flicker of advancement. They hadn't budged at all. After every failed test, they would be sent to small wooden cabins beside the barn, where they spent their days playing, studying, sleeping, or doing anything at all, except training. They had long lost hope of gaining anything meaningful from these experiments. Meanwhile, Jabba and Shaddad kept returning day after day to modify the system, adjust its components, rewrite the formulas, and tirelessly prepare for a new experiment. And today was one of those experiments. Shaddad stood at the barn's edge, arms crossed, brows knitted tightly. His gaze toward the group moving to the center was filled with a blend of frustration, heavy pressure, and unshaken determination struggling inside him. Even though he had dreamed his whole life of placing his first step on the path of creating something great like this, something that would carry his name into the future, now, at the decisive moment, after a series of consecutive failures that gnawed at his confidence, fear began to seep into his heart like cold water. What if this was his limit? Thinking about it, did all those before him fail, yet he would be the one to succeed? What was special about him other than being the teacher's disciple? What made him worthy of achieving this accomplishment? What was it that, bam! At that moment, the light playing over Shaddad's massive head was completely blocked, as if he were suddenly standing beside a towering structure. But where would a building come from in the middle of nowhere, inside an empty barn with nothing but wood and grass? There was only one thing that could cause such a sudden shadow. Shaddad slowly turned to his side, his movements heavy and deliberate, then lifted his gaze upward even more slowly, as if bracing himself for what he was about to see. Gulp! This isn't going to work. How many times do I have to say it? Didn't I ask you to stop standing next to me? At this moment, a towering giant stood beside him, a man nearly 3 full meters tall. Even Shaddad, who stood close to 2.5 meters and considered himself one of the tallest figures in the entire academy, had to tilt his head sharply upward, feeling for a brief moment like a small child addressing his father. And it wasn't just the height that made him imposing. His entire physique radiated in almost artistic perfection, powerful muscles tightly packed beneath smooth skin, yet arranged with such balance and elegance it felt as though some dreamy maiden sculptor had spent years crafting him. His thick, flowing black hair draped across his shoulders like a dark waterfall, and his bold, unashamed stare cut through the air. His wild, untamed aura pulsed around him, giving the impression that he was ready, eager even, to challenge anything under the heavens. Everything about this person inspired an instinctive sense of awe, a pressure that made those around him feel smaller, lesser in stature, value, and presence, even though, in reality, he was far weaker than Shaddad. Sniff, sniff. Halak lifted one arm without hesitation and began sniffing under his armpit as if this were the most natural thing in the universe. My scent is magnificent as always. Why don't you want me standing beside you, teddy bear? I don't have time for your jokes today, Halak. Not even a little. Shaddad tightened his thick, bushy brows, clenched his fist hard enough for his knuckles to whiten, then redirected his gaze toward the center of the barn. I need to focus entirely on this operation. If we fail today, it means we've hit a true dead end, one that could stall us for another half-century at the very least before we can attempt anything again. Hey! Halak stepped forward with determination, planting himself directly in front of Shaddad like a wall of muscle, then reached out and grabbed Shaddad's chubby cheeks with both hands, squishing them mercilessly. You're a good, lovable person with a warm heart, and you deserve all good things in this world. Thank you. Shaddad mumbled with visible confusion, his eyes almost completely hidden behind the flesh of his raised cheeks. Can you let go of me now? Halak nodded vigorously, so vigorously his long hair bounced, his eyes burning with an almost heroic resolve. He then stepped aside with exaggerated ceremony and pointed dramatically toward the barn's center. Now go and unleash the lion inside you. Roar and let the whole world hear your mighty spirit. Are you serious? Shaddad marched forward quickly, not out of eagerness, but simply to escape Halak before the giant's brain produced yet another bizarre idea. When he finally reached Jabba's side, he gestured toward the test subjects. Hey, are you ready? Ready. From the center of the array, all participants raised their hands, their voices echoing slightly within the dome. All right. Shaddad released a long, heavy exhale, as if letting go of 3 years of accumulated pressure, then nodded toward Jabba. Now. Jabba slammed his foot onto a precise position within the enormous array etched into the ground. The structure reacted instantly, activating with a deep hum as it began channeling power from the massive pearl pillars erected around its circumference. At last, after endless failures, something was finally beginning to happen. Chapter 1788. KRRRR. The array began to glow softly at first, then more brightly, its light reflecting off the polished floor beneath the volunteers. Shaddad and Jabba were already dripping with sweat, their breaths coming faster as the heat and tension of the moment pressed down on them. Seconds after the array activated fully, something remarkable finally began to occur. A shimmering, viscous liquid, alternately gleaming white and soft blue, started gathering beneath the volunteers' feet. Slowly, carefully, it seeped into the soles of their feet, penetrating upwards with deliberate, methodical precision. Although the process looked extremely painful to any observer, only faint expressions of mild discomfort flickered across their faces, and no one cried out or flinched. Their determination, trained through countless trials, prevented any outward show of suffering. After nearly 5 minutes, a subtle, gentle glow began to radiate from all of their bodies, spreading from head to toe as the liquid infiltrated their cells in perfect measure. The moment had come, and it was time to activate the pressure. Boom! Immediately, every volunteer felt as though a massive, invisible mountain of metal had suddenly descended upon them, pressing down with overwhelming weight. Even though their bodies were entirely different, with some tall, some short, some heavily muscled, and others thin, they all experienced the same level of pressure, perfectly calibrated by the array. Each of them felt it individually, yet equally, as if the system read their cells and determined the exact force needed to push them to the limit. At that precise moment, Jabba and Shaddad swallowed hard, the tension thick enough to taste. The operation had officially begun. Shaddad had already managed to reduce the cost of weaponization dramatically even before meeting Robin, which had been his lifelong dream and ultimate goal. And after Robin entrusted him with the work of the second heaven chosen, he had successfully halved the cost yet again by drawing intricate absorption runes directly onto the weaponization materials before introducing them into the body, optimizing absorption and maximizing the effectiveness of every single component. Yet even with all these refinements, progress in this direction had hit a stubborn wall for a long time. Shaddad could not discover any method to lower the cost further without sacrificing quality or efficiency. At that point, Jabba had stepped in, providing an array that made the weaponization process far more manageable. Even though it did not directly reduce the cost, it significantly enhanced the reliability of absorption. He then adjusted the array's inscriptions, redirecting its energy so that it no longer pumped into the cells directly, but instead infused the raw materials, preparing them perfectly for Shaddad's next step. Shaddad took this further by creating the weaponization baths individually, engraving runes on each raw material separately before merging them into a final weaponization liquid. This liquid was low in density and nearly impossible to penetrate the body on its own, unlike the traditional weaponization baths. It required the array to function correctly, but in return, it could enter the body in precisely the required amount, no more and no less, and the runes inscribed made advancement much smoother whenever the array was active. Theoretically, every step was logical, precise, and elegant. In theory, success was inevitable. But, with their green eyes sharp and focused, Jabba and Shaddad observed the process with intense patience for an hour, then 2, then 3. The volunteers suffered under the immense pressure. Their exhaustion was visible in every movement, shoulders slumped, knees bent, and torsos unable to remain upright. Some collapsed completely, lying flat on the ground, their chests heaving as sweat poured down their faces. And yet, despite all that, the only change that occurred was the faint glow of the liquid and the pressure coursing through them. Damn it! Shaddad slammed his hand onto his thigh in frustration, then turned and patted Jabba's shoulder. Shut down the array. There's no point in torturing them further. We've failed again. Jabba ground his teeth tightly, but began disabling the pressure anyway. Poof! Ah! Even the volunteers who had been barely maintaining their strength collapsed instantly, panting and gasping for air. One of them shouted, "We demand double rations today." Huff, huff. I want an extra book from the library. All right, we'll fulfill every one of your requests. Jabba motioned for them to calm down. Every few weeks, these volunteers were gathered only to have their limits tested and their bodies pushed so harshly, then sent back to their cabins. A few compensations were necessary, of course. Jabba let out a deep sigh and returned his gaze to Shaddad. What now? Do you have any new ideas for another formula, or are we completely stuck? No, I've exhausted every thought these past weeks, but if you notice, this time, none of their blood vessels burst, and all of them remained conscious. That alone counts as progress, doesn't it? Shaddad paused, evaluating the scene, then asked cautiously, did anything arrive from Sky Opening City? Jabba had sent copies of their ideas to Sky Opening City 2 years ago, after facing repeated and often frustrating difficulties. Over that time, they had tried multiple approaches, each one bringing its own setbacks, until finally they decided to escalate the matter. Sky Opening City had assigned an entire team of specialists, experts in arrays, energy flows, and ink inscriptions, to examine the proposals and attempt any possible adjustments. After careful study and intense deliberation, the team sent back 3 different recommendations, each with its own unique contribution. Each one added something meaningful to the project, nudging it slightly forward, offering a small glimmer of hope amidst the repeated setbacks. Of course, despite all these efforts, the overall system was still far from perfect. Failures still occurred, and the process was slow and painful. Yet even so, the fact that any progress had been made at all was undeniable, a tiny but significant sign that they were on the right track. No, Jabba shook his head slowly, his expression serious but calm. But today is the day of the Soul Borrowing's delivery. If Sky Opening City sent anything at all, Harper should bring it today without fail. Let's hope he has something useful with him then, Shaddad muttered, his voice heavy with exhaustion as he sank into a large, padded chair. He leaned back, rubbing his temples. Because without any new ideas, we'll have to reconsider everything from scratch, rethink the entire process, and that would set us back even further. He then gestured broadly toward the volunteers, who were still recovering from the previous experiment. If no response arrives from Sky Opening City today, then we'll have no choice but to compensate these young people for their time and effort, and dismiss them. We've already stalled their progress long enough. It's unfair to keep them waiting any longer. Whoa. Halak waved his hands emphatically, bouncing slightly on his feet. Dismiss who? I'm counting on you here. Why would you even consider disappointing me like that? He turned sharply toward Jabba, eyes blazing with both humor and intensity. Say something, you race traitor. Snap him out of it and let him think straight again. I really want to say something helpful here, but we are really. Jabba began, letting out a long sigh, his shoulders relaxing for a moment as if about to continue. But suddenly his face tensed, his eyes widening. Wait, who is a race traitor? Oh, now we're talking about side issues. Halak spun back to Shaddad, gesturing dramatically. Hey, I came here to help. Didn't you request my presence? Didn't you ask for the attendance of this vertically challenged fellow as well? And didn't I allow you to study my perfectly sculpted body, with these radiant, glowing eyes of mine, 4 hours on end? Don't tell me all of that effort, all that time and attention, was wasted. You truly are exceptional, Shaddad said, shaking his head with a mixture of admiration and frustration. Your body shouldn't even exist, as it's beyond what's normal. Your talent is far rarer than any ordinary human gifted with a fundamental law. Examining your body had a profound impact on my mindset, expanding my thoughts and understanding. Working with you should have been 1,000 times easier than working with anyone else, but... He paused, his voice softening slightly. I've not found a way to fully exploit your talent to advance the general body cultivation path. Unfortunately, you're simply too exceptional, an outlier beyond the system's capacity to integrate efficiently. What does that mean? Are we just going to stop everything now? Halak asked, turning between Shaddad and Jabba, his brows knitted in disbelief. His tone was both energetic and motivating, filled with urgency, but beneath it, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Perhaps he should return to the main training base in the desert, or maybe retreat somewhere with a more pleasant environment, somewhere that wouldn't constantly pressure him like this. Shaddad's gaze shifted toward the main barn gate, his voice low but firm. If Harper doesn't enter through that gate right now, carrying the proposals from Sky Opening City, everything will fall apart today, for at least half a century. Every effort, every preparation, every experiment, it could all unravel in an instant. He leaned forward, resting both hands on his knees, his voice dropping into a serious, almost grim tone. And frankly, I don't believe they. Hello. At that exact moment, Robin appeared in the middle of the gate, a broad, cheerful smile on his face. The sunlight caught the edges of his cloak, giving him an almost radiant presence. I heard there are experiments happening here. How's everything going? Why are you all staring at me like that? Chapter 1789. Ha! Halak threw his arms wide open, his entire face lighting up with an unmistakable, genuine joy that seemed to radiate from his very being. Boss! Halak! Robin raised a single brow, a subtle smirk playing across his lips, then stepped further into the barn with a calm, serene smile, his every movement exuding quiet authority. What are you doing here? In truth, among all his followers, Halak held a place unlike any other. While most of Robin's close followers had been bound to him because he either bought them, defeated them, or enhanced their abilities, Halak was the only one who had chosen to follow Robin out of pure conviction and genuine admiration. This bond was not forged by force or gain, but by respect and trust. Your disciples were getting a bit bored and decided to observe a piece of art, so they sent me an invitation to come along, Halak explained, glancing briefly over his shoulder with a hint of amusement. And I sincerely hope that their witnessing of such greatness proves fruitful, inspiring them in ways they didn't expect. Robin turned toward Jabba and Shaddad, raising an eyebrow. What exactly is Halak talking about? Shaddad slowly rose to his feet, still staring at Robin as though he were a hungry wild bear that had just spotted an enormous, juicy piece of meat. Master, after 20 long years, you finally stepped out. His voice trembled slightly with a mix of awe, relief, and disbelief. Master, did you finally leave your love for caves and start appreciating the charm of residential apartments? 20 years without ever leaving your secluded spot. Jabba began moving toward Robin as well, though the surprise and awe on his face were considerably more restrained. Yes, I've grown quite fond of residential apartments, it seems, Robin replied with a light laugh, tilting his head slightly. Are you satisfied now? Then, without waiting further, he stepped fully into the barn, his presence commanding attention effortlessly. Behind him, Morgana followed gracefully, clad in a captivating, flowing black gown that seemed to absorb the light around her. Her lips and the areas around her eyes were intensely dark, giving her a striking, almost otherworldly aura. Her hair cascaded behind her like a waterfall of night, fluttering with every subtle motion. Every aspect of her appearance radiated an air of mystique, maturity, and quiet authority. Yet, despite the overwhelming aura, she lifted her hand delicately and waved, her movement elegant and calm. Hello, everyone. Hello, came the resounding response as everyone waved back with broad, enthusiastic smiles. Even the volunteers who had been almost lifeless moments earlier had faces now lighting up with hope and relief. Ha, this feels comforting, Robin murmured, moving to sit on the chair Shaddad had been occupying. He positioned himself directly facing the massive array in the center of the barn, observing everything with careful attention. Anyway, I hit a dead end in my work, so I thought a short walk would clear my mind. I'll return to my solitude shortly. I'm not sure what year it feels like for you this time, but do you have something you need assistance with? I'll grant you an hour. We do. Shaddad exclaimed, sprinting toward a small wooden room on the side. He emerged clutching a handful of canvases rolled up in a haphazard yet deliberate manner. Then, with a soft poof, he carefully placed them on the ground in front of Robin, unrolling each one with meticulous care and positioning it in its intended spot. Let me help, Jabba said, moving instinctively, picking up canvases and arranging them in their appropriate locations with methodical precision. Robin observed silently, his brow slightly raised in curiosity. Typically, Shaddad would bring one or two canvases with issues and request guidance or solutions. This, however, was the first time he seemed so nervous, uncertain, and visibly tense, his entire demeanor betraying the weight of responsibility and expectation he felt. But soon, Robin began piecing the entire picture together, analyzing each stroke and each detail with keen eyes. Minutes passed, and he furrowed his brows, leaning slightly forward in his chair, losing his usual relaxed posture. He focused intently, trying to absorb and understand every intricate detail of what lay before him, ensuring he missed nothing. Are you all right, young friends? Morgana's gaze shifted from the Truth-Chosens to the volunteers, her face filled with deep compassion and concern for their weary state. The volunteers' hearts raced like tolling bells, and almost half of them panicked, their legs shaking uncontrollably as they nodded anxiously, like chickens pecking at scattered grains. Ahaha, we're perfectly fine. Thank you for your concern, teacher, one of the volunteers stammered, relief evident in his voice. No, you all appear extremely exhausted, and they are even more so. Morgana said, her eyes softening as she looked at the young volunteers on the ground, their energy nearly depleted. Closing her eyes, she placed her hand gently over the red and black pendant resting on her chest. I will help you. I won't let your efforts go in vain. All the young men, whether standing tall or utterly collapsed on the ground, turned their eyes toward Morgana. Their gazes trembled, shimmering with a mixture of awe, disbelief, and hope. Even at that moment, if she had merely handed them a cup of water, their empty stomachs would have felt full, and a sense of relief would have spread through their chests. Their fatigue, their strain, the soreness in their limbs, all of it could have been soothed by something as simple as water. Yet, they knew the truth, this was not just about physical exhaustion. Healing, real healing, was another matter entirely. None of them truly believed that Morgana could help them. No matter how skilled the soul masters were, no matter the sheer power of the most advanced soul techniques, they had no way to restore the body itself. That was universal knowledge. Soul energy could enhance, manipulate, or even amplify life force, but it could not undo fractures in bones, bruises in muscles, or the exhaustion of a body pushed beyond its limits. What could she possibly do with her soul units? Summon a legion of soul creatures to bandage them? Or perhaps radiate energy to mend every bruise and tear? The thought was almost laughable. Yet then, something unexpected, something uncanny began to unfold. The chain around Morgana's neck began to hum faintly, almost as if awakening, and a soft glow spread along its length. Slowly, deliberately, the light crept toward the central pendant, glowing brighter, almost pulsating with life. A sudden warmth seemed to fill the room as the glow reached the middle of the necklace. Then, in a fluid motion, Morgana raised her hand and gestured toward the young men. From her palm, streams of emerald green energy began to flow downward, enveloping them like a gentle cascade of light. This! The students cried out, some in shock, some in sheer wonder, as they looked down at their own bodies. They began flexing their fingers, bending their wrists, and inspecting their arms and legs. The signs of exhaustion, the bruises and strain embedded in their muscles, even the small injuries in their bones, all of it began to visibly fade. The pain they had felt just moments ago seemed to dissipate as if it had been nothing more than an illusion. After a few fleeting seconds, Morgana's eyes sparkled. She clapped her hands together with sheer delight. Hee. I've been wanting to do this for so long, she exclaimed, a genuine joy radiating from her voice. Having obtained the pendant that cleverly bypassed the restrictions of the heavenly laws allowing soul units to activate it in place of energy, she had immediately instructed Harper to gather a carefully curated selection of techniques and combat arts that would best complement its use. He had brought her arts and disciplines specializing not only in healing, but also in escape, reconnaissance, travel, and other adaptive techniques. Some had been created by the geniuses of Sky Opening City, while others had been acquired from the Shadow Swords. And now, this pendant and its energy flow were being tested in practice, bringing to life one of those specialized techniques. Amazing, someone murmured. Long live Teacher Morgana, another voice called out. Long live, echoed from a chorus of the students. Robin's gaze lingered on the enormous blueprint spread across the floor, every line and symbol meticulously drawn. In truth, this is very good. No, brilliant, even. From a theoretical standpoint, every element here is possible. I don't see a single major flaw capable of halting the process entirely. Jabba and Shaddad, standing nearby, both exhaled long, heavy breaths. Shaddad finally spoke, a mix of exasperation and awe in his voice. That's exactly what's driving me insane, Master. Pressure has absolutely no effect on the weaponization materials after absorption. Not a single effect. It's maddening. Jabba nodded in agreement. I told him this already. The problem, every single bit of it, lies in the ink itself. The ink. Robin snapped his fingers impatiently, the motion sharp. Bring me the formula. Now. Here, Shaddad replied quickly, handing over a thick document. This is the latest combination we have finalized. Robin blinked slowly, his green eyes widening. The list in his hands was massive. Over 350 distinct materials were catalogued, and beside each one, a precision ratio was recorded, measured down to fractions of a gram. Are you seriously joking with me? Robin exclaimed, waving the list in disbelief and frustration. You're arguing among yourselves, yet you still have no idea where the actual problem lies. If the ratio of any single component changes, even by a quarter of a gram, everything will change. For better or for worse. There's no way to know except through painstaking trial and error. And don't even get me started on removing one or two components. How on earth did you even manage to assemble such an enormous quantity of materials in the first place? Chapter 1790. How on earth did you even conceive of gathering such an enormous number of components in the first place? Robin asked, clearly astonished, his voice carrying a mixture of disbelief and frustration. And why, I ask, are there repeated components with varying ratios? How could this possibly make any sense? Shaddad took a deep breath and tried to explain carefully. That's because we use multiple layers of ink in the process. First, there's ink for inscribing directly onto the weaponization materials themselves, then a different ink for tattooing on the containers that hold those weaponization materials, then ink for drawing the array, the structure responsible for transporting and feeding the weaponization materials into the designated targets, and we even have inks for the pressure and absorption arrays. His voice carried a faint trace of exasperation. He continued, his tone growing heavier. All of this leads to the inks inevitably overlapping and merging at various points. And what you see before you is the final composition after all these overlaps. This complex mixture is the result of combining a vast number of inks, each of which has its own unique properties that we simply cannot compromise on, not even slightly. Then he cast his gaze downward, clenching his fists tightly, the tension evident in his posture. Honestly, I'm beginning to feel that trying to merge three completely different systems into one is nothing more than chasing a dream that may never materialize. At that moment, Jabba stepped in, speaking firmly to steer the conversation back toward practicality, knowing well that his master would not appreciate indulging in doubts or emotions. Master, the fundamental issue isn't just that the inks merge at certain points, it's the extent of their merging. The behavior is inconsistent. Inks applied to liquids don't interact with inks on solid materials at the same rate every time. Sometimes they interact at 10%, other times only 1%, and each time the reaction is entirely different. These unpredictable interactions have caused numerous problems, once even resulting in a catastrophic explosion. That's why we decided to standardize the variables and use a single unified ink across all sections of the array, an ink designed to integrate all the different materials effectively. Jabba paused and then gestured toward what Robin was holding. And this is the outcome so far, after all these adjustments. Robin returned his gaze to the lengthy list of materials in front of him, this time frowning even more deeply, his brows knit tightly as his mind raced to absorb the sheer complexity of the problem. The explanation was simultaneously logical and absurd, like trying to argue that roasting chicken, boiling rice, and toasting bread will somehow blend naturally in the stomach, so why not just throw them all in one pot from the start? The truth, of course, is that if you did that, the chicken wouldn't be roasted, the rice wouldn't be properly boiled, and the bread would never become toasted. It would all turn into a completely unrecognizable mess, ruining each component entirely. And yet, despite the absurdity of it, he knew he had no choice but to approach the matter seriously, because if the final mixture was indeed the problem, then they had to address it properly and meticulously. Alternatively, one could simply avoid the use of inks altogether, as is customary in projects relying on liquid-based mechanisms, where any inks that could interact and compromise the system are strictly avoided. But according to the designs they were working from, the use of inks was essential. It wasn't optional, it was a core requirement. Robin pressed his hand to his forehead, rubbing it slowly as he exhaled through his nose, the stress of processing the complexity weighing heavily on him. Meanwhile, on the side, Shaddad and Jabba exchanged glances, and although Robin seemed lost for a solution himself, the two of them could not help but smile, slowly at first, and then the smiles widened until they stretched from ear to ear. Not because the master was present, not because he had the authority, not because he was helping them directly, but because he found the problem just as difficult to tackle as they did. And this meant they were not fools. They were not simply guessing. If the entire solution could have been solved in a single word, the situation would have been embarrassingly trivial. Robin's gaze sharpened as he turned toward them, eyes narrowing. From where I stand, your problem isn't with the final ink mixture or the ratios you've used. No, your real issue, your fundamental flaw, lies in finding an ink that can function consistently across every single corner of the array. His voice rose sharply. You are facing a core, structural issue in your methodology, and yet you continue experimenting on these poor volunteers. It's like trying to build the 10th floor of a house with support columns made entirely of candy. Do you even comprehend the consequences of your work? Who? Then he looked at the hundreds of paintings on the floor again, this time with eyes glowing with gold, and then he took out a quill pen in his hand. This. Both Shaddad and Jabba's eyes widened to the absolute maximum as soon as they laid sight upon the quill. Their breaths hitched slightly, as if their very lungs were aware of the quill's latent power. They knew it instantly, Seraphim, the legendary gift from the cosmic elder himself. Even Halak, who had absolutely no prior knowledge of the intricate art of inscription drawing, furrowed his brows immediately. His muscles tensed, almost as if instinctively recognizing that this was no ordinary tool. His body shifted, his stance becoming subtly combat-ready. The aura emanating from the quill instilled a visceral sense of caution. It radiated an invisible weight of authority and danger, the kind that demanded respect and wariness simultaneously. Robin, however, responded far more calmly, almost naturally, as though he had anticipated this moment. After nearly a full minute spent scanning the quill and the surrounding area with his piercing golden eyes, he lifted the quill in a deliberate, measured motion and spoke with quiet authority. Manifest. Womb. In that instant, an enormous, complex blueprint materialized above the hangar, hovering like a living structure in the sky. The dimensions were staggering, stretching across the ceiling space in intricate detail. Every line and curve seemed to shimmer with its own energy, almost as if the pattern were breathing, thinking, and alive. What in the? Shaddad staggered backward a step, completely taken aback. This was the very blueprint he and Jabba had painstakingly worked on for years, a plan drawn with countless sleepless nights, careful calculations, and relentless trial and error. And now, it floated in 3 dimensions above them, a living hologram that seemed to mock the very effort it had taken to create. Robin waved the quill once more. Compress. Whoosh. Instantly, the colossal blueprint condensed into a semicircular pattern, approximately the size of a human head, rotating gracefully along its axis in the air before him. The lines glowed faintly, golden light emanating from each segment, as though the quill itself was breathing life into the pattern, giving it weight, substance, and presence. Robin nodded almost imperceptibly, a small, confident smile curling at the edge of his lips. He had started to acclimate to the quill's unique capabilities. The principle was simple yet profound. As long as the request he imagined was theoretically achievable and he had sufficient energy, the quill would manifest it into reality without hesitation. Then, with deliberate precision, Robin grasped the rotating pattern as though it were a delicate fruit, handling it with care and study. He tilted it gently, turning it from side to side, golden light reflecting in his eyes. Here, and here. He tapped several points within the pattern with the quill, and each touched point flared brilliantly with golden radiance. And here. He turned toward Jabba and Shaddad, lifting the pattern slightly in his hands, as though presenting it for inspection. These 5 points are the ones that require special components. Every other point can utilize neutral materials. He tossed the pattern upward in a playful, almost teasing gesture, and caught it again, letting it hover as he spoke. My recommendation is simple: locate these 5 core materials first. Then construct the remaining neutral ones in precise ratios that, firstly, amplify the impact of the 5 key materials, and secondly, prevent any unwanted reactions between them. He paused, his grin broadening into something that radiated both confidence and clarity. And with this method, you will finally achieve a truly unified ink. Shaddad and Jabba blinked, their eyes widening further as they exchanged a series of incredulous glances. Just like that? From over 350 materials and countless ratios, all reduced to 5? Shaddad had been mentally prepared for a lifetime, decades of seclusion, hundreds of careful calculations, countless experimental cycles. He had envisioned spending half a century testing every possible combination and ratio from the list, repeating the process multiple times if necessary. After all, he had been laboring over this problem for hundreds of thousands of years. Short retreats were trivial to him. And yet, their master had effortlessly shattered every painstaking plan, every sacrifice, and every carefully mapped strategy in mere minutes. What? Are you seriously telling me that you can't appreciate how much this helps? Robin blinked at their stunned faces, clearly perplexed by their frozen expressions. He scratched his head, then refocused on the floating pattern, eyes glimmering. Fine, fine. I suppose I have nothing better to do anyway. Let's see what can be done. He raised the quill again, pointing it at the hovering pattern with precision. Seraphim, test every ink component I know. Arrange them to form the optimal configuration capable of satisfying these 5 core points. Chapter 1791. The quill, Seraphim, began to glow with a deeper, more pulsating radiance, and the multicolored ink reservoir inside it stirred as if something alive were waking up. Then, Robin lowered the quill's shimmering tip until it gently tapped the floating pattern. In a single breath, a wave of dense black ink spread across the golden pattern like a living shadow, coating every curve in a smooth layer. But almost immediately afterward, the black surface began to fracture with sharp cracks, peeling away piece by piece and falling to the ground like brittle paint placed on a scorching iron plate. Yet something was undeniably unusual. Among the 5 brilliant points glowing like miniature suns on the pattern, one point alone remained black, refusing to shed its color. And beside it, a thin thread of blackness stretched into the air, forming clear words, knocking mountain gum sap, concentration 7%. What is this? Shaddad and Jabba crept forward slowly, step by step, drawn in with the helpless curiosity of moths approaching fire for the first time. Robin, however, wore a calm smile, far more composed than their barely contained shock. Knocking mountain gum sap, he said, is a compound I stumbled upon by pure accident while completing assignments in the truth chamber on planet Sarin. Bitso brought it to me once after I asked him to search for new, unusual materials. It's an extract from a very peculiar resin that doesn't adhere to anything except papers with an eternal classification. But despite that rare trait, it also works excellently as a base for inks and various alchemical mixtures. Dilute it down to exactly 7%, and you'll have the first foundation out of the 5. Forget the sap for a moment, master. I already know that material. I used it once before. It's a little crafty to get it, but not if one looked carefully. What is this? Shaddad jabbed a finger at the floating words, knocking mountain gum sap, concentration 7%, as if pointing at a ghost. Robin gestured toward the text as well. What you're seeing here means that the ink formula I imagined trying just now failed completely. Every single component collapsed, except for this one. Seraphim selected it on its own and wrote its name clearly. That means it's the ideal choice for this exact point in the array, and, just as importantly, it will cause no interference or chemical conflict with the remaining 4 components. The quill actually chooses ingredients. Jabba's voice cracked as he raised it. Even Morgana emerged hurriedly from deeper inside the hangar, her eyes narrowing as she tried to make sense of the scene unfolding before her. Even I don't completely understand how Seraphim perceives things, or what set of laws it was originally built upon, Robin admitted as he ran his fingers through his hair. But I've started uncovering some of its fundamentals bit by bit. For example, I understood the array using the eyes of truth, saw its essence, and formed its structure in my mind. The quill simply reproduced what I understood. Then I thought of an ink formula I had personally used before and whose properties I fully grasped, so Seraphim compared the traits of each component to the nature of the array and produced the most optimal match. A wider smile spread across his face. It's hard to explain properly. It basically performs whatever I'm thinking of, but it never exceeds the limits of what I myself am capable of. It simply accelerates the process for me, and it saves time, mountains and mountains of time. Were you the one who told it to write the name and the concentration like this too? Shaddad asked quickly, almost breathlessly. No, Robin chuckled. Seraphim is surprisingly polite. Sometimes it performs extra steps entirely on its own initiative. Both Shaddad and Jabba looked as if their worldview had been rearranged in real time. All right then, Robin said, rolling his shoulders lightly. Let's try it again. This time, I'll imagine a completely different list of materials. Robin, who had completed thousands upon thousands of requests inside the truth chamber, each concerning a completely different discipline, found it increasingly difficult to encounter any substance that could function as ink and yet remain unknown to him. And indeed, the second time Seraphim's feather tip touched the rotating pattern, the entire array flushed into a deep, radiant blue, almost like an ocean of ink spreading across its surface. For a heartbeat the color looked stable, then delicate fractures raced through it, fine cracks shimmering before the whole layer began flaking off in large pieces. They fell like brittle paint scraped from a scorching furnace, leaving the pattern bare once more, except for 2 of the 5 luminous points, which stubbornly remained colored in blue. Beside them, 2 floating dialogue windows formed out of thin air, ancient memory leaf ash, 6 leaves per 100 liters. Bone wolf tongue, 30 grams per 100 liters. On the sidelines, Jabba and Shaddad leaned forward unconsciously, their eyes stretching wide as if reality had just bent in front of them. Their expressions were blank, stunned, because somehow, impossibly, they had now obtained 3 of the 5 fundamental components already. And what made this even more absurd, none of the 3 were part of the 350 essential components listed in their original ink catalog. Not one. It defied common sense. It felt impossible. Master Robin clearly knew every item on that massive list, yet the quill bypassed all of them and selected alternative substances, and not merely alternatives, but materials that were dramatically cheaper and easier to acquire. In some cases, they cost a fraction, barely a fraction, of the originals. Hey, are you seeing what I'm seeing? Jabba whispered sharply and nudged Shaddad hard in the ribs, then tilted his chin toward Robin. Shaddad shifted his gaze reluctantly, pulling his attention away from the floating quill. Only then did he finally notice what had been right in front of him, yet completely ignored. He had been so overwhelmed by Seraphim's miraculous performance that he forgot the simplest truth of all: power comes with a price. At this moment, Robin still wore a faint smile, but sweat beaded across his forehead like rain, his breathing was ragged, and his eyelids drooped heavily as if they weighed tons. His body looked like that of someone who had just run a marathon around the entire planet, and his spirit looked like someone who had gone countless nights without sleep. One glance was enough, Shaddad understood instantly. His master had not been playing around with the quill. Not even close. Ever since coming back from the Cosmic Elders trip, his power had surged back to his old peak. Someone like him shouldn't have been drained easily, yet here he was, struggling to stay upright. And mentally? Wasn't he a royal rank soul master with multiple stars? Shouldn't his mind have been nearly inexhaustible? Realizing this, Shaddad took a slow breath and looked back toward the quill, but the awe in his eyes softened. Even if he were holding Seraphim, even if the quill belonged to him personally, he simply didn't possess the raw energy nor the soul force needed to use that artifact the way Robin just had. It was brutal, reckless, overwhelming, far beyond what they themselves could withstand. Drop. The attempt failed, not a single point accepted the mixture. Drop. Roaring metal breath alloy, 17 kilograms per 100 liters. Drop. The attempt failed. Another failure. A third failure, none of the points reacted at all. Yet another failure, the quill rejecting the entire combination instantly. Drop. Nails of the swimming giant in planet Agassan, 3 grams per 100 liters. After the ninth and final attempt, Robin finally let his arm fall, lowering the quill beside him. The crushing exhaustion weighed on every inch of his body. It wasn't simply the soul units spent, what drained him was the massive, concentrated burst consumed in each single attempt. He exhaled a shaky, worn-out breath, then turned slowly to face his two disciples who were still frozen like statues. "Those 5 materials are perfect for your array," Robin said, voice tired but steady, "and they don't interfere with each other at all. I'll give you 2 hours to prepare a neutral medium that can merge all 5 elements together." 2 hours. Shaddad and Jabba finally snapped back to reality. Yes, 2 hours. Robin nodded weakly, barely holding himself straight. "We're testing that array today." Chapter 1792. Robin kept his eyes closed, tilting his head slightly upward. It had been a long, stretched-out period since he assigned Jabba and Shaddad the task of completing the remaining components of the ink, so long that he could no longer tell how much time exactly had passed. The moment he handed the mission over to them, he simply lay back in comfort, holding several soul emeralds in his hand. Each time one vanished into dust, another immediately materialized in its place. The Eternal Quill, Seraphim, was an artifact wrapped in layers of unfathomable mystery, not only in how it was meant to be used, but in how it consumed energy as well. The quill behaved as if it possessed a consciousness of its own, a peculiar awareness that guided its reactions. Robin had tried using it for direct attacks, experimented with it while drawing arrays, and tested all kinds of simple inks to determine which ones worked best. Yet none of those attempts had drained him of this magnitude of soul units and internal energy the way it did today. The amount of soul emeralds he needed to consume to bring himself back to his combat-ready form was astonishing. A few taps with the quill cost entirely too much money. Was it simply because the request was extremely complex? Maybe it was the need to perfectly align Robin's understanding of the array with his understanding of each ink individually, then choosing inks that were compatible yet inexpensive at the same time, all while avoiding any conflicting properties. All those layers of considerations piled up into a single task riddled with complications. But even that felt too simple in comparison to what Seraphim was capable of. In the end, Robin wasn't inventing anything new. He merely followed steps that the quill executed with absurd ease. Could it be that the quill realized it had just saved him centuries, maybe an entire era of experimentation, so it randomly drew out this massive amount of energy and soul force as payment for the time it spared him? The more he thought about it, the more Robin's lips curved into a faint smile. If that was true, then the quill was both terrifying and irresistibly fascinating. "Hey, boss. I hate to interrupt your little daydreaming session, but I've got a request." At that moment, Halak's voice rose from the side. Robin opened his eyes only for a heartbeat, noticing Halak blocking the sunlight above him, then closed them again. "What do you want, Halak?" "I joked around with your 2 disciples as usual and asked them to make me stronger, but that furball over there said I had to ask you first." Halak pointed toward Shaddad, who was running all over the place like a frantic bee. "So, there is a way, right?" "There is a way," Robin nodded calmly. "Didn't you get the message I sent with Theo? It's only a matter of time. Honestly, I thought you were just giving me a goal." Halak folded his arms with a huff. "I know you can make it happen, but I didn't think the actual method existed already." He leaned forward slightly, excitement pushing him closer. "Can I use it today?" "You can place your foot on the very first step," Robin replied with a small smile, still drawing soul force at a reckless pace from the emeralds. "You still have a long road ahead before you become a world cataclysm. And to be honest, I wouldn't allow you to reach that stage before the right time." "What do you mean by that?" Halak immediately questioned. "The method that will help you break through is weaponization, not tattoos. And even though you've reached this overwhelming level of power, your body is still unweaponized. You must start from the first bath just like everyone else. He paused for a moment, then opened one eye slightly. Thinking about it, taking weaponization baths will strengthen your cells and allow you to store far more power and use it with greater flexibility. You'll definitely become stronger, much stronger, even if you don't reach world cataclysm level. Oh, I can live with that. Halak flashed a wide grin, leaning his chin against his hand. But why not let me break through to world cataclysm right away? For 2 reasons, Robin began, his voice carrying a quiet weight. First, you're still under restriction as a creature native to the Young Belt. You must have felt that invisible pressure tightening around you the moment you arrived here. Robin continued, closing both his eyes as if recalling the sensation himself. These restrictions twist everything, make every step painfully harder. It took me nearly 18 years, on and off, with countless pauses and recalibrations, to climb back to level 48 this time. If I had done the very same process in the Young sector, it wouldn't have taken even a quarter of that time. At worst, a third. He took a slow breath before adding, but all of that, all the struggle and hardship, is on one side of the scale. Breaking through to world cataclysm is something else entirely, like placing an entire mountain on the other side. Attempting to form an energy core instead of a simple energy gathering center multiplies the pressure by hundreds, no, by thousands. An energy core, from what I've seen, studied, and even indirectly experienced, acts almost like a miniature planet of its own. It draws torrents of energy as if inhaling a storm, and stores impossible amounts inside it. How can anyone, especially someone bound by restrictions, hope to survive that? Robin shook his head slowly, the gesture filled with certainty. Once you begin destroying the gathering center through the standard method, the body faces an explosive backlash, a violent shock that rips through your organs and nerves. You lose consciousness immediately. If you push yourself even a hair further, you're gambling with death. And breaking through by force? That's suicide. No one even survives long enough to use the stabilizer properly. That's fine and everything, Halak said, raising an eyebrow in irritation, but what does any of that have to do with me? I'm breaking through with physical strength. I'm not using the integrated Quake law or anything related to energy manipulation. I don't need stabilizers. I don't even have a core to begin with. Later, I'll try the internal energy breakthrough wherever you tell me to. The merged earthquake law, born from Earth and the resonance waves, was one of the Empire's most devastating laws. Halak knew it well, but his love and obsession were tied to raw physical might. Even if it meant staying at level 50 forever, he wouldn't complain. Is that thick jungle you call hair clogging your brain? Robin frowned deeper. Breaking through with physical strength means Shaddad will add a stabilizer into your bath, and your body will absorb it from the inside out. Your body itself becomes the core. Halak's muscles tightened as he furrowed his brows. Did you imagine this was easy? Robin continued. This is why a world cataclysm weaponization bath costs a fortune, far more than the cost of compressing an energy core or even forcing a first star into existence. Shaddad will melt a stabilizer of astonishing potency, the kind with an extremely sensitive origin and volatile structure, directly into your bloodstream and bones. Each stabilizer can range from hundreds of millions to billions of pearls. Robin flicked his free hand lazily, but his voice held seriousness. Forget the cost, I'll get you everything you need, even if it means acquiring true dragon milk itself. But don't forget that absorbing the stabilizer into your flesh multiplies the resistance. The agony will be several times worse, and the risk of death far greater, than for those who try to break through using the gathering center alone. I'm ready. Halak raised his head proudly, though the warmth in his chest betrayed how much Robin's dedication meant to him. Robin finally opened both eyes, a small smile tugging at his lips. I know you are. Then he sighed and continued, take all the weaponization baths until you firmly stand at the peak of Martial Emperor. Then wait for the correct moment, when Nihari's ascension draws near. Only then will I let you attempt it. What's left, 440 years or so? 440 years. Halak jolted as if struck. That's ridiculously long. Sorry, my friend. There was one historical incident where someone broke through using the energy system and elevated his entire planet with him. But not once, not in any recorded era, has someone broken through to world cataclysm using pure physical power alone. I can't gamble on that. I can't let you break through today only to wake up tomorrow and find the Nihari galaxy lighting up the entire middle belt. You understand, right? Halak finally exhaled, his shoulders dropping. Then he nodded. Fine, as you wish. At that moment, a shout broke through the tension. Master, we're ready for the experiment. Chapter 1793. We're ready for the experiment. Then begin. Robin straightened his posture fully, taking a deep breath as he opened his eyes with a faint, light laugh. His focus sharpened entirely, every fiber of his attention directed toward the exact center of the vast hangar. The air seemed to vibrate slightly under the anticipation of what was about to unfold. As for Halak, without thinking, he instinctively took half a step forward and positioned himself just behind Robin, as though guided by some automatic reflex. Even before his mind had fully processed the moment, his body had responded, moving into the natural position of readiness. The 30 volunteers stood in the middle of the hangar, their feet planted firmly on the ground, eyes wide with both excitement and nervous tension. Smiles stretched across their faces, and hope shone brightly in their eyes. Even though experience had taught them that the aftermath would likely involve teasing, bullying, and leaving them in some wretched state, there was a small yet powerful comfort this time. Instructor Morgana was present. Her guiding presence was reassuring, and for the first time, they felt that mercy and care were on their side amidst the grueling trial ahead. Huo, Shaddad exhaled forcefully, the sound echoing slightly against the metal walls. He gave a slow, deliberate nod toward Jabba, signaling the start of the procedure. Huong. Shaddad's hands moved with precision and care as he began liquefying the weaponization materials, previously tattooed onto the volunteers using the newly prepared ink. Even to the naked eye, the effect was mesmerizing. Materials melted and flowed with a graceful fluidity, running smoothly through the clear tubes that connected to the injection array. Every shimmer and ripple of the substance seemed alive, responding perfectly to Shaddad's control. Crick! Jabba activated the pressure array, sending precise currents of the liquid weaponization substance into the soles of each volunteer's feet. At that moment, he and Shaddad could observe the merging of the inks, a process that had caused them so much worry in past experiments. The difference this time was staggering. All the inks were unified into one seamless composition. There would be no conflicts, no erratic reactions, and no unexpected dangers. The procedure was now as safe as it was effective. Up to this point, everything remained stable, perfectly balanced. The ink's cost had dropped dramatically. What would previously have required 100,000 pearls now amounted to a mere 15,000. In addition, the entire system was calmer, steadier, and more predictable than any prior version. Yet the ultimate question still lingered in the air. Would it actually work? Boosh. Finally, the long-anticipated moment arrived. The volunteers' bodies began to glow as the weaponization substance infused itself into their cells, illuminating the hangar with faint, eerie light. The injection stopped at their soles. They had reached their absorption limits, and the system ceased pushing further into their bodies. And then, the pressure array activated. GGHH. All the volunteers felt their bones and flesh compress violently under the immense, crushing force, a sensation they had experienced countless times before. Pain shot through every fiber of their being, and yet this trial was different in a subtle but unmistakable way. But, stop, stoop, this. Jabba and Shaddad muttered almost inaudibly, their green glowing eyes widening in disbelief. They were witnessing a phenomenon they had longed to see for years, something almost mythical in its execution. At that precise moment, the array was compelling the volunteers' very cells to absorb the weaponization liquid. The process was meticulous, systematic, and mercilessly efficient. The screams of the volunteers? Both men ignored them entirely. They shut their ears to the sounds of agony and focused all of their attention on the unfolding spectacle, refusing to miss a single detail, however small. Every subtle change in glow, every ripple of absorbed liquid, was catalogued and analyzed in their minds. The absorption rates varied dramatically between the 30 volunteers. Some seemed to drink in the liquid almost voraciously, while others struggled and lagged behind, their bodies slow and methodical. In a single glance, Jabba and Shaddad could calculate exactly how many sessions each individual would require, along with the necessary recovery periods between sessions. Each session represented the total time needed for a volunteer to fully absorb the liquid infused into their cells, followed by the required period for rest, healing, and stabilization before the next session could safely commence. The slowest absorber, who was also the quietest, was clearly going to need several consecutive days inside the array to finish the absorption process. Following that, he would require 1 to 2 years for his body to fully stabilize, recover, and prepare for the next session. In total, this volunteer would need approximately 8 years and around 5 sessions to reach a strength equivalent to level 10. In contrast, the fastest absorber, who also screamed the loudest, was ingesting the substance at an extraordinary, almost alarming rate. At this pace, he would complete the absorption process within a single hour at most. If he maintained this rate, he could achieve the level 10 equivalent within a mere 1 year or even less. Of course, none of these calculations worried Jabba or Shaddad in the slightest. The array had been masterfully designed to adapt to each volunteer's individual talents. Moreover, the pressure applied to each volunteer was tailored specifically to their unique abilities, ensuring that no one was unfairly disadvantaged. The variance in force and absorption rates was not an oversight. It was a deliberate, intelligent design to maximize the potential of every single participant. What they were witnessing now meant only one thing: we succeeded. Jabba slowly turned to look beside him, his voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking louder might shatter the moment. His heart raced, disbelief and excitement warring within him. We succeeded, heh heh. Shaddad raised his hands slowly and placed them triumphantly over his head, his grin growing wider with each second. We succeeded, ha ha, ha ha ha. His laugh echoed through the hangar, a mixture of relief, exhilaration, and sheer pride. Robin raised a single eyebrow, the faintest crease forming on his forehead, his golden eyes glowing softly with restrained excitement. Then, as if pulled by gravity, he stood and stepped closer to the two men, his gaze fixed on the array at the center of the hangar. Interesting, he murmured, almost to himself, as if tasting the result before confirming it aloud. He rubbed his chin gently, his mind ticking over every detail. I expected that combining your experiences, yours and Jabba's, would produce progress, yes, but honestly, this is far beyond what I imagined. He gestured several times toward the array, as if giving shape to his thoughts. This array will effectively eliminate the need for the extremely exhausting and prohibitively expensive weaponization baths. Vast quantities of precious raw materials are no longer wasted because the trainee's body has absorbed exactly what it needed, and no more. The body simply refuses to take in additional energy once it has reached its limit. The array allows a large number of individuals to share the cost of a single bath, Robin continued, his tone calm but carrying weight, drastically reducing expenses. Moreover, you've already reduced the cost to less than a quarter of the original amount. And this is only the beginning. Once you place your first step on the path, you will be able to reduce it even further. He then allowed a faint, approving smile to play across his lips. Regarding the weaponization baths now, everything has been calibrated to be equal with the cost of energy cultivation and soul training, perhaps even slightly less. And for the World Cataclysm bath, the only requirement will be finding inexpensive, stable stabilizers suitable for use with the array, instead of the extremely rare and costly ones. Once that is accomplished, the entire physical strengthening path will be resolved. Robin exhaled a long, measured sigh, feeling the weight of what lay ahead. This will not be easy, he thought. The stabilizers for the body were far rarer and more expensive than most imagined, as they transformed the body itself into a living conduit for energy, granting cells functions they were never naturally meant to perform. A misstep, and the consequences could be catastrophic. Shaddad nodded several times, deep in thought, before finally turning toward Robin. From his ring, he produced something small and metallic, handing it to Robin with a deliberate care that betrayed its significance. Robin took the metal piece with extreme caution, examining it thoroughly. It was silver, with intricate red veins running across its surface. The veins pulsed faintly, almost like a heartbeat, yet Robin knew the truth. This was not alive. It was performing a process akin to breathing, drawing energy in, releasing it, and reabsorbing it in a continuous, automatic cycle. Is this a piece of Veradium vein? How did you acquire it? Robin's voice was a mix of astonishment and concern. Veradium veins were a planetary affliction, capable of consuming and devastating entire worlds. It was not alive, not conscious, but its effects were devastating. The moment this mineral appeared, or fell as a meteorite, it would devour all planetary energy, leaving the world barren, incapable of sustaining its natural energy flow no matter how much the planetary soul tried to replenish it. I recently acquired a full vein, and I have reliable suppliers for it, Shaddad muttered quietly, as if speaking any louder might actually allow others to hear him. Don't tell me. Robin's eyes narrowed slightly, and he raised the piece higher for closer inspection. Are you planning to use this as a physical stabilizer? It's stable, fulfills the function, and the cost is minimal. That single piece in your hand is only 120,000 pearls, and it's sufficient for one person, Shaddad whispered, his voice barely audible. Shaddad. Robin raised the piece higher, his tone now tinged with disbelief and awe. Are you telling me the fifth cultivation path is complete? Chapter 1794. The fifth cultivation path has actually been completed. Robin slowly opened his eyes, as though waking from a long, heavy trance. Shaddad remained standing in place, utterly frozen, shock rooting him where he stood, unable to utter even a single syllable. Even Jabba's eyes widened to their absolute limit, and he hurriedly bent forward to re-examine the volunteers once more, as if desperately hoping to discover some hidden mistake, some tiny flaw that could make this impossible event make sense. Maybe 20 years ago, when he had first stepped foot into the academy, he would not have grasped the sheer magnitude of the accomplishment unfolding before him today. But after 2 full decades of expanding his knowledge, refining his understanding, and witnessing countless breakthroughs, it was impossible for him not to understand now. They had achieved something no being had ever succeeded in doing since the dawn of the universe itself. Exclamation point. Even Morgana placed both hands over her mouth, her eyes trembling in disbelief and awe. This truly changes everything. Robin rested his chin on his hand slowly, his expression deepening as his thoughts began to spiral, clearly sinking into a profound inner analysis. Yes, everything will change. Shaddad lowered his gaze, his eyes wandering like someone still struggling to accept reality. Once this array is published, the whole universe will flip upside down. Body cultivators walking freely in the streets will no longer be rare or mocked, it will become normal, accepted, respected. Entire clans and mighty empires dedicated solely to the power of the body will rise. Other truth chosen will appear, desperately trying to simplify the array even further. Truly, everything is about to change. I didn't mean that. Robin waved his hand in irritation, as if swatting away a buzzing thought. Now that you've taken the rights to the fifth path, what will happen to my path, the one I've been preparing all this time? What an inconvenience. ? Shaddad turned toward Robin, bewildered. What are you even talking about? This is the fifth path, and it bears your name already. Are you planning to create another one on top of this? My name? I didn't do anything worth naming. Robin exhaled heavily. I was planning to launch the fifth cultivation path regarding the solution to the internal energy issue, but I suppose it won't be the fifth anymore, will it? Master, please don't joke like that. Everything you see, everything that exists here, happened because of you. Shaddad replied instantly, almost emotionally. You're the one who fixed all the design flaws I had before. You're the one who handed me the work of the second heaven chosen. You're the one who introduced me to elder brother Jabba. Plus it was you personally who taught him, guided him, and supported him until he obtained the Eye of Truth. And finally, you're the one who accelerated our path to the final formula by hundreds of years and even cut the cost drastically. Those are all secondary contributions. Robin waved again and again, dismissing the praise like dust. The credit is shared between you and Jabba, and with the second heaven chosen, Dragon. Then he furrowed his brows tightly, his irritation returning. So does that mean my own path will become the sixth now? What do you mean secondary? Before meeting you, all I managed in all those ages was slightly reducing armament costs by finding a handful of alternatives. I never succeeded in adding anything of value, not in hundreds of thousands of years. Dragon was wasting his time exploring that useless tattoo system that never would have led to anything. He pointed directly at Jabba. An elder brother had an array filled with flaws that was thrown aside the moment the sky-opening city uncovered its issues, but now? Now we have a complete path, a brand new path that never existed in the universe before. Then he shifted his gaze toward Jabba, urging him, Say something to your master. Jabba stared at Robin, silent. At that moment, Robin's brows were furrowed tightly, his expression clearly showing how annoyed and uncomfortable he was. Anyone present would assume he was annoyed because they had reached the fifth path before their master, and that was why Shaddad was desperately trying to convince him that he was part of this achievement, but he knew that wasn't true. He knew very well, deep down and without the slightest doubt, that his master was the kind of person who forms a plan in his mind and carries it out no matter what obstacles appear in his way. The kind of stubborn, quietly unstoppable person who, if he decided he was going for a walk tomorrow, would still go even if a war broke out, even if mountains collapsed, even if the stars themselves fell from the sky. Most likely, Robin had long ago fixed in his mind that he would be the owner of the fifth cultivation path and had built his expectations on that foundation. Having the name suddenly taken from him threw him into confusion, because he felt he had failed to accomplish the goal he had set for himself with such determination. Hey, Jabba began. Robin lifted his head toward Jabba, his expression lazy but his eyes sharp. In history, there are 5 great truth chosen. That means you'll soon become the 6th. Jabba smiled a little wider. Don't you think the 6th cultivation path would suit your name more, as the 6th great truth chosen? What are you saying all of a sudden? Shaddad shouted at his elder brother, unable to accept the blatant twisting of logic. Pa! Robin clapped his hands together. Now that I think about it, that's actually very convincing. The more he spoke, the more his grin stretched. Then, with a wide and almost predatory smile, he stepped closer to the array and began inspecting the people inside it with his golden eyes more carefully, as though he were preparing to devour them with his gaze, analyzing every ripple of power rising from their bodies. We weren't done talking. Shaddad opened his mouth and took 2 determined steps toward Robin. But Pa! Jabba grabbed him from behind, shook his head slowly, and sent him a mental message. He told him that Robin was extremely stubborn, and that the more Shaddad pushed him, the more stubborn he would become. He explained that Robin would see placing his name next to theirs on this path as stealing credit from his students, and he would never do that. So are we supposed to lie to people then? Shaddad responded quickly and angrily in his mind. He insisted that Robin's contributions were greater than his and Jabba's, and certainly greater than Dragon's, making it absurd to pretend otherwise. To Shaddad, who had followed the entire history of the development of body strength and knew that hundreds of truth chosen and researchers contributed, each at least a little, to every step, and who himself was one of them, Robin's contributions to this cultivation path, no, to the world itself, were crystal clear. In truth, even if Robin had done nothing except bring the 3 of them together, unite their minds, and force their strengths to complement one another, it would have been more than enough to place his name above theirs. We will talk about it later. Jabba patted Shaddad several times, both to calm him and to cut off the argument, then opened his mouth aloud. For now, let's see the next step with the master. I'm talking about it because it's the next step. Shaddad pointed toward the center of the hangar, his voice rising. We've already created the 5th path, now we have to announce it and publish it for the good of the world. Jabba suppressed his laugh with difficulty. His little brother was far too naive, far too righteous for the world they lived in. Calm down, big boy. Robin's voice came out mocking and amused, his eyes still stalking the volunteers and observing what was happening to them as if watching a rare natural phenomenon. Who said anything about publishing the path? Ha! Shaddad turned toward Robin in confusion, his face twitching. Then why did we make it if it's not going to be published? It will be published sooner or later, why the hurry? The people have been waiting for tens of millions of years for this path, why not wait a little bit more? Robin finally turned his gaze away from the center of the hangar, a wide and dangerous smile spreading across his face. But why don't we use it to take over a part of the universe first? Chapter 1795. Control a part of the universe. Shaddad scratched his head slowly, confusion clearly written across his face. What exactly do you mean by that? Robin shook his head with visible disappointment, as though the answer should have been obvious from the start. Despite Shaddad being hundreds of thousands of years old, he had spent the overwhelming majority of that vast lifespan buried in libraries and research halls, his mind occupied with nothing except refining and expanding the body cultivation path. Politics, authority, governance, the rise and fall of empires, none of these had ever crossed his mind in any meaningful way. Not once, in all his long years, had he bothered to learn how rulers think or how power spreads across a realm. Robin cast a brief glance toward Jabba. Explain it to him, he said before turning his glowing eyes back toward the volunteers and the changes spreading through their bodies. Young brother, Jabba said gently as he patted Shaddad's shoulder, the master wants to use the 5th path exclusively within his empire at first. He intends to absorb every benefit it offers, build an unshakable foundation of powerful body path warriors under his direct command, and only after that will he decide whether publishing the path is a good idea or not. Shaddad's brows tightened so hard they almost touched. He lowered his head, frustrated, torn between logic and his own ideals. What? Robin smiled lightly. You were ready to release the technique to the entire world with my name stamped on it, but you're not willing to delay the release for a little while. It's just. Shaddad exhaled deeply, his shoulders sinking. It's your 5th path after all. You can handle it however you want. Robin let out a small, amused laugh. There are things you need to consider more deeply than that, Shaddad. I only want to give ordinary people a real chance to grow stronger, to defend themselves and their families without injecting their bodies with corrupted beast blood or kneeling before predatory clans that twist their lives for a bit of labor. That's it. That's my entire motive. Shaddad sighed again, his voice heavy with sincerity. But if delaying the announcement will help the master, then I don't mind waiting. You're the one who sped up the entire breakthrough anyway. Robin stayed silent for a moment, then he pointed with his chin toward the volunteers. It's true that you reduced the cost of using the body cultivation path to something realistic. For example, the first bath, the one that elevates a person to the 10th level, can now be reached for the tiny price of 100 pearls of energy. And yes, while that's still fairly expensive for common folk, it's undeniably far more accessible than before. That's because the bath's ingredients are now distributed across multiple simultaneous targets with far greater efficiency. But that's only the surface. The current path depends entirely on a massive, immovable array. The structural components of that array alone cost tens of millions of pearls. And that's not counting the reinforcement materials, the specialized inks, the catalysts, resources that must be bought repeatedly and replaced constantly. Robin raised a brow. Tell me, Shaddad, who do you think can afford all of that? Empires. Shaddad answered, his voice tiny, uncertain. Exactly. Even if you handed out the array's design and instructions for free, small clans and wandering families wouldn't be able to build one. Only ancient empires with deep foundations and centuries of accumulated wealth could handle that level of consumption. Robin nodded slowly. You lowered the cost for the individual trainee, yes, but only for an empire that already exists and already has the wealth and ambition to expand its followers. Are you saying we accomplished nothing? Shaddad felt his knees weaken, as though the floor beneath him was tilting. The fifth path is still owned by the rich after everything. There's an enormous difference, Robin said, shaking his head slowly, as though emphasizing every word. Before all this, even as an emperor with absurd wealth and resources, the best I could do was choose a tiny, very tiny handful of followers and personally help them advance through the body system. It was something limited, restrictive, almost symbolic. But now I can spread it on a massive scale across the true beginning empire, the grave and cradle empires, and even the crumbled dreams empire. Instead of supporting 10 individuals, we can support 100,000 with ease. 100,000 people who have no talent in soul cultivation or internal energy. 100,000 whose lives will be entirely reshaped because of you, Shaddad. Robin's voice softened for a moment. Be proud. You really have made a difference. Then his expression sharpened again, and he added, but that difference needs to stay contained within my 3 empires for the time being. He continued, if we publish this array right away and empower the other major empires, that will turn into a direct obstacle, an obstacle not only for me but for both of you as well, now that you stand on my side. Especially if the array spreads to the sectors where my vassals and rivals are already struggling to hold influence. Understood. Shaddad forced himself to steady his breathing, gathering every ounce of courage, resolve, and loyalty he could muster before nodding firmly. Robin narrowed his golden eyes slightly, noticing the lingering hesitation in Shaddad's expression. Don't trouble yourself. Soon we'll seize control of Middle Sector 99 and become a genuine power in the universe. When that happens, you'll be free to publish the path however you want, alright? Until then, I'll rent it from you and Jabba. I'll pay each of you 100,000 pearls for every array constructed on my land, and 1,000 pearls for every soldier who begins receiving the doses. Satisfied. That's far too much. The array belongs to you just as much as it belongs to us. Shaddad nearly choked on his words. The numbers were simply staggering. In truth, though he was a truth chosen who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, his personal savings were dangerously close to depletion, shattered after countless eras of research into body power. Jabba crushed his foot onto Shaddad's toes, forcing him to stay quiet before he ruined the deal. Haha, accepted, master, fully accepted, Jabba said. Good. Robin nodded, satisfied. Prepare your bags. Both of you will be departing very soon. Ha! Shaddad blurted out instinctively. To the Grave Empire, Apocalypse Planet, Robin replied without turning away from the volunteers. His golden eyes remained fixed on the ongoing transformations. Preparations must begin immediately to convert a large portion of the army to the fifth path. You also need to make several world cataclysms from our local populations in the Middle Belt. The Grave Empire has more than 1,000 planets now, meaning they have more than enough volunteers waiting to be used. He continued in a firmer tone, you will also take control of the headquarters of Sky Opening City in the Grave Empire, seize full authority there, and expand it until it surpasses the scale of the one in the Young Belt. He pointed directly at Shaddad. Specifically, you will be the one in charge. Choose a team dedicated to the fifth path, assist them only when necessary, and personally supervise every remaining branch. Gathering scientists and researchers should be easy. Just tell Arrow what you need, and he'll move half the empire for you. Then he turned to Jabba. As for you, you already possess the Space Flow Bracelet. You'll be traveling back and forth between Sky Opening City and the Grave Empire and the True Beginning Empire for several years. Your job is to coordinate both sides, unify standards, transfer experience, and stabilize the operations entirely. Once that is done, you'll head to Young Sector 100, and from there move to Middle Sector 100 to establish a third branch in the Cradle Empire. That branch will be under your complete authority, and from there you will spread the fifth path throughout the First Army. Finally, he placed his hands behind his back. His voice deepened, carrying the weight of authority and ambition. This won't merely be the seed for launching the fifth path in the three empires. It will be the foundation for the rise of new Sky Opening cities led by two truth chosen. Cities that must surpass the one in the Young Belt, or I will be very, very disappointed. Chapter 1796. Understood. Jabba, who was supposed to be heading toward an entirely different sector, replied quickly and without the slightest hesitation, as if the moment the order reached his ears, his mind locked onto it and considered the matter finished. Right. Shaddad, on the other hand, scratched his head for several long seconds, clearly uneasy. I will speak with Her Majesty Aldera to freeze my professor membership for a while. If she refuses for any reason, then I will resign immediately without wasting time. You could simply resign straight away from the very beginning. Robin gave a wide, unrestrained smile, one that showed both reassurance and a hint of amusement. You have stayed here for far too long without achieving any real breakthrough. This place offers you only the library, and yes, it is a remarkable library, perhaps one of the best of its kind, but tell me, is that library truly worth it when compared to the 3 master laws I entrusted you with, or even to most of the well-known fundamental laws we already possess? Robin shook his head slowly, as if dismissing the idea. You should start preparing for your new future, a future where you will stand as a pillar supporting our sky-opening city, and in return, the city will support you just as strongly. A future where you will not panic about funding your research ever again, nor fear authority, nor tiptoe around anyone's influence. Then he pointed toward both him and Jabba. And as long as the Soul Society remains active, the two of you can still communicate every day through the meeting chamber and exchange discoveries, even if each of you ends up stationed in a completely different sector. Right. Shaddad finally nodded, though his voice carried a slight tremble. I will begin the resignation procedures. Truthfully, Shaddad, who had not set foot outside the academy for hundreds of thousands of years, spending most of his life working alone and avoiding responsibility, felt utterly terrified at the idea of stepping out into the vast world and becoming the head of anything. This was not just a change in location. It was a colossal shift, a true challenge that could reshape his entire existence. Agreed, then, Robin said cheerfully as he clapped his hands. At that moment the golden glow in his eyes surged intensely before dimming again as he turned his attention toward Jabba and Shaddad. He placed 2 fingers gently against his own forehead. After a brief heartbeat of silence, 2 luminous spheres shot out from his fingers, streaking toward Jabba and Shaddad, who did not resist or even flinch. This. Both men shut their eyes instinctively, murmuring at the exact same moment. These are several points I noticed can still be strengthened within the array, along with suggestions for possible fixes, Robin answered calmly, as if he were discussing something trivial, then produced 2 metallic plates engraved with dense runes. Jabba and Shaddad opened their eyes wide and exchanged a quick but stunned glance. Had he truly extracted all those points merely by observing the array for barely a minute? The difference between them was so vast it felt almost unreal. According to the master's notes, if those points were corrected properly, they could boost the array's efficiency by an additional 30%, effectively reducing operating costs by the same amount, an unbelievable improvement, the kind that could overturn entire research budgets. But their shock did not last long. Catch! Robin tossed the 2 metal plates toward them with casual precision. Study these thoroughly before beginning any attempt to further enhance the array. Do not rush. Understand everything properly first. This. Jabba muttered, still dazed. The major fundamental living body law. Shaddad suddenly shouted, his voice cracking from disbelief. You have the major fundamental living body law. The major fundamental living body law, most people mistakenly link it with raw physical strength or with the traditional cultivation paths of the body, but the 2 concepts are worlds apart. The major fundamental living body law, or just known as the body law, is a natural energy link law, similar in nature to the laws of space, destruction, and others like them. In fact, there already exists a behemoth who rose to supreme power by using this very major law, a being who managed to seize control of a galactic seed and even dominate an entire sector. As for its applications, they are countless, but the most crucial, the one that allowed that behemoth to rise so dramatically, is its ability to amplify or diminish physical tasks to an extraordinary degree, reshaping limitations and turning impossible feats into achievable realities. For example, a user of the law can multiply their senses for a limited duration, sharpening them to the point where they become more sensitive than those of beasts. They can amplify the electrical neural signals inside their own body and channel them outward as bursts capable of stunning or paralyzing their enemies. They can increase their heart rate to generate explosive bursts of strength, accelerate the production of healing and stimulatory hormones, and in certain circumstances even enhance their biological growth rate to enlarge their bodies dramatically or reduce them, achieving the exact opposite effect when needed. And even that is only the surface. Among the elite practitioners, there are far more extreme and outrageous feats, modifying bone density to become unbelievably hard or as flexible as serpents, altering it further to a rubber-like state that allows their arms to stretch for miles, shifting the structure of their facial features to produce temporary disguises, lowering the temperature of their blood to stop bleeding instantly, or speeding up the regenerative cells responsible for restoration so rapidly that they can regrow entire limbs as if molding new flesh out of thin air. It is said that during one of the early battles of the body law behemoth, long before he gained his fearsome reputation, he deactivated every pain receptor in his body and continued fighting relentlessly, even as thick chunks of flesh were sliding off him to the ground on both sides. The body is the soul's first tool, the oldest and yet the most advanced vessel at the same time. It is said that the one who truly masters it, who understands every mechanism and can manipulate every process, essentially holds dominion over everything else. The staggering number of applications that can be extracted from the major fundamental living body law is almost beyond imagination. It is widely regarded as the most branching and versatile path of all, with more secondary laws under its umbrella than any other law system, so many, in fact, that scholars claim they cannot be fully counted or categorized. Yes. I heard about it by pure coincidence a while ago, and ever since, I kept digging and investigating until I eventually uncovered the entire path on my own. I have not even had the chance to deliver it to Sky Opening City yet. Robin massaged his forehead lightly, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Or perhaps I simply see no real benefit in doing so. What do you mean no benefit? Shaddad almost lost control of his voice, his expression twisting as if he were hearing sheer insanity. A behemoth conquered an entire sector using this exact law. Its applications truly are limitless, but even limitless things come with boundaries. Robin tapped on the metal plate. Take electrical signal attacks, for instance. The shocks produced will always be weaker than those of someone who uses the lightning law directly. As for cell stimulation and regeneration, they will be slower and less efficient than a practitioner of the vitality law. Enlarging the body, reinforcing the bones? Anyone following the body cultivation path as their core discipline will surpass them in that specific aspect. He lifted both shoulders in a calm shrug. To me, a follower of this law is someone who studied a piece of every subject, gaining fragments of many strengths, but never reaching mastery in any single one of them. Yes, but he can use all of them simultaneously. Shaddad practically screamed, waving his arms wildly before pointing toward Halak. You are the commander of the Imperial Guards, are you not? Say something. Halak stepped forward without rush, took the plate from Shaddad's hand, and infused his soul sense into it for nearly a full minute. Then he returned the plate, raised his head, and locked eyes with Robin. Boss, I will build a 5th division based on this law. Do I have your approval? Robin arched an eyebrow. Do you truly believe it would be useful within the Imperial Guard of all places? I will force it to become useful. Halak nodded with steady confidence. Its abilities may be individually limited, yes, but they are numerous and highly adaptable. With correct training, proper ability combination, and enough battlefield experience, they can become war machines not inferior to the original 3 squads, perhaps even more flexible in certain combat scenarios. Robin exhaled slightly, lifted his shoulders again, and summoned another plate. He copied the main law onto it with a single touch, then handed the new plate to Halak. Very well. I will look forward to seeing the 5th division, then. Chapter 1797. Consider it done. Halak accepted the metal plate with a grave sense of responsibility, his expression firm and focused. His mind was already firing on all cylinders, constructing plans, branching possibilities, and outlining the very first steps needed to establish the 5th division, despite the fact that even the 4th division had not officially taken shape yet. It was as if receiving the plate had flipped a switch inside him, turning discipline and ambition into a single blazing drive. I will be counting on you. Robin nodded toward him with satisfaction before shifting his attention back to Jabba and Shaddad. The body laws are not directly tied to raw physical might, I am aware of that, but it will nevertheless boost you in ways you may not even anticipate. His gaze locked specifically onto Shaddad. From the patterns you asked my help with earlier, it is clear you have been relying on several minor laws from this path to push forward. Now that you have the major one in your hands, I expect your progress will accelerate dramatically, right? Like lightning, faster even. Shaddad replied with explosive enthusiasm, completely forgetting every worry he had about moving to a new sector or taking on a leadership position. The excitement of advancement eclipsed everything else. Good. Study the laws thoroughly, understand every principle in it, then go over the points I highlighted for you earlier. Robin's lips curled into a small smile. And of course, do all of this while you are in the Grave Empire establishing the city there. Understood. Understood, both men replied firmly, nodding in unison. Boss. Halak lifted his hand sharply. May I convert some of my young men to be the first to operate that array? I want them to serve as the foundation for future divisions. That is acceptable, but they must halt before entering the direct threshold of a world cataclysm. The same rule applies to you. Robin's voice grew serious. We do not want corpses in the guard, and we certainly do not want someone breaking through accidentally and causing chaos. Stay alongside Shaddad in the Grave Empire. Help him build the city and begin producing the arrays. I want at least 10 completed, positioned in the most fortified points of the empire. And this is important, place Imperial guards to supervise each location. Understood. Halak nodded, this time with a wide, determined smile that clearly showed he already had names and formations in mind. Robin then turned toward Shaddad and pointed directly at him. You will work with the Shadow Swords to bring you suitable candidates for array activation. Every single one of them must swear an oath not to leak information and to serve within the Imperial Army. And anyone who aims to become a world cataclysm through the body path must swear an oath of loyalty to the Empire itself. His tone grew heavier, more authoritative. Shaddad, both you and Jabba still have a tremendous amount of development ahead of you. The comfortable era is over. The serious phase begins now. I expect to see the first body path world cataclysm emerge within my empire within 1 century at most. Is that understood? Shaddad stood silently for a moment, contemplating the magnitude of what he had just been handed, then finally nodded once with solemn resolve. Good, then. Robin clapped once, his smile broad and full of genuine anticipation. I will be waiting for good news. Without another word, he turned his back to the wooden hangar and began walking toward the exit. Morgana, come. Yes. Among all the stunned faces, some locked in thought, some shaken, and some overwhelmed by the sheer amount of change, Morgana was the only one who responded instantly, her voice bright and enthusiastic as she darted after Robin with energetic steps. A few quiet minutes passed after Morgana followed Robin out of the wooden hangar. The agonized screams of the volunteers, once echoing endlessly, had finally faded into complete silence. Gradually, the familiar sounds returned, the playful shouting, the casual arguments, and the cheerful chatter of students moving toward the educational district, their voices weaving back into the daily rhythm of the academy as if the storm that had just occurred was nothing more than a passing shadow. Robin, however, still did not utter a single word. His tightly drawn brows refused to ease even for a heartbeat throughout the entire walk, as if his mind were wrestling silently with a dozen unresolved thoughts. Morgana. Robin finally cut through the heavy silence. Yes. The girl reacted almost instantly. She quickened her pace, taking 2 light steps forward to close the gap between them, her expression tense as if bracing for instructions. 20 years ago, Robin began slowly. I told you to continue cooperating with the Academy, yet to reduce the amount of soul borrowings each year, gradually, until the supply eventually reached 0. The idea was simple. Eldora would stop depending on you, and eventually leave you be. So, where do things stand now? His eyes narrowed. Are you still supplying them with anything at all? I followed your orders, of course. Morgana's voice grew small, carrying a hint of guilt. But 20 years is a short time to completely sever a dependency that lasted ages. Right now, I am providing the Academy with only 40% of what I used to deliver annually. A 60% reduction in 20 years. Robin nodded slowly, obvious satisfaction flickering across his expression. Did Eldora complain? Say anything. Morgana answered immediately, as if she had been waiting for that question. Her Majesty the Monarch summoned me once and demanded that I increase the supply. But I told her I needed the soul borrowings to craft things for you, and that if she wanted more, she should speak to you directly. Since then, she has not brought it up again. Morgana inhaled before continuing. From what I have gathered, she recently formed partial contracts with 3 royal soul masters. Each of them now provides a yearly amount of borrowings. But even together they still do not cover the 60% I cut off. There are ongoing discussions about recruiting more, but nothing definite. Robin gave a faint smile. Partial contracts, and trying to get more random individuals? That will never sate the Academy's hunger. That bottomless pit cannot be filled with scraps. Then he shrugged lightly. Still, that is not our problem to worry about. Do you have any new instructions, Your Majesty? Morgana asked quietly, almost cautiously. Just moments ago, Robin had casually assigned Shaddad and Jabba to different empires, each with monumental tasks, establishing immense forces, founding new research cities, and beginning long-term projects that could change the balance of the world. And with Halak, he just as casually agreed to create an entirely new division of the Black Wasps. A short while ago, His Majesty had not even wanted to leave his apartment. Morgana had practically forced him out to breathe fresh air. Yet within a single brief conversation, he had already reshaped the future paths of entire empires. And from the tone of his voice now, the day was clearly not over. The time has come, Robin said, a mysterious edge in his voice. I intended to keep your identity hidden until the very last century. Your reappearance would shake the balance of power within the 3 empires and draw far too many eyes. But after creating the 5th path, all of that is going to happen regardless. So why not throw everything to the wind? I do not understand, Your Majesty, Morgana asked softly. What exactly do you need from me? Robin halted abruptly in the middle of the glittering marble corridor. He turned slowly, deliberately, to face his most loyal subordinate. Tell me honestly, Morgana, which do you prefer? Endless combat on the front lines, or the life of a teacher? You gave me my life. Wherever you place me, that will be my place, Morgana replied with unwavering conviction. Good. Robin lifted his hand in a mild gesture. You will assist me in both fields, but I always prefer placing each person where their talents shine brightest. Then his eyes locked onto hers, sharp and evaluating. You spent nearly 1 million years battling the owners of Spectre Farms, and almost 2 full centuries teaching. Between the two, which path feels more like home to you? Teaching, Morgana admitted quietly, her gaze falling to the floor. I love the calmness of the classrooms. I love the soft chatter of students after lectures. I love watching them grow in wisdom, strength, and character before my eyes. It feels peaceful. That is good. Robin nodded firmly, approval warming his tone. Then prepare yourself, Morgana, to establish the true beginning Empire Stellar Academy. Chapter 1798. Ha! A surprised, almost disbelieving smile slowly formed on Morgana's face. You want me to found a Stellar Academy? Me? Stellar Academies were considered the greatest institutional powers in the universe, second only to the behemoth galaxies themselves. Countless civilizations spoke of them with awe, and it was often claimed that if all Stellar Academies across the sectors ever united under a single banner, their combined strength would eclipse that of every behemoth galaxy put together many times over. After all, behemoths were merely a few dozen entities, scattered thinly across 1,000 sprawling sectors, while every single sector contained at least one star academy, a stable foundation of knowledge and power. And in any sector that lacked behemoths, the absence was compensated with multiple academies that formed the backbone of all learning and cosmic defense. For instance, in mid-sector 99 alone there were 3 stellar academies. Even though Dawnlight Stellar Academy stood as the most influential and the most formidable among them, thanks to the overwhelming presence of Monarch Eldora, the difference between the 3 in terms of overall heritage and competence was not that vast. Each academy was a titan in its own right. Every one of those academies was led by a monarch, a guardian, or a 7-star soul master, individuals whose single strike could reshape planets. Each academy had a storied legacy filled with tales of cleansing corrupted planets overrun by plagues, of hunting down and sealing some of the universe's most dangerous criminals, and of standing as immovable fortresses in times of chaos. Most of them could trace their origins back millions of years, many founded shortly after the Cosmic Elder eradicated the Abyss of Doom and the ancestral space beast that had once threatened all. And she, Morgana, was merely a teacher who received a yearly wage. Just 2 short centuries ago she had been wandering alone through endless specter farms with no real direction, clinging to the naive belief that she was fulfilling some noble mission before her inevitable death. What credentials, what cosmic weight, what grand qualifications did she have to create something as monumental as a stellar academy? Don't let the title overwhelm you, Morgana. The name sounds grand, but the core of it is much simpler than it appears, Robin replied with a calm, unwavering tone. Do you know what is actually required to establish a stellar academy? No, not really. But I remember hearing that many of those academy founders were once the ones who marched into battle against the Abyss of Doom in ancient ages. Morgana said, searching her memory. About half of those present today came into existence that way, by earning the favor or acknowledgement of the Cosmic Elder, but certainly not all of them, Robin corrected gently. A stellar academy follows the same functional structure as any regular academy. You provide a library, a good teaching staff, cultivation materials, study resources, arrays, techniques, and so on. Students pay fees in exchange for access to all of that. The real differences that elevate a normal academy into a stellar one are 3 very specific conditions. Robin raised 3 fingers deliberately. First, a strong foundational base. This means a vast and respectable library, a notable roster of instructors, and enough prestige to attract students from wealthy or powerful families. Second, receiving official nomination from 3 existing stellar academies to grant you permanent membership in the Star Academy Council. And third, and this is the most crucial and immediately visible requirement, the academy head must possess at least the power of a low-level guardian, equivalent to a 7-star soul master. Then he waved his hand dismissively. That crap about honor and protecting the weak and so forth, it is subjective and is not essential. Most of the stellar academies do not care about these things. He then lowered his first finger. As for the foundational base, that part is practically already solved. I possess the lifetime library of the second heaven chosen, Dragon, and that single asset alone is enough to rival the greatest collections. Add to that my own writings, the accumulated works and manuals of Sky Opening City, and the troves of rare texts that the Shadow Swords have bought over the years. Combined together, this is more than sufficient to create a library not merely equal to, but very possibly superior to, the one in Dawnlight Stellar Academy. As for the planet on which the academy will be established, I can give you an excellent one of the best we have in our collection. In the Cradle Empire we have thousands of suitable worlds to choose from, each with unique features, resources, and strategic potential. And as for the instructors, you are already the most famous and respected teacher in the entire sector, Morgana. I will also appoint Jabba and Shaddad in honorary positions as Truth Chosen to support you, ensuring that the Academy's leadership has both experience and strength. On top of that, I will have the Shadow Swords recruit several renowned professors from other academies. We can lure them with higher pay, access to rare techniques, advanced research support, or specialized funding. Our arsenal of incentives is practically limitless. He paused and allowed a small, confident smile to spread across his face. As long as we have the pearls, we do not need to laboriously progress step by step from a small academy to a medium, then to a large institution. With the pearls, we can establish a colossal academy directly, bypassing years of incremental growth. And it would only take 10 years to reach full scale. Beyond that, my resources are limited. These pearls are all I have at the moment. He tilted his head slightly, thinking, I put an age-controlled device up for sale 5 years ago. I wonder how many were sold in that time. Regardless, I will send you 5 billion pearls to spend as you see fit, Morgana. This is entirely separate from the actual costs of establishing the academy, which the Shadow Swords will cover in full. 5 billion. Morgana's eyes widened slightly, and she shook her head in mild disbelief. Could you exempt me from this, Your Majesty? I am not skilled with money, accounting, or large sums. I might make mistakes. No problem, Robin said with a firm nod. I will assign Kristen and Emily to assist you in administrative duties. Their role will be to handle the management and financial aspects, so you can dedicate yourself fully to teaching, research supervision, and the development of your students. Robin then lowered his second finger. The second requirement is gaining recognition from 3 existing stellar academies. This will naturally take some time, but it is entirely possible. At the right moment, I can secure their support, either through demonstration of high-level martial potential, an appropriate bribe, or other forms of persuasion. There are thousands of academies across the sectors. Finding 3 that the Shadow Swords can sway will not be difficult. Morgana nodded slowly, considering his words, though she hesitated before adding, do we really have to do this? Why not remain a normal academy? Entering that closed circle of stellar academies seems dangerous and highly competitive. Why not? Robin countered, raising an eyebrow slightly, his tone calm but carrying weight. The real advantage of stellar academies is the alliances and influence they provide. Through a stellar academy, we can place our roots within a massive, far-reaching institution, gaining leverage and connections we could not otherwise access, even if the immediate benefits seem minor or indirect. He paused, his gaze sharpening. And we will not settle for merely joining this circle or being just any stellar academy. Listen carefully, Morgana. If I choose to enter a field, I must aim to dominate it, or I will not enter at all. And since we are establishing this academy, it must be the greatest academy in existence, surpassing all others. Morgana's eyes glimmered as she took in the sharp intensity in Robin's gaze, listening to the audacious words carried by an ambition so vast it seemed endless. But she exhaled slowly, a tinge of self-doubt in her voice. I fear I am not the right person for this. I cannot truly lead a stellar academy, because I do not meet the third requirement. To rule such an academy, one must at least be a guardian or a 7-star soul master, at minimum. Robin studied her forehead for a long moment. You have already pushed your 3rd star over the past 20 years. In that time, you have risen from a 1-star royal soul master to your 3rd star. And yet, what is causing you to hesitate, to feel discouraged now? I fear the next one will be the last, Morgana admitted quietly, her voice tinged with both resignation and sorrow. Not because I lack the desire, but because I have reached my natural limits. There are things that cannot be changed, boundaries that cannot be crossed, consequences that regret cannot undo. There are truths that time itself cannot heal or correct. Things that cannot be corrected. Robin raised a single eyebrow, a spark of challenge lighting his eyes. I will consider that a personal challenge. Chapter 1799. Morgana let out a soft, almost shy laugh, a sound that held a mix of amusement and relief. I didn't mean to challenge you, Your Majesty, or put any kind of pressure on you to help me. It's simply the truth, nothing more than that. I only speak honestly. My 2nd star, she continued, her tone becoming more reflective, I achieved it thanks to the miraculous technique you gave me initially. And because I was already at the limit of 2 million units, all I needed was to apply the final pressure. That's why I became a 2-star soul master so effortlessly. The 3rd star, however, was far more challenging. It delayed me greatly, taking nearly 17 years to expand my soul domain enough to finally push it forward to 3 million units. And honestly, I believe I will need a few centuries to reach the 4th star, even with the advantage of the 3 volumes of the Soul Atlas at my disposal. Actually, without the 3rd volume, I probably would have remained at the 3rd star for 10,000 years or more. Morgana shook her head slowly, a mixture of humility and quiet determination in her expression. I am doing everything within my power to grow stronger, to serve you better, and to contribute in every way I can. But there are natural limits to my abilities. The structure of my soul domain is composed of 20% pure soul essence, and the rest consists of ordinary units. That is considered excellent for most soul masters, but it simply cannot support more than 4 stars. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she smiled, a combination of embarrassment and vulnerability showing through. I am sorry. I cannot stand at the forefront the way you might hope. Oh, isn't that merely about purifying the soul domain structure? Robin raised his eyebrows slightly, as if questioning the simplicity of her doubts. He took out a polished metal tablet and closed his eyes for a brief moment, focusing. Morgana's eyes widened, her initial shock giving way to curiosity, then a cautious smile. Your Majesty, you told me before that you are not particularly interested in soul research. Perhaps that's why you don't fully realize how difficult this truly is. Attempting to alter the essence ratio in a soul domain structure is just impossible. It's like tampering with the very foundation of a building. Any interference risks the collapse of the entire structure. She looked away, her expression tinged with regret and nostalgia. Before my father's empire fell, I meticulously tried to expand my range with the goal of reaching 50% purity, aspiring to become a 7-star or even 8-star soul master like him. But alas, I walked this path cautiously, accepting whatever progress I could achieve at the time. I do have some regrets over my past limitations, but I cannot regret my current level. Achieving 20% purity is already considered miraculous and I am proud of it. If time were reversed, I very likely would not have been able to surpass it. She shook her head slowly and turned her gaze back to Robin, her voice soft but resolute. I am truly sorry, Your Majesty. I cannot take on this role. I will continue to serve as a teacher in the academy, guiding and nurturing the next generation. But you should look for someone else to take the position, someone worthy of your attention and capable of becoming the academy's head. Don't worry, I will assist them with all my strength and knowledge. Girl, Robin said, a faint smile tugging at his lips, you certainly have a flair for drama, I will give you that. He opened his eyes fully and handed her the metal tablet. What is this? Morgana asked, glancing at the tablet, then at Robin, confusion and mingling in her voice. It's a technique I personally developed to modify the soul domain structure, replacing ordinary units with essence units, Robin said coldly, his voice calm but carrying a weight of authority. Morgana's shock rendered her momentarily speechless. Robin raised an eyebrow at her silence. What? What do you mean, what? Morgana exclaimed, her voice rising in disbelief. You created something like this? You? How is that even possible? I wanted to, so I did it, Robin replied casually, shrugging as if it were the simplest thing in the world. The purity of my own soul domain structure had already reached approximately 95%, but I wasn't satisfied with the remaining 5%. I saw it as a weak spot. So I devised a method to replace those ordinary units with essence, and I succeeded. Then he continued slowly, his tone calm but firm, honestly, Morgana, I don't think you can reach the exact same level of purity on your own. This technique I created was designed to replace specific units, not to completely restructure the entire soul domain. It's precise, targeted. But with enough time, patience, and deliberate effort, reaching 40% or even 50% is absolutely within your grasp. You will need discipline, but it's not impossible. Morgana's eyes widened as if the world itself had stopped. Wait, she whispered, her heartbeat quickening. Every other thought evaporated from her mind. She focused solely on one question, one hope, one spark that had lingered in her soul for decades. Wait, are you saying you succeeded? Are you saying your soul domain structure is now 100% pure? Robin's lips curved into a faint smirk, though a slight irritation lingered in his eyes. Yes, he said, his tone clipped. Why all the questions? Do you want it or not? I want it. Morgana exclaimed, her voice trembling with a mix of shock, excitement, and disbelief. She hugged the metal tablet as though it were the most precious thing in the universe, turning slightly to shield it from the world, as if anyone else might snatch it from her. Her hands trembled as she raised it slightly in front of her chest, her wide eyes fixed on Robin. That tablet, that one small, unassuming tablet, held the key to a dream she had carried since childhood. The dream of finally reaching the elusive 8th star like her father, a dream that had haunted her every thought, every action. Slowly, cautiously, she lifted her gaze to Robin's eyes, her own filled with a mixture of awe, disbelief, and hesitation. This was no ordinary technique, it was legendary, ultra-sensitive, dangerous if misused. And yet, he himself had reached 100% purity using it. Her mind raced. Hadn't he said he didn't care about soul matters? This technique shouldn't exist. Even her father's empire, which had relied entirely on soul force, had never possessed such a method. What would happen if His Majesty now decided to devote his attention to refining the soul system even further? You now possess everything required to become a truly magnificent royal soul master, Robin said, his voice steady, cold, almost clinical. Talent, experience, knowledge, purity, and lots of emeralds. Everything that remains is merely the passage of time. I will not pressure you. I won't demand that you reach the 7th star within a century. That would be unnecessary. But 3 centuries? 3 centuries is a reasonable, realistic timeframe. 3 centuries, only. Morgana gasped, her voice trembling with disbelief. Her mind whirled at the enormity of the task, yet a spark of hope flared in her heart. Yes, Robin said firmly, raising his voice, the words cutting through the chill of the moment. 3 centuries. In that time, the academy you will build will grow at a staggering, unprecedented pace, eventually achieving the theoretical strength of a stellar academy. Then, when you yourself achieve the 7th star, I will secure the formal recommendations from 3 established stellar academies and officially crown you as the head of your own stellar academy. Agreed. I will try. Morgana ground her teeth, hugging the tablet even tighter, feeling the weight of her destiny pressing upon her shoulders. Good enough. Robin's rare, white smile appeared, a flash of satisfaction crossing his usually stoic features. He produced another metal tablet, noticeably larger than the one Morgana held, and placed it deliberately before her. There's something else I need you to help me with. Of course, whatever it is, I'll do it. Morgana said, her voice quivering with emotion. Tears pricked at the corners of her eyes. Wasn't striving for the 7th star, while simultaneously overseeing the creation of a colossal academy, already enough to break her? The soul farms you've retrieved, the 49 planets you liberated, have they been relocated to the Grave Empire yet? Robin asked casually, as if discussing something mundane, but the weight behind his words made Morgana shiver. No, Morgana shook her head. I told Harper that I am ready to guide them to their assigned locations at any moment, but no request has been made yet. The transfer hasn't even begun. Robin nodded slowly, as if he had expected this. Expected. The full focus now is on transferring the planets to Nihiri. Perhaps the Shadow Swords intentionally left your 49 planets for the final stage, maybe even until after Nihiri's promotion, but that is fine. In fact, it may even be advantageous. Advantageous in what way, Your Majesty? Morgana tilted her head slightly. Do you have business with those planets? I have business with the emeralds within them. Robin smiled. I think it's time to strengthen the soul path in the 3 empires. Chapter 1800. Could you clarify your thoughts a bit more, Your Majesty? Morgana asked, her curiosity mixed with a hint of caution. She couldn't help but feel that every word Robin spoke carried layers of strategy and expectation. I laid the foundation for soul forces in the Empire centuries ago, Robin began, his tone calm but carrying undeniable authority. But their development has been painfully slow, almost stagnant, which was somewhat expected. Our soul cultivation path is incredibly weak in the Young Belt, and we have been limited by both resources and guidance. He paused for a moment, letting the weight of his words sink in, then continued, however, I supplied them with the 1st and 2nd Soul Atlas volumes, followed by the soul hunting technique. This strengthened the foundation for the soul cultivators and increased their numbers substantially, giving them a solid starting point for further development. And this is where the second level of support for the soul path comes in, he continued, his gaze narrowing slightly as he considered her reaction. First, I want you to gather all the emeralds scattered across the 49 soul farms. These emeralds are not just ornaments, they are concentrated reservoirs of soul force. The first batch of students in your academy will be soul masters drawn from my 3 empires. You will select the most promising among them, those with true potential, and provide them with the emeralds to enhance their abilities, making them stronger than ever before. He lifted his head slightly, the sunlight reflecting faintly off his eyes as he emphasized the enormity of what he was proposing. With the strong foundation of the academy that I will create, combined with your extraordinary educational methods that have already drawn attention across the sector, and the vast sea of emeralds that you can access, I am confident that you could forge an army of soul masters capable of unimaginable feats over the next 3 centuries. You understand what this entails, correct? Yes, but... Morgana hesitated, her eyes reflecting both awe and a lingering worry. Her brow furrowed as she considered the magnitude of the task. What is it? Robin asked, a faint smile curling his lips. Don't you want to distribute the emeralds to the soul forces? I can simply buy them from you if needed. Robin already possessed millions of emeralds. Yet, if he distributed them all to an army, they would be depleted in an instant, like scattering a handful of sand across an endless desert. It was far more strategic to retain them, allowing for rapid replenishment of his soul reserves, like what he did when Seraphim exhausted him 2 hours ago. For instance, Seraphim had just completely drained him earlier. Instead of spending weeks absorbing energy to restore more than 4 million units, he could now consume emeralds to recover at a remarkable speed. This method would provide an immense advantage during times of war, when every second of recovery counted. No, everything I have is yours. Morgana interjected quickly, her voice firm yet tinged with urgency. It's just that. She hesitated, biting her lip as she searched for the right words. Could you assign a small army to assist me in collecting the emeralds? They are scattered across the planets like pebbles. Gathering them on my own would be nearly impossible. I wouldn't even have enough time in the 3 centuries you mentioned if I worked alone. Robin chuckled softly and shook his head, his expression both amused and approving. Don't you already have an army at your disposal? What do you mean? Morgana asked, her curiosity piqued. Girl, Robin said, his tone both teasing and instructive, you have cleansed your soul domain of all impurity. I didn't take away your soul trait. You still have the ability to control specters, so why don't you use them for gathering? Morgana's eyes widened in shock. She had believed that connection, the ability to command the specters, was gone forever, lost to the annals of her past struggles. You can leave the 17 planets that are already completely cleansed of specters for last, Robin explained, and use the specters on the remaining planets to collect the emeralds. With this method, you will be able to gather not just what you need, but a surplus as well, far more efficiently than by working alone. Understood, Morgana replied, a newfound confidence sparking in her voice. But then she paused, remembering something crucial. Your Majesty, earlier you said first regarding the plan for training and distributing the soul emeralds. Does this mean there are additional steps? I'm almost finished, Robin said, closing his eyes briefly to focus, the faint glow of his aura reflecting off the metallic tablet in his hands. He opened his eyes with a confident smile and handed it to her. Here. This is for you. This. Morgana's hands trembled slightly as she reached for the tablet, her spiritual sense immediately flowing into it. The moment she made contact, she saw the title illuminated before her, the arsenic method for freely absorbing soul units. Ha! Morgana looked back into Robin's eyes, her face a mixture of astonishment and confusion. I know, it's a strange name, but he insisted on it, Robin said with a chuckle, the corners of his mouth twitching as though amused by her reaction. With this technique, you can absorb units from the air at roughly 20% of the normal natural energy absorption speed. It's fast, efficient, and precise, something no one else can do without it. What? Morgana's voice cracked with surprise and excitement, ringing out louder than she intended. A few students nearby glanced over, curiosity piqued by the unexpected outburst. Shush! Robin held up a hand, signaling her to calm down. Use the technique yourself first, and then pass it on to those who have taken the oath and received the Soul Atlas volumes, as well as the soul hunting technique. They need this to gain a fresh boost. And once they reach a certain level, guide them in the method for royal star compression. It's essential they master it properly. He rested his hands behind his back, standing tall with the quiet authority of someone used to making decisions that affect the fate of millions. Keep this in mind, I don't want you focusing only on increasing their numbers of soul units. That's expected and inevitable. Teach them the spells, share the wisdom you've gathered over nearly a million years, and invent ways for them to work as a cohesive force. If necessary, buy any volume, no matter how costly, to educate yourself further. The budget for this academy is entirely open to you. Nothing is off limits. Then he locked eyes with her, unwavering and intense. Morgana, 3 centuries. That is your limit, and within that time, I want to see an army of soul masters, an army unparalleled, a force unmatched even in the Dreamer galaxy. Morgana's throat went dry. Her heart slammed against her ribcage like a war drum. An army to rival the Dreamer galaxy itself? Moments ago, the thought of Robin establishing Fifth Path forces in 2 average sectors had made her stomach twist with apprehension. Now, the reality of this task pressed down on her chest with the weight of entire worlds. She had felt sympathy for Shaddad and Jabba, already burdened with heavy responsibility, but the truth was she had now taken on a far greater burden, one that dwarfed theirs entirely. Robin waved his hand casually, as if brushing away the enormity of his command, but his words carried the weight of inevitability. If I see that you cannot handle it, that's fine. I can wait. I'll postpone this matter until I find someone more suitable. I am ready. Morgana's voice rang out, sharp and unwavering, trembling only slightly from the mix of excitement and fear coursing through her. 3 centuries, she murmured under her breath, I will do it. I will make sure it happens. Oh, that's much better. Robin patted her shoulder firmly, then turned his back and continued walking. I'll be waiting to hear the good news, nothing less. Morgana's heart raced so fast she could feel the blood pumping in her temples. Her mind, operating with the force and precision of hundreds of thousands of people simultaneously, began to ache. Should she feel pride that His Majesty entrusted her with such an immense mission? Or despair that he had sent her far away from his presence? No matter the choice, she would grow stronger, she would teach, and she would serve. There was no higher calling available to her. The girl looked down at her trembling hands, gripping them tightly until her knuckles whitened. Sigh, there's a long, long road ahead, Morgana, she muttered to herself, steeling her resolve. Step, step, step. Badum, badum. Robin's heart pounded with a rhythmic force that echoed in the air like a drum signaling the commencement of war. Each step he took carried authority, and each beat of his heart resonated as if declaring the arrival of a new era. The tablets he sent to Zara, the fifth path spreading toward world cataclysms, and the simultaneous creation of the Stellar Academy to forge soul masters, all were unfolding together with precise timing. If the all-seeing God were present, they would likely shake their head in disbelief, muttering that Robin was ruining the threads of fate, not just messing with them. The threads of fate were delicate, intricate, yet undeniable. Who else could sense them? Who could perceive this monumental shift rippling through the universe? Who had the power to sense the true beginning? Badum. To be continued. Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this video, hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss an update. Check out the playlist to catch up on the rest of the series. I'll be back with the next part soon, stay tuned.